Hello everyone. Welcome to Mr. Midnight True Crime Stories. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Pull your blanket a little closer tonight, because the story we are going to tell you is one of the most quietly devastating true crime cases in American history. It does not begin with a scream. It does not begin with flashing lights or a crowd gathered on a street corner. It begins the way all the most dangerous things begin, slowly, softly, almost invisibly, in the drawing rooms and parlors of one of Missouri's wealthiest families, where the fires were always warm and the silver was always polished and nobody, not a single soul, saw what was coming until it was far too late. Tonight, we are going to travel back to Kansas City in the year 1909. A city that was still finding itself. A city of wide boulevards and horse-drawn carriages, and the particular kind of ambition that only exists in places that have grown too fast and are not entirely sure what they have become. The Missouri River curled around its edges like an arm thrown over a sleeping child, and the winters came early and stayed long, and on the best days the whole place smelled of wood smoke and opportunity. It was a city in which a man's name still meant something, in which a family's reputation was a kind of currency, passed down through generations the way silver and land and the color of one's eyes were passed down, in which a story, once told in the right parlor, could travel across the whole of society before the week was out. And at the very center of that society, at the beating heart of Kansas City's self-image, sat one man. One extraordinary, eccentric, enormously wealthy man, whose name was etched into the landscape of the city itself. Thomas Hunton Swope. His friends called him Colonel, though the title was more honorific than military, the kind of address that money and age and a certain bearing tend to accumulate in the American South and Midwest, gathering like moss on stone. He was a tall man, a spare man, a man who wore his suits with a kind of unconscious dignity, as though he had been born already dressed. He had the cheekbones of a patriarch and the eyes of someone who had spent a great deal of time looking at land and calculating what it was worth, and he was, by the autumn of 1909, 80 years old and more alive than most men half his age. He had come to Kansas City in 1860, when the city was barely a city at all. He had arrived with money in his pocket and the kind of vision that looks at scrubland and sees something that does not yet exist. While other men were buying established plots, buying property that already had roads running past it and neighbors close enough to borrow sugar from, Thomas Swope was buying the land that nobody else wanted. The land on the outskirts. The land that people called worthless. The land that sat too far from everything to be convenient and too close to everything to be peaceful. He bought it anyway. He held it. He waited. And then Kansas City grew, the way all American cities of that era grew. Explosively. Hungrily, spreading out across the landscape like a stain that nobody wanted to stop. And suddenly the land that Thomas Swope had bought for almost nothing was worth more than most men would earn in 10 lifetimes. By the time the autumn of 1909 arrived, his fortune was estimated at $3.5 million. In today's money, that figure would stretch into the hundreds of millions. He was one of the wealthiest men in Missouri, possibly in the entire Midwest. And yet he lived quietly. He lived with the particular restraint of men who had made their own money and had never quite forgotten what it felt like to not have it. He had never married. He had no children of his own. What he had instead was a large and complicated family of nieces and nephews who orbited him the way moons orbit a planet, close enough to feel his gravity, far enough to pretend that they were moving freely. There were 7 of them, 7 nieces and nephews who knew. In the way that families always know these things without ever quite saying them out loud, that one day the old man's fortune would need to go somewhere. One day the colonel would die, because even the colonel would one day die, and when he did, that $3.5 million would have to pass into someone's hands. And in a family of 7, with a fortune that large, the question of whose hands mattered enormously. It mattered in ways that people never admitted. It mattered in ways that changed how people smiled across dinner tables and how warmly they reached out to help an aging uncle down the front steps. The will, as it stood in 1909, divided the estate among the nieces and nephews in varying proportions. The largest single portion, a residuary fund of over $1.5 million, had not yet been definitively assigned. There were whispers that the colonel was considering leaving it to charity, that he had grown philosophical in his old age, that the city he had helped to build was becoming more important to him than the family he had never quite managed to form. Those whispers moved through the family like a draft under a door, cold, persistent, impossible to ignore. And into that draft, in the summer of 1905, stepped a man named Bennett Hyde. He arrived quietly, or rather, he arrived in the way that quiet men sometimes arrive, not with noise, but with a kind of careful stillness that makes the people around them do all the talking. He was in his 30s. He was handsome in a particular way, the kind of handsome that photographs well, and that makes mothers nervous. He had dark eyes and a physician's hands and a manner that could be described, depending on who was doing the describing, as either deeply professional or carefully rehearsed. He was, by training and by title, a doctor. He had completed his medical education and had worked as a demonstrator of anatomy, which meant that he spent his professional hours with bodies, opening them, examining them, understanding the interior machinery of human life in a way that most people preferred not to think about. He had also served, briefly, as a police surgeon, a role that brought him into contact with violence and death on a near-daily basis. It was a role from which he had been suspended, though the specific reasons for that suspension were never made entirely clear to the people who were later trying to understand what kind of man he was. There was also the matter of the grave robbing scandal. This was the thing that people mentioned in lowered voices. The allegation, and it was only ever an allegation, the charges were eventually dropped, was that Hyde had been involved in the procurement of cadavers through means that were not entirely legal. Medical schools in that era had a near insatiable demand for bodies to teach anatomy, and the supply of legally donated cadavers was never sufficient to meet it. This had created a shadow industry, a quiet commerce in the dead, and the allegation against Hyde placed him at least adjacent to that commerce. He was never convicted. The charges were dropped, but the allegation had a texture to it, a particular weight, that did not disappear simply because the legal case had been set aside. This was the man who fell in love, or appeared to fall in love, with Frances Swope, the colonel's niece. And this was the man who, in 1905, married her in secret. The secrecy itself was telling. Frances was not a young woman given to theatrics or rebellion. She was, by all accounts, a steady and sensible person, a woman who understood her family and her place in it, and who did not, as a general rule, do things that she knew her family would disapprove of without very careful consideration. And yet she had married Bennett Hyde in secret, which meant that she had known with absolute certainty, that her family would not have blessed the union had they been asked. Her mother, whose name was Maggie, was the first to hear, and Maggie's reaction confirmed everything Frances had feared. "He is after the money," Maggie said, or words to that effect. She said it not with anger, because anger would have been too simple, but with the particular cold clarity of a woman who has spent a lifetime watching other people and has grown very good at reading what is underneath the thing they are showing you. She was not wrong to be worried. The marriage, once revealed, was reluctantly accepted, as these things tend to be, and Colonel Swope even went so far as to purchase a home for the young couple, a gesture of generosity that may have been genuine warmth or may have been the kind of pragmatic accommodation that wealthy families make when the alternative is a scandal. But the unease never left. It sat at every dinner table. It stood in every doorway. It watched Hyde the way a storm watches a coastline, quiet for now, but building. And Hyde, for his part, moved into the orbit of the Swope family with a patience that, in retrospect, had the quality of calculation. He became familiar with the family finances. He became familiar with the household rhythms. He learned who was close to whom, and who was estranged from whom, and who stood to gain the most from the will, and who stood to gain the least. He learned these things the way a man learns the layout of a house he intends to stay in for a very long time. Through the years between 1905 and 1909, the household breathed. Children were born. Holidays were observed. The colonel aged. His health, which had always been the particular robust health of a man who has spent his life outdoors and never pampered himself, began to show the ordinary wear of 80 years. He moved a little more slowly. He leaned a little more heavily on his walking stick. In the autumn of 1909, he fell. It was not a catastrophic fall. He was not broken. He was not incapacitated. But he was shaken, in the way that falls shake old men, not so much in their bones as in their sense of themselves, their confidence in the body's reliability. He decided he wanted bed rest. He decided he wanted a nurse. And so Pearl Keller was hired, a capable, observant woman who would later become one of the most important witnesses in a case that nobody yet knew was a case. And Bennett Clark Hyde, the doctor who had married into the Swope family, the doctor whose background carried shadows that had never quite been addressed, the doctor who had the trust of a man worth millions. Hyde began to make himself indispensable. He visited the colonel frequently. He monitored his condition. He offered opinions on treatment. He was, to all appearances, the attentive and conscientious family physician. Nurse Keller observed him. She did not yet have words for what she was observing, but she watched him the way animals watch something that has not yet moved, but that their instincts have already identified. And then, on the first day of October 1909, the first death arrived. Not the colonel's. Not yet. It was a man named Moss Hunton who collapsed first. Moss Hunton was connected to the Swope family through the intricate web of relationships that wealthy Midwestern families accumulated over generations. He was a trusted figure, a man of standing, a man whose role in the family's financial and legal affairs made him someone whose presence or absence would matter enormously to the disposition of the colonel's estate. He was at dinner. He was talking. He was, by all accounts, well. And then he wasn't. He collapsed with the sudden violence of a body that has been operating normally until the very instant it stops. He was brought to bed. Hyde was summoned. And what happened next was the first moment in this story where something that looked like medicine began to look like something else entirely. Hyde bled him. This was a practice that was already, by 1909, falling out of favor with most reputable physicians. The idea that removing blood from a patient helped restore their equilibrium was a relic of an older medical tradition, a tradition that the science of the era was actively moving away from. The family's regular physician, Dr. Twyman, was called and examined Hunton and said, clearly and firmly, that the bleeding should stop. That 1 pint was the maximum. That taking more would endanger the patient's life. Hyde nodded. Hyde agreed. And then, when Dr. Twyman was no longer in the room, Hyde continued bleeding Moss Hunton. Not 1 pint. 2 quarts. Moss Hunton died. His death was attributed to natural causes. There was no immediate reason to think otherwise. Men of his age did sometimes collapse and die. Their hearts gave out. Their bodies simply stopped. It was sad, but it was not unusual, and in a family already preoccupied with the colonel's declining health, the death of Moss Hunton settled into the general atmosphere of grief and worry that had already begun to accumulate in the mansion like fog. But Hyde was not done. Within days of Hunton's death, Hyde privately approached the family with a suggestion. Now that Hunton was gone, Hyde suggested, the role of executor of the colonel's estate, a role of enormous financial significance, a role that would give its holder enormous influence over how $3.5 million was ultimately distributed. That role might reasonably pass to Hyde himself. Nobody agreed immediately. Nobody said yes. But nobody said anything that stopped Hyde from continuing to suggest it. And nobody, in those first days after Hunton's death, connected what they were hearing to what had just happened. That connection would come later. It would come in circumstances so dark and so deliberate and so breathtaking in their cold-blooded patience that even a century later, reading the accounts, it is difficult to believe that a human being planned and executed what was done in the Swope mansion in the autumn and winter of 1909. But the story is not finished. The colonel was still alive. The house was still warm. The fires were still burning. And 2 days after Moss Hunton died, Hyde gave the colonel a tablet. A digestive tablet, he said. Something to help the old man's stomach settle. Something entirely ordinary. Something a careful physician might offer an ailing patient on any evening in any house in any city in America. The colonel took it. And what happened next is the kind of thing that stays with you. The kind of thing that makes you lie very still in the dark and think about trust, and about how we place ourselves in the hands of people we believe mean us well. We will tell you what happened next. But first, take a slow breath. Let your body settle. You are safe where you are, and the story will still be here when you are ready. The tablet was small. That is the detail that stays with you when you think about it long enough. It was small, and it was white, or close to white, and it sat in the palm of Bennett Clark Hyde's hand with the absolute ordinariness of something that could not possibly matter. A digestive tablet. Something for the stomach. The kind of thing a doctor might offer a patient the way a grandmother might offer a peppermint. Casually, warmly, with a smile that said, "This is nothing. This is care. This is what I am here for." The colonel was 80 years old. He had been resting in his bed for several days following his fall. He was tired in the way that very old men are tired after they have been frightened by their own bodies. Not the tiredness of sleep deprivation or overwork, but the deeper, quieter tiredness of a man who has begun to understand that the machine is winding down and that there is nothing in particular to be done about it. He was cooperative. He was, by all the accounts of those who were present, still himself, still sharp-eyed, still possessed of that dry, particular humor that had endeared him to the city he helped build. He trusted the man standing at his bedside. He trusted him because Bennett Clark Hyde was his niece's husband. He trusted him because Hyde had presented himself, for 4 years, as a competent and attentive physician. He trusted him because he was 80 years old and lying in his bed, and the man offering him the tablet was the doctor in the room. And when you are 80 years old and your body is reminding you of its limitations, you tend to take the medicine the doctor hands you. He took it. Within minutes, not hours, not the slow progression of an ordinary illness working its way through an aged body, but minutes, the colonel began to convulse. Pearl Keller, the nurse who had been hired weeks earlier and who had been observing the household with the quiet, professional attention of someone trained to notice changes in a patient's condition, was present. She saw it happen. She saw the way the colonel's body responded to whatever had entered it, the violent, involuntary contractions of muscles that were no longer under any conscious control, the way his face changed, the way his eyes registered something that was not pain exactly, but was the body's most primitive alarm, the signal that something has gone catastrophically wrong at a level below language and below thought. She saw Hyde's face too. That was the thing she would remember. That was the thing she would turn over in her mind in the days and weeks that followed, trying to find an interpretation that made sense, trying to reconcile what she saw with the story she was supposed to believe. Hyde watched the colonel convulse, and the expression on his face was not the expression of a physician confronted with a medical emergency. It was not alarm. It was not the focused, urgent look of a doctor reaching for the tools of intervention. It was something else. Something she did not have a word for in that moment, but that she would find words for later, when the truth had time to arrange itself into a shape she could recognize. Hyde did not call another physician. This was the fact that, more than almost any other single fact in the case, would later seem impossible to explain. A man has been given medicine. A man is in violent convulsions. The standard response, the only responsible response, is to call for additional medical support immediately, to summon the family physician, to get more eyes, more expertise, more hands in the room. Hyde did none of this. He managed the situation himself. He kept the room calm. He spoke in the measured, professional tones of a man who had everything under control. And through the convulsions, through the terrible involuntary thrashing of a body at war with itself, Colonel Thomas Hunton Swope managed to speak. He managed to push words up through whatever was happening to him and deliver them to the room with a clarity that everyone present would remember for the rest of their lives. "I wish," the colonel said, "I hadn't taken that damned medicine." Those were among his last coherent words. He died on October 3rd, 1909, 2 days after Moss Hunton. 2 deaths in 2 days, in the same household, both attended by the same physician, both following contact with that physician in the hours before the fatal event. Hyde's official diagnosis for the colonel's death was cerebral hemorrhage, a stroke, an event caused by the rupture of a blood vessel in the brain, the kind of thing that killed old men with some regularity in that era, the kind of thing that required no particular explanation and raised no automatic suspicion. The colonel was 80 years old. He had been in declining health. A cerebral hemorrhage was entirely plausible. It was, in fact, precisely the kind of diagnosis that was designed to be entirely plausible, that was designed to end the conversation before the conversation could properly begin. The funeral was arranged. The family gathered in the particular suspended state of grief that follows an expected death that has nonetheless arrived sooner than expected, and the colonel was buried. and the house moved forward into mourning with the quiet dignity that families like the Swopes were expected to maintain in the face of loss. But Pearl Keller was still in the house, and Pearl Keller was thinking. She was not a dramatic woman. She was not given to speculation or to the particular pleasure that some people take in suspicion. She was a nurse, which meant that she had been trained to observe, to record, to distinguish between what she had directly witnessed and what she had inferred, and to hold those two categories separate in her mind with great care. She had directly witnessed the colonel's convulsions following the administration of the tablet. She had directly witnessed Hyde's decision not to summon additional medical assistance. She had directly witnessed the expression on Hyde's face in the minutes after the colonel died. These observations sat in her like stones. She did not act on them immediately. There was no framework in November of 1909 for a nurse to walk up to the local authorities and say, "I think the doctor killed the patient." There was no precedent for it, no established path, no form to fill out. What she had were observations and a feeling, and feelings were not evidence, and observations without context were easily explained away. She kept watching. She kept noting. She did her job, and she kept her face professionally neutral, and she waited, with the patience of someone who knows that the truth has a way of generating more of itself if you give it enough time. The rest of the family was grieving. Frances Hyde was grieving the loss of her uncle, the man who had been the gravitational center of her family, and she was also, presumably, managing the complicated interior life of a woman whose husband is the subject of thoughts she does not yet fully allow herself to have. The other nieces and nephews were grieving and also, in the way of all families confronted with the death of a wealthy patriarch, beginning the careful, delicate dance of the inheritance. Who would get what? Who had been close enough, loyal enough, loving enough to deserve the larger portions? How the residuary fund, that enormous, contested, million-dollar question, would ultimately be resolved. Hyde, meanwhile, was present. He was the doctor of the household. He continued to attend to the various family members who required medical attention. He was calm. He was professional. He was, to all visible appearances, in complete control of himself and his circumstances. If he felt any anxiety about what he had done, he did not show it in any way that the people around him were equipped to perceive. And then Thanksgiving arrived. Thanksgiving 1909 was not a holiday in the Swope household. It was the beginning of something else entirely. It was the moment when whatever Hyde had been building in secret, whatever quiet, methodical plan had been operating beneath the surface of the household's ordinary life, began to accelerate. Hyde and Frances arrived for the holiday gathering with gifts and food and the outward trappings of the family occasion. Hyde brought, among other things, bottled water. This was not unusual in itself. Bottled water was not uncommon in that era, particularly in households where the purity of the local water supply was a concern. What was notable, what would become deeply notable in retrospect, was that Hyde specifically offered the bottled water to some members of the household and not others. Some people drank from the cistern, the household's regular water supply. Some people drank what Hyde had brought. The line between those two groups would, within days, become the line between those who became violently ill and those who did not. Within a week of Thanksgiving, the typhoid cases began. Typhoid fever, for those who may not be familiar with it, is a bacterial infection caused by Salmonella typhi. It spreads primarily through contaminated food and water. In 1909, it was a serious and sometimes fatal illness, particularly in elderly or already weakened patients. Its symptoms are distinctive and progressive: a sustained high fever, abdominal pain, a characteristic rash, and, in severe cases, delirium and death. It was not, in 1909, a mysterious or unknown disease. Physicians recognized it immediately. They understood its mechanisms. And they understood, above all, that for typhoid fever to appear in a household, someone had to have introduced the bacteria. The illness moved through the Swope household with a focus that, in retrospect, looked less like an epidemic and more like a targeting system. One family member collapsed, then another, then a visitor who had stayed only briefly enough that if the contamination had come from the household's general water or food supply, their exposure would not have been sufficient to produce illness. Nurses who came to help were also affected. The pattern was consistent, and it was damning. The people who got sick were the people who had been close to Hyde. The people who had received care or food or water or medicine directly from his hands. Pearl Keller watched this unfold. She was no longer just thinking. She was beginning to act in the small, careful ways available to her. She was noting names and dates and symptoms in her memory with the precision of a woman who understood that she might one day be required to testify to what she had seen. She was watching Hyde's movements through the household with a new intensity, and she began to notice things that she had previously been able to explain away. She noticed that Hyde sometimes produced small capsules, that he administered them to patients in the private moments when other medical staff were occupied elsewhere, that the capsules were not always accounted for in any official medical record, that some patients who received these capsules became very ill very quickly, and that the progression of their illness did not always match the progression that the officially diagnosed typhoid fever would have predicted. She also learned something that changed everything she thought she knew. Before the Thanksgiving gathering, before the first family member had shown any sign of illness, before any of the events that were now unfolding in the Swope household had begun, Hyde had obtained cultures of typhoid bacteria from a physician named Dr. Stewart. He had requested them, he said, for research purposes. Dr. Stewart had provided them without particular suspicion, because physicians in that era sometimes obtained bacterial cultures for legitimate scientific study, and because Hyde presented the request in the calm, professional tones of a man who made perfectly ordinary requests. He had the bacteria before the outbreak began. He had the means of delivery. He had the access. And now the people around him were getting sick and dying in a pattern that followed no natural logic. Pearl Keller was no longer just a nurse watching a patient. She was a witness to something that she did not yet have full evidence to prove, but that she understood in her body the way you understand certain things before your mind has found the language for them. The family member who would die during this typhoid outbreak was named Chrisman Swope. He was one of the colonel's nephews. He was young, not elderly, not already weakened by decades of wear, but young and by all accounts healthy and full of the ordinary vitality of a man who had no particular reason to die. He received a capsule from Hyde. He convulsed. He died. Hyde attended a celebratory banquet that same evening. This is the detail that the people who would later study this case always found the most difficult to hold in their minds. Not the deaths themselves, not the poisoning, not even the cold methodical planning of it all, but this, that a man could watch a young person die in convulsions and then go to a banquet and eat and drink and make conversation and do it without visible discomfort, without the smallest crack in the surface of his ordinary sociability. It spoke to something in Hyde's interior life that the people around him were only beginning to understand existed. It was also, almost certainly, a mistake, because the banquet meant that people who would later be asked about Hyde's behavior on the night Chrisman died would be able to testify that he had been cheerful, that he had been relaxed, that he had shown no grief, no concern, no distress. In a courtroom, that testimony would land with tremendous weight. But the courtroom was still months away. The winter was still deepening over Kansas City. The snow was beginning to fall, and it was in the snow, in the specific, particular snow on a specific, particular night, that the next piece of evidence materialized, in a way so cinematic, so precisely dramatic, that if you read it in a novel you would consider it too convenient to be believed. One of the Swope family members, Tom Swope, another nephew, was outside in the winter dark, and through the snow and the darkness he saw Hyde, standing beneath a street lamp, and he saw Hyde looking at something in his hand, and he saw Hyde bring his foot down, deliberately and firmly, and crush whatever it was into the snow. Tom Swope waited until Hyde was gone. Then he walked to the place beneath the street lamp, and in the snow, where Hyde's foot had come down, he found fragments. Small fragments. The fragments of what had been a capsule. He collected them. He brought them inside. He held them to his nose and breathed in. Carefully, the way you breathe in something that you are not entirely sure you want to smell. And what he smelled was something sharp and chemical and unmistakable. Something that a man who had grown up in Missouri in the last decades of the 19th century would have encountered in various industrial contexts, often enough to identify. Cyanide. The capsule smelled of cyanide. He did not throw the fragments away. He wrapped them with the careful deliberateness of a man who understands that he is holding something important. And the fragments went to a laboratory, and the laboratory confirmed what Tom Swope's nose had already told him. Cyanide on the capsule fragments. And when the vomit of one of the surviving ill family members, a young woman named Margaret, who had been given a capsule and had become violently sick but had survived, was also analyzed, the laboratory found something else. Strychnine, 2 poisons, 2 mechanisms. Cyanide in the capsule fragments from the snow. Strychnine in the surviving patient's vomit. Both administered by the same hands. Both present in a household that had just buried 2 men and was still watching several others fight for their lives. The Swope family was no longer grieving. They were no longer simply worried. They were, quietly, and with the particular horror of people who have understood something terrible, beginning to build a case. And somewhere in that house, Pearl Keller exhaled. Because what she had seen, and what she had known, and what she had been holding in careful silence was about to become something that the world outside the mansion would finally have to reckon with. But Hyde did not know that yet. Hyde was still the doctor of the household. Hyde was still the husband of Frances Swope. Hyde was still moving through the rooms of the mansion with the measured confidence of a man who believes that what he has done is hidden well enough to survive scrutiny. He was wrong, but he did not know how wrong he was. Not yet. And in the space between what Hyde believed about his safety and what was actually coming for him, a great many careful, patient people were preparing to dismantle everything he had built. The question was, would the evidence be strong enough? Would the science of 1909 be sufficient to prove in a court of law what the capsule fragments and the laboratory results and Pearl Keller's testimony and Tom Swope's account of the street lamp scene seemed, taken together, to indicate beyond any reasonable doubt? That question would take months to answer. It would take the most sensational trial that Kansas City had ever seen. It would take expert chemists and nurse testimonies and the tearing apart of a family on a public stage and a jury that deliberated for 3 days. But it would also produce an outcome that nobody fully expected. Not even the people who thought they knew exactly what justice required. There is a particular kind of silence that falls over a household when the people inside it have begun to understand that something has gone very wrong, but have not yet found the words to say it out loud. It is not the silence of peace. It is not the silence of rest. It is the silence of held breath, of eyes that move carefully around a room, of conversations that stop a sentence too early because the next sentence would require someone to say the thing that nobody is quite ready to say yet. That silence had settled over the Swope mansion by December of 1909, and it had the weight and texture of a winter sky before snow. Heavy, pressing, full of something that was coming whether you were ready for it or not. The family had been through too much in too short a time. 2 deaths in 2 days in October. The typhoid outbreak that had swept through the household in November and December, touching nearly everyone who lived within its walls. Killing one of the colonel's nephews, sending others to their beds with fevers that climbed and crested and left survivors pale and diminished and shaken. And through all of it, the constant presence of Bennett Clark Hyde. At every bedside, in every medical conversation. His hands on every bottle of medicine, every capsule, every treatment decision that had been made in that house since the autumn began. The capsule fragments from the snow had changed things. Not officially, not yet, not in any way that the law had yet taken formal notice of, but inside the family, inside the private architecture of trust and suspicion that every family builds and maintains over years of shared living, something had fundamentally shifted. The fragments were being held. The laboratory results were being quietly processed. And the people who had access to this information were beginning to have conversations with each other that they would not have been capable of having even 2 weeks earlier. Conversations in which the word that hovered over every sentence, the word that nobody quite used directly, but that was present in every pause and every careful circumlocution, was murder. It was Frances's sister Margaret who first went to an attorney. Or rather, it was Margaret who had received the capsule and survived it, who had vomited in a way that had allowed her vomit to be collected and analyzed, and who was therefore walking around the Swope mansion in December of 1909 with the knowledge that she was alive because her body had expelled something that was designed to kill her. Whatever complicated feelings Margaret had about her sister's marriage, whatever loyalty or restraint had previously held her back from acting on her suspicions, they had been burned away by the experience of convulsing on a sickroom floor while Bennett Clark Hyde stood nearby with the expression that Pearl Keller had already noted and been unable to name. Margaret was not quiet about what she knew. Margaret was, in fact, remarkably clear-eyed and decisive for a woman who had nearly died and who was still recovering her strength. She spoke to people. She spoke to the right people. And those conversations led, through the careful chain of events that tends to characterize the opening of formal investigations, to the decision that the bodies of Thomas Hunton Swope and Moss Hunton and Chrisman Swope would need to be exhumed. The word exhumation has a heaviness to it that no euphemism can soften. To exhume a body is to disturb it, to pull it back from the place where it has been laid to rest, and to subject it to the particular cold science of forensic examination, to ask it questions that it cannot answer in words, but that its tissues and organs and chemistry may still be capable of answering if the right people ask in the right way. It is an act that the law treats as necessary and that families tend to experience as violent, regardless of the justifications offered. The Swope family authorized it. This in itself was remarkable. These were people who had just buried their patriarch, their nephew, their family's foundational figure, and they were now saying yes, open the graves, bring the bodies back, do what needs to be done. The weight of what they suspected was greater than the weight of their reluctance to disturb the dead. And that tells you something about where they were by December of 1909. That tells you something about how frightened they were and how certain. The autopsies were conducted by physicians brought in specifically for this purpose. Physicians who had no prior relationship with the Swope household and who could therefore approach the examination of the bodies without any conflict of interest, without any investment in a particular outcome. They were forensic specialists, or as close to forensic specialists as 1909 could produce. Men who understood the chemistry of the body and who knew what to look for when they were looking for evidence of poisoning. What they found, when they opened Colonel Thomas Hunton Swope, was not what a cerebral hemorrhage leaves behind. Hyde had diagnosed the colonel's death as a stroke, a cerebral hemorrhage. And the brain of a man who has died of a cerebral hemorrhage looks a specific way. It bears the marks of a blood vessel that is ruptured, the hemorrhagic signature of that catastrophic event. The colonel's brain did not look that way. The colonel's brain appeared, to the examining physicians, essentially normal. There was no evidence of the internal bleeding that a cerebral hemorrhage would have produced. There was nothing in the brain tissue that supported Hyde's diagnosis in any way that the examining physicians could identify. What there was, instead, was in the liver. The liver is the body's primary organ of chemical processing. It filters the blood. It metabolizes substances. And when a person has been poisoned, the liver tends to retain chemical evidence of that poisoning in ways that other organs do not, in ways that can survive weeks or even months in the soil, waiting with a patience that the poisoner did not anticipate for the moment when someone comes looking. The examining physicians found strychnine in the colonel's liver. Not a trace. Not an ambiguous signal that could be attributed to some other cause. A quantity of strychnine that the toxicologists who analyzed the tissue samples described as representing nearly double the dose that would be fatal to an adult man. Nearly double. The colonel had not merely been given enough strychnine to kill him. He had been given enough to kill him twice over, as though whoever administered it was either uncertain of the dose or was ensuring, with the cold thoroughness of someone who cannot afford to fail, that there would be no possibility of survival. Strychnine, for those who may not know its effects, produces death through a specific and terrible mechanism. It causes the muscles of the body to contract uncontrollably. It causes convulsions. It causes a kind of rigid, arching spasm of the entire body that physicians in that era recognized, and that has, since the 19th century, been one of the signature presentations of strychnine poisoning. Colonel Swope had convulsed violently in the minutes after taking the tablet Hyde had given him. He had convulsed so severely that everyone present had been frightened and shaken by what they witnessed. And he had said, through that convulsion, the words that would be quoted in newspapers across the country in the months to come. "I wish I hadn't taken that damn medicine." He had known, in the animal, instinctual way that a body knows things before the mind has processed them. He had known that what was happening to him was connected to what had just entered him. He had died knowing, in some wordless, preconscious way, that he had been betrayed. The examination of Moss Hunton produced its own revelations. Hunton, you will remember, had collapsed at dinner and had been bled by Hyde well beyond the quantity that the other attending physician had specified as safe. When his brain was examined, the physicians found something that again contradicted the official medical narrative that had been constructed around his death. His brain was normal. There was no evidence of the disease process that had been cited as the cause of his collapse. And in his tissue samples, there were chemical signatures that were consistent with poisoning, though the specific compound was more difficult to isolate given the time that had passed since his death. Chrisman Swope, the nephew who had died during the typhoid outbreak, presented a different profile. His official cause of death had been attributed to the typhoid fever that was sweeping the household, with a secondary diagnosis of meningitis, inflammation of the membranes surrounding the brain. Hyde had cited the meningitis as the specific terminal event. But when the examining physicians opened Chrisman's skull and examined his brain, they found no evidence of meningitis. The brain tissue was normal. There was no inflammation. There was no disease process that matched what Hyde had described. But in the liver, as in the colonel's liver, there was strychnine. And in the blood, there were traces consistent with cyanide exposure. 3 bodies, 3 autopsies, 3 sets of findings that directly and systematically contradicted the medical diagnoses that Bennett Clark Hyde had provided. 3 bodies that carried chemical evidence of poisoning in organs that had been waiting, patiently, in the cold Missouri earth, to tell the truth that the living had not been able to fully articulate. Pearl Keller, when she heard what the autopsies had found, felt something that she later described as the particular cold satisfaction of a person who has been certain of something terrible and has finally been given the evidence to prove it. She had watched. She had waited. She had been careful and professional and restrained in a situation that must have required extraordinary self-control. And now the science had confirmed what her trained eyes and her careful observations had been telling her since the autumn began. She was ready to talk. And the investigators who came to the Swope mansion in December and January were very ready to listen. The coroner's inquest, which preceded the formal criminal proceedings, called witness after witness. The nurses, the family members, the other physicians who had been present at various points during the autumn's events. Dr. Twyman, who had told Hyde to stop bleeding Moss Hunton at 1 pint, and who had left the room believing his instruction would be followed. Dr. Stewart, who had provided Hyde with the typhoid cultures months before the outbreak, believing them to be for research purposes, and who now had to sit with the implications of that transaction. Hyde was called before the coroner as well. He was given the opportunity to explain himself, to provide context, to offer the alternative narratives that his defense would later elaborate on in the courtroom: the embalming fluid theory, the flies theory, the cockroach extermination theory. To present himself as the misunderstood physician, the man whose medical decisions had been unconventional but had been made in good faith, the man who was now being made a scapegoat for the natural deaths of a family whose patriarch was 80 years old and whose health had been in decline. Hyde declined to testify before the coroner. He exercised his right to silence, which was a right he was legally entitled to exercise, and which, in a courtroom, cannot be held against a defendant. But the coroner's inquest was not a courtroom. And in the broader social world of Kansas City in January 1910, Hyde's decision to say nothing read, to virtually everyone who heard of it, as the decision of a man who understood that whatever he might say would make things worse. The investigation had, by this point, been accumulating evidence for weeks. The capsule fragments from the snow and their laboratory analysis. Pearl Keller's observations of Hyde's behavior over months. The testimony of other nurses who had noted the mysterious capsules being administered in private moments. The account of the Thanksgiving gathering and the bottled water that Hyde had brought, and that some family members had drunk from, and some had not, and the subsequent alignment between who had drunk the water and who had become ill. The record of Hyde's visit to Dr. Stewart's laboratory to obtain typhoid cultures. The timeline of deaths, which had the cold precision of something planned rather than the ragged, uneven progression of natural mortality in a grieving household. And then there were the financial records. Because the investigation, as it deepened, began to examine not just the deaths but the context around the deaths, and the context included the Swope family will and the question of who stood to benefit from the specific deaths that had occurred in the specific order in which they had occurred. Moss Hunton had been the executor of the estate. His death created a vacancy. Hyde had immediately suggested himself to fill it. Colonel Swope had been contemplating leaving the residuary fund to charity. His death, before he had made that change, meant that the family, and specifically Hyde, through his wife Frances, inherited instead. Swope had been one of the primary beneficiaries of the will. His death redistributed his portion among the remaining heirs. The pattern was not random. The pattern, if you followed the money the way investigators were now following it, had a logic. A cold, patient, terrible logic that pointed in one direction and one direction only. Bennett Clark Hyde was arrested in January of 1910. He was taken into custody by the Kansas City authorities on a charge of murder in the first degree, specifically the murder of Thomas Hunton Swope. Additional charges followed: the murder of Swope and multiple counts of attempted murder for the family members who had received capsules and survived them. The indictments accumulated like a storm building over the city, and the newspapers, which had been following the investigation with the breathless attention of a press corps that understood it had a major story on its hands, reported each new development with increasing urgency. Hyde was led to the jail. He was photographed. He was, by all accounts, composed. He was the kind of man who could be composed at the worst moments because his composure was not a reflection of his emotional state, but a performance that he had practiced for so long that it had become habitual, involuntary, as automatic as breathing. But something had cracked. Something in the architecture of the story he had been telling about himself. The story of the competent, devoted, family physician who had done his best under difficult circumstances, had developed a fracture that no amount of composure could conceal. Because the bodies told a different story. The bodies told the truth in the specific, irrefutable language of chemistry, in the language of strychnine and cyanide found in liver tissue and vomit and capsule fragments, in the language of brains that showed no evidence of the diseases that had been cited as their owners' causes of death. The bodies had been patient. The bodies had waited in the cold ground for someone to come and ask the right questions in the right way. And when the right people had finally come with the right tools and the right knowledge, the bodies had answered. Frances Hyde, sitting in the house that her uncle had purchased for her and her husband, heard the news of the arrest and understood that her life had just changed in ways she was not yet fully able to imagine. She had been defending her husband privately, in the quiet conversations of a woman who loves someone and cannot bring herself to believe what the evidence around her suggests. She had been navigating the impossible position of a woman whose family suspected her husband and whose loyalty to that husband was in direct conflict with her loyalty to her family and with the evidence accumulating in front of her own eyes. What she felt in that moment, what she really felt, beneath whatever surface she showed to the people around her, is something that history cannot fully recover. But what she did, in the weeks and months that followed, would speak volumes about where she ultimately landed. The trial was set for the spring of 1910. Kansas City began to prepare itself for what the newspapers were already calling the trial of the century. Attorneys were assembled. Witnesses were prepared. Evidence was organized into the shape that the prosecution needed it to take in order to be presented to a jury of 12 men who would be asked to look at everything that had happened in the Swope mansion over the autumn and winter of 1909 and determine whether it added up to murder. It was a question that seemed, to most of the people who had been paying attention, to have an obvious answer. But the law is not always comfortable with obvious answers. The law requires proof of a specific kind, and the defense of a wealthy and well-connected physician in 1910 had resources that an ordinary defendant could not dream of. There were expert witnesses who would testify that cyanide could form naturally in embalming fluid. There were alternative theories, carefully constructed and confidently presented, for every piece of evidence the prosecution intended to bring forward. The courtroom would be the place where the truth and the law met each other, and whether they would agree was a question that nobody, in January of 1910, could answer with confidence. But the question was coming. Spring was coming, and with it, one of the most dramatic, most public, most bitterly contested courtroom battles that the American Midwest had ever produced. Hyde sat in his cell and waited. He was, by all accounts, calm. He was also, according to people who visited him in those weeks before the trial, already preparing his defense, already thinking several moves ahead, already operating, in the small room where the law had placed him, with the same patient deliberateness that had characterized every decision he had made since the autumn of 1905, when he had married Frances Swope in secret and begun his long, slow, terrible calculation of what her family's fortune was worth and what he was willing to do to obtain it. What he had done had been methodical. What the law would now do to him would need to be equally methodical. And in the spring of 1910, the methodical processes of American justice would grind into motion with the full weight of a city's horror and grief and outrage behind them. The question that nobody knew the answer to yet, the question that would not be answered for months, and whose answer would not satisfy everyone even when it finally arrived, was whether that weight would be enough. Whether truth, carefully assembled and skillfully presented, would be sufficient to overcome the resources of a man who had already demonstrated, in the most terrible possible way, what careful, patient, skillful deliberateness could accomplish. That question was about to be answered in the most public way imaginable, and the people of Kansas City were watching. The spring of 1910 came to Kansas City the way springs come to the Midwest, reluctantly at first, in the cold, bright mornings that feel more like a continuation of winter than a departure from it, and then all at once, in a rush of warmth and green that makes you forget, for a moment, everything that the previous season contained. The trees along the boulevards put out their new leaves. The Missouri River ran high and fast with the snowmelt from the north. People who had spent the winter months moving quickly between heated buildings began to slow down and look at the sky and breathe the particular sweetness of air that has turned. But in the courthouse, there was no spring. In the courthouse, it was still the autumn and winter of 1909, because that was the season the law was still working through, examining every hour of those months with the methodical patience of a process that does not care about the calendar outside its windows. Inside the courtroom where the state of Missouri versus Bennett Clark Hyde would be heard, the light was filtered and the air was close and the rows of benches were filled, every morning of every day of the trial, with the greatest concentration of human attention that Kansas City had ever directed at a single room. People came from across the city. People who had never met the Swopes and had no personal connection to the case came and sat and listened and watched, because the trial of Bennett Clark Hyde had taken on the quality of a civic event, something that transcended the specific facts of the specific case, and had become instead a referendum on questions that Kansas City and the country beyond it were deeply invested in. Questions about medicine and trust. Questions about money and marriage and the terrible things that people are capable of when the distance between ambition and action becomes very small. Questions about what a family owes its members and what its members owe each other. The attorneys entered the courtroom with the gravity of men who understood the historical weight of what they were doing. The prosecution was led by James Reed, a man whose courtroom presence had the particular quality of contained energy, the sense of a force being carefully directed rather than freely released. Reed was brilliant and precise, and he had spent the months since Hyde's arrest building a case that he believed was, at its core, simple. He had a dead man. He had a motive. He had physical evidence. He had witnesses. He had the testimony of science. The task, as he understood it, was to present these elements in a sequence that would be both intellectually compelling and emotionally comprehensible to a jury of 12 men who would need to feel the truth of what had happened as well as understand it. The defense was equally formidable. Hyde's attorneys were experienced, well-resourced, and deeply committed to the alternative narrative they had constructed around the events in the Swope mansion. Their version of the story was not a simple denial. Simple denial is the weakest form of legal defense, the version that juries find least convincing because it requires them to disbelieve everything they have heard without offering them anything to believe instead. Hyde's defense was more sophisticated than that. It was a version of the story in which every piece of evidence the prosecution presented had an innocent explanation, in which the deaths that had occurred in the Swope household were the natural and tragic consequences of an old man's age and a household's vulnerability to disease, in which Bennett Clark Hyde was not a murderer, but a physician who had made some unconventional decisions under difficult circumstances and was now being made to pay for them by a family that had always resented him, and that was using the legal system as an instrument of their personal animosity. It was a coherent story. It was a story that contained enough truth, enough genuine ambiguity, enough genuine scientific uncertainty to be taken seriously. And it was the story that Hyde's attorneys intended to tell, in the most authoritative and convincing way they could manage, to 12 men who would decide whether their client lived the rest of his life as a free man or in a prison cell. The courtroom filled. The judge took his seat. The jury was selected with the careful deliberateness that high-stakes trials require. 12 men whose biographies and temperaments and relationships to the Swope family and to the medical profession were examined and weighed and argued over until a panel was assembled that both sides believed they could work with. Then the opening statements began, and the trial of the century was officially underway. James Reed opened for the prosecution with a speech that the newspapers would describe the following morning as one of the most compelling opening arguments ever delivered in a Missouri courtroom. He did not begin with the evidence. He began with the Colonel. He described Thomas Hunton Swope the way a man describes someone he genuinely admires. The Kentucky boy who came to Kansas City with vision and patience and the particular courage of someone who is willing to bet everything on something that everyone else considers worthless. He described the park. He described the fortune. He described the family. He built the Colonel up, in the minds of the jury, into the kind of figure whose death deserved the full weight of the law's attention. A man who had given his city something permanent and beautiful. A man who had trusted the wrong person with his life. Then Reed turned to Hyde, and the warmth left his voice, not with drama, not with the theatrical shift that would have seemed manipulative, but quietly, with the simple factual neutrality of a man setting down something heavy and letting its weight speak for itself. He described Hyde's background, the grave robbing allegations, the suspension from his position as police surgeon, the secret marriage, the financial stakes. He described what had happened to Moss Hunton, and what had happened to the Colonel, and what had happened during the typhoid outbreak, and he described all of it in the precise chronological sequence that made the pattern unmistakable, the pattern of a man moving through a household and leaving a trail of dead people whose deaths all served the same financial purpose. He told the jury what the autopsies had found. He told them about the strychnine in the Colonel's liver. He told them about the cyanide in the capsule fragments from the snow. He told them about the typhoid cultures that Hyde had obtained before the outbreak began. He told them about Pearl Keller. He told them about Tom Swope watching Hyde crush a capsule under his foot in the winter darkness beneath a street lamp, and about the smell of cyanide rising from the snow where Hyde's foot had come down. By the time Reed sat down, the courtroom was very quiet. The particular quiet of people who have been shown something they cannot unsee. The defense opened with a different approach. Where Reed had been direct and sequential, Hyde's lead attorney was discursive and philosophical, beginning not with facts but with the concept of reasonable doubt. He reminded the jury, carefully and at length, that the law did not require them to be certain of Hyde's innocence. It required the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt, he suggested, was everywhere in this case. The science was uncertain. The timelines were ambiguous. The witnesses had their own agendas and their own connections to the Swope family and their own reasons to want a particular outcome. The autopsies had been conducted by physicians who had been hired by people who already believed Hyde was guilty. The laboratory analyses had been performed under conditions of institutional pressure. Everywhere you looked in this case, the defense attorney suggested, you found not the clean certainty of proven fact but the murky, contested territory of interpretation. He described the embalming fluid theory. This was one of the defense's central scientific arguments, and it was not entirely without merit, which was precisely why it was chosen. Potassium cyanide, the defense's chemistry experts would testify, can be produced under certain conditions during the embalming process, as a byproduct of the chemical reactions between the embalming compounds and the tissue of the body. If the autopsies had found cyanide in the tissue samples, the defense would argue that cyanide may have been produced by the embalming process itself rather than introduced before death. It was an argument that required a jury to understand some fairly complex organic chemistry, and the defense understood that jurors who cannot follow a technical argument tend to default to uncertainty, and uncertainty, in a criminal trial, is the defendant's best friend. He described the flies theory. Typhoid fever, the defense would argue, spreads through contaminated water and food, but it can also spread through flies, which carry the bacteria from infected sources to food and water supplies without anyone introducing it deliberately. The outbreak in the Swope household could have been a natural occurrence, the defense would suggest, a tragic but entirely explicable public health event of the kind that had devastated households and communities across America throughout the preceding decades. He described the cockroach extermination theory. The cyanide, he would argue, was present in the household for entirely innocent reasons. It was used, as it was used in many households of that era to control vermin. The capsule fragments that Tom Swope had found in the snow and identified as smelling of cyanide might have been entirely unrelated to any medical treatment. Might have been one of dozens of ordinary household items that contained cyanide compounds for perfectly legitimate purposes. It was a performance of alternative explanation, a demonstration of the defense's ability to take each piece of evidence and hold it up to a different light and show the jury a version of it that did not require them to conclude that Bennett Clark Hyde was a murderer. And it was delivered with the confidence and fluency of a man who had been in courtrooms before and who knew exactly what effect he was aiming for. Then the witnesses began. Pearl Keller took the stand, and the courtroom leaned forward collectively, the way an audience leans forward when the person they have been waiting for finally appears. She was, by all accounts, exactly what she appeared to be, a nurse, a professional woman, a person who had spent her career in circumstances that required composure and precision and the ability to observe accurately under pressure. She sat in the witness box and she answered every question in the clear, measured tones of someone who is telling the truth and knows it and is not frightened of the implications. She described everything she had seen, the tablet and the convulsions, Hyde's face in the minutes after the colonel died, the mysterious capsules administered in private moments, the pattern of who got sick and when and following what contact with Hyde. She described it all with a specificity of detail that comes only from someone who was actually present and actually paying attention, the kind of specificity that is very difficult to fabricate because fabricated testimony tends to be either too vague or too precise, while genuine memory has the particular texture of reality, the texture of specific sensory details that nobody would have thought to invent. The defense cross-examined her vigorously. They questioned her training. They questioned her ability to accurately assess what she had seen in a situation that was medically complex and emotionally fraught. They suggested that her account had been influenced by what she had subsequently learned, that she was fitting her memories to a narrative rather than reporting what she had actually observed in real time. They tried to find inconsistencies between what she said on the stand and what she had said in earlier statements, and they found some. Small ones, the ordinary inconsistencies that exist in any honest person's account of events observed under stress. And they held those inconsistencies up and examined them with the meticulous attention of people who understand that a jury watching a witness struggle to reconcile small discrepancies may begin to question the larger account. Pearl Keller held. She acknowledged the small inconsistencies without apology and without defensiveness, in the straightforward way of someone who understands that perfect consistency in testimony is actually a sign of rehearsal rather than honesty. She said, more than once, the most powerful thing a witness can say in a courtroom: I am telling you what I saw. I am not telling you what it means. I am telling you what I saw. Dr. Twyman testified about his instruction to Hyde to stop the bleeding of Moss Hunton at 1 pint, and about his understanding that his instruction had been followed, and about his subsequent shock when he learned that Hyde had continued well beyond the limit specified. He was a credible witness in the specific way that physicians tend to be credible witnesses, authoritative without being arrogant, technically precise without being incomprehensible, clearly distressed by what he was describing without allowing that distress to compromise the accuracy of his account. Dr. Stewart testified about the typhoid cultures. He described the request Hyde had made, the professional context in which it had been made, his own belief at the time that the request was legitimate, and his subsequent reckoning with what that request might have been for. He was a careful witness, a man who understood the professional gravity of what he was saying, who was clearly uncomfortable with the implications of his own testimony, but who was too honest to shade it in a direction that might have been more comfortable. The nurses who had cared for the family members during the typhoid outbreak described the capsules. They described Hyde's presence and absence at specific moments during specific patients' illnesses. They described things they had observed that had seemed, at the time, slightly unusual but not alarming, and that had only cohered into a pattern when considered in light of everything that had subsequently emerged. They were not individually devastating witnesses. Their testimony was the kind of testimony that accumulates rather than strikes, that builds its effect through repetition and corroboration rather than through any single dramatic revelation. The chemists were the most technically complex element of the prosecution's case, and also, in some ways, the most powerful. The laboratory analysts who had examined the capsule fragments, the tissue samples, the vomit collected from Margaret, took the stand and explained their findings in the precise language of forensic chemistry, translating the molecular evidence into terms that the jury could follow and evaluate. Strychnine in the liver, cyanide on the capsule fragments, consistent with the chemical profiles of the specific compounds that had been widely available through medical channels in 1909. And then there was the financial testimony. The attorneys and administrators who had been involved in the management of the Swope estate described the structure of the will, the amounts involved, the significance of the residuary fund, and the ways in which the specific deaths that had occurred had altered the distribution of the fortune. This testimony was perhaps the driest element of the prosecution's case, but it was also in some ways the most clarifying, because it answered the question that underlies every murder trial before it is ever asked out loud. Why? Why would a man do this? What could possibly be worth the risk, worth the calculation, worth the terrible weight of what had been done in that house? The financial testimony answered the question in the most direct possible way. $3.5 million. That was why. That was the calculation. That was the weight that Bennett Clark Hyde had placed on the other side of the scale from 3 human lives and had determined, in the privacy of his own mind, was worth more. The defense presented its witnesses with equal organization and equal confidence. Chemistry experts testified about the embalming fluid theory, carefully explaining the conditions under which cyanide compounds can form as a byproduct of the preservation process, acknowledging under cross-examination that those conditions were not always present and not always sufficient to produce the concentrations found, but insisting that the possibility could not be ruled out. Medical experts testified about the natural progression of typhoid fever and the legitimacy of Hyde's diagnoses. Character witnesses testified to Hyde's professional standing, his reputation in the medical community, the opinions of colleagues and peers who had worked alongside him and who believed him to be a competent and ethical physician. And then Hyde himself took the stand. This was the moment the courtroom had been waiting for. This was the moment that the crowds of spectators, the reporters filling their notebooks with careful shorthand, the family members seated in their designated section of the gallery, had been anticipating since the trial began. The defendant himself, the man at the center of everything, sitting in the witness box and facing the jury directly and telling his own story in his own words. Hyde was composed. He was, by the accounts of every reporter who described his testimony, almost eerily composed, the kind of composed that reads differently depending on how you interpret what composure means in a context like this. To some observers, it was the composure of an innocent man who has nothing to hide and is not afraid of the truth. To others, it was something colder. Something that had the quality of calculation rather than conscience. He described his medical decisions in the autumn of 1909 as the honest decisions of a physician doing his best under difficult circumstances. He described the bleeding of Moss Hunton as a legitimate medical procedure that he had believed was appropriate given Hunton's condition. He described the tablet he had given the colonel as a genuine attempt to address a genuine symptom. He described his presence during the typhoid outbreak as the presence of a dedicated physician working around the clock to care for a family in crisis. He was fluent. He was detailed. He was, on the surface, persuasive. And then James Reed stood up to cross-examine him. Reed had been waiting. Reed had been listening to Hyde's direct testimony with the focused attention of a man who is not simply hearing words, but is mapping them against everything he knows, noting every assertion, every timeline, every claim that can be checked against the evidence. And when he rose and began his cross-examination, it became quickly apparent that he had found the threads. The threads in Hyde's account that, when pulled, caused the fabric of the story to come apart. He asked Hyde about the typhoid cultures. He asked Hyde to explain, precisely and specifically, what legitimate research purpose had required him to obtain live typhoid cultures in the weeks before a typhoid outbreak struck the household in which he was the treating physician. Hyde's answer was careful, but it was also evasive in a way that the jury could see. He described research interests that did not quite cohere, professional purposes that were not quite specific enough to be convincing. Reed pulled the thread a little further. He asked about the capsules. He asked Hyde to account for specific capsules that nurses had described observing him administer to specific patients at specific times. Hyde denied some of the instances. He offered alternative explanations for others. But the alternative explanations required the jury to disbelieve the nurses, the multiple independent nurses who had all described similar observations without having coordinated their accounts, and the cumulative weight of those accounts was not easy to dismiss. Reed asked about the Thanksgiving gathering and the bottled water. He asked Hyde to explain why he had brought bottled water for some family members while others drank from the cistern, and why the subsequent pattern of illness aligned so precisely with that division. Hyde said the water was brought as a courtesy. Reed asked whether it was a coincidence that the people who drank Hyde's water were the ones who got sick. Hyde said it appeared to be. Reed asked whether Hyde understood how that appeared to the jury. Hyde's attorney objected. The jury noticed. And then Reed asked about the night in the snow. About what Hyde had been crushing under his foot beneath the street lamp. About the capsule fragments. About the cyanide smell. Hyde denied that the capsule contained cyanide. He denied that what he had crushed was medically significant. He offered an explanation that was, in its specifics, impossible to verify and impossible to disprove. But the jury was watching his face. And his face, which had been composed through every other moment of the trial, was doing something different under Reed's cross-examination. Not breaking, not visibly cracking, but working. The composure was still there, but it was working now. It was being maintained rather than being natural, and the difference was visible to 12 men who had been sitting in that courtroom for weeks watching a man's face and learning, the way jurors learn things, the particular grammar of that face. One juror, in an account he gave to a newspaper after the verdict was delivered, described the moment he knew. He described watching Hyde's face during Reed's cross-examination and seeing, in the fraction of a second between a question and an answer, something that he described as the expression of a man who is choosing what to say rather than remembering what happened. He said that was the moment, not the science, not the witnesses. Hyde's own face, in that fraction of a second, was what convinced him. The closing arguments were long and powerful on both sides. Reed told the jury that the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only, and that the direction it pointed was toward a man who had cold-bloodedly murdered 3 members of his wife's family in order to secure a fortune that he had no legitimate claim to. He asked them to hold that man accountable. He asked them to give the Colonel and Chrisman and Moss Hunton the justice that the law existed to provide. The defense told the jury that doubt was everywhere and that reasonable men could not, in good conscience, send a man to prison for life based on evidence that was, at its core, circumstantial and contested and subject to multiple legitimate interpretations. They reminded the jury of their obligation. They appealed to their sense of the law's demands. The jury retired to deliberate. They were out for 3 days. 3 days of 12 men in a room with all of the evidence, all of the testimony, all of the photographs and chemical analyses and witness accounts. 3 days of arguments and disagreements, and the particular difficulty of 12 people trying to reach a unanimous decision about something that one of them would later describe as the hardest thing he had ever been asked to do. And then they came back. The foreman stood. The courtroom was absolutely silent. The kind of silence that has physical weight, the kind of silence that you can feel pressing against your eardrums. Guilty. The word landed in the courtroom like something dropped from a great height. Frances Hyde, seated in the gallery, closed her eyes. The Swope family members present exhaled, some of them audibly. The reporters' pens were already moving. Hyde received the verdict with the composure that had characterized his entire public presentation throughout the proceedings, but those who were watching closely described seeing something change in his eyes. Something that might have been, in a different man, relief. But in Hyde's eyes it looked like calculation, like a man who had already begun to think about the next move. The sentence was life imprisonment. Hyde was taken from the courtroom. Kansas City breathed. The newspapers declared justice served. The Swope family, devastated and exhausted, and still grieving in the complicated way of people who have lost both their loved ones and their sense of safety in the world, try to understand what it meant to be on the other side of the trial. To have the verdict they had sought and to find that the verdict did not, in fact, bring back anyone they had lost. But the story was not over. It was, in fact, not even close to over. Because the law had more to say on the subject of Bennett Clark Hyde. And what it had to say would not be what anyone expected. The verdict had been delivered. The sentence had been pronounced. The courtroom had delivered its judgment, and the city had received it, and the newspapers had reported it, and the families had begun, tentatively, to think about what life looked like on the other side of this. And then the Missouri Supreme Court began to read the trial record. What they found when they read it would change everything. And nobody, not the prosecution, not the family, not the 12 men who had spent 3 days reaching the verdict that the city had celebrated, saw it coming. There is something that the law does that ordinary life does not do. And it is this: the law looks backward. Long after the moment of crisis is past, long after the grief has settled into its quieter, more permanent form, long after the city has exhaled and the newspapers have moved on to the next story and the families have begun the slow, painful work of reconstruction, the law continues to examine what happened in that courtroom. It reads the transcript. It reviews the rulings. It measures every decision made by the judge, every objection sustained or overruled, every instruction given to the jury against the standard of what the law requires. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes, it finds that the standard was not met, that something in the machinery of justice, something procedural and technical and invisible to the people in the gallery who were watching a human drama unfold, had failed to operate correctly. When that happens, the law does a thing that feels, to the people most affected by it, like a kind of cruelty. It undoes what has been done. It reaches back into the verdict that everyone believed was settled, and it pulls at a thread, and the thread unravels, and what had seemed finished and resolved becomes unfinished and unresolved again, becomes a wound that had begun to close and is now open again, and the people who are living with that wound have to find a way to bear the reopening. This is what the Missouri Supreme Court did to the Swope case in the months after the guilty verdict was delivered in the spring of 1910. The justices of the Missouri Supreme Court did not reopen the case because they believed Hyde was innocent. They were not making a statement about whether strychnine had been found in the colonel's liver or whether cyanide had been present in the capsule fragments or whether Pearl Keller had told the truth on the witness stand. They were not, in the particular and limited sense in which courts of appeal operate, concerned with the facts of the case at all. They were concerned with the process, with whether the trial that had produced the guilty verdict had been conducted in accordance with the requirements that the law imposed on criminal proceedings, and whether every ruling made by the trial court had been correct according to those requirements. And they found that not everything had been correct. The specific errors that the Missouri Supreme Court identified were technical. They were the kind of errors that require a legal education to fully appreciate, the kind of errors that make perfect sense within the framework of appellate jurisprudence and that seem, to anyone outside that framework, almost deliberately perverse. Some of the testimony that had been admitted at trial, the court determined, should not have been admitted. Some of the evidence that the jury had been allowed to consider had been obtained or presented in ways that the rules of evidence did not permit. The judge had made rulings during the trial, rulings that had seemed, to everyone in the courtroom at the time, like ordinary exercises of judicial discretion, that the Supreme Court now determined had been erroneous. The conviction was overturned. The news arrived in Kansas City the way certain kinds of news arrive, not with the drama of a sudden shock, but with the slow, terrible unfolding of something that you understand piece by piece, and that becomes worse with each piece you understand. The Swope family heard it in stages. The attorneys heard it in stages. The general public, which had been following the case since the investigation began, and which had formed a strong and largely unanimous opinion about what had happened in the Swope mansion and who was responsible for it, heard it in stages too. And in each stage, the reaction was the same. Disbelief, followed by a kind of hollow outrage, followed by the exhausted resignation of people who have been fighting for a long time and have been told that they must fight again. Frances Hyde was still in the city. She had maintained her support for her husband through the trial, or at least she had maintained the public appearance of support, which in a case this public was the only kind of support that most people could see. She had sat in the gallery. She had been present through the testimony and the arguments and the verdict. She had navigated the impossible position of a woman whose husband had been convicted of murdering her uncle and her nephew, whose family believed her husband was a killer, and whose own private understanding of the truth was something that only she could fully know. When the conviction was overturned, the family's attention returned to Frances with a particular intensity, because Frances was the hinge. She was the connection between Hyde and the Swope fortune. She was the person through whom Hyde's access to the family had been established, and through whom his motive had been defined. What Frances believed, and what Frances did, was going to matter enormously to what happened next. Hyde was released from custody pending retrial. He walked out of the jail in Kansas City into a city that looked at him with the particular complicated gaze of a community that believes someone is guilty and has watched the law fail to hold them accountable. There were no celebrations. There were no supporters gathered to welcome him. There was instead the cold, particular silence of people who have made up their minds and are simply watching to see what the legal formalities will ultimately produce. Hyde returned to Frances. Or rather, Hyde returned to the house, and Frances was in it. And they resumed some form of the domestic arrangement that the autumn of 1909 and the events that followed had suspended but had not yet formally ended. What passed between them in private, what conversations, what accusations, what silences, is something that history cannot recover. But the texture of that domestic situation can be imagined by any person who has ever been in a relationship in which something enormous and unspoken has taken up permanent residence between two people, in which the ordinary furniture of shared life sits unchanged while the atmosphere has become unbreathable. The prosecution announced its intention to retry Hyde. There would be a second trial. The state was not conceding that the overturned conviction meant Hyde was innocent. It meant only that the first trial had been procedurally flawed and that the case needed to be tried again in a way that corrected those flaws. The second trial was scheduled. The attorneys prepared again. The witnesses, many of whom had already given their testimony once and had spent months afterward trying to return to ordinary life, were told to prepare to do it again. The second trial began and then produced its own complications. There were hung juries. There were additional procedural issues. There were delays and continuances and the grinding, exhausting machinery of a legal process that was being operated on a case that everyone involved was deeply tired of. A case that had consumed enormous resources of time and money and emotional energy, and that was showing no signs of resolving itself cleanly. Through all of this, Hyde was a free man. A free man under the shadow of pending charges. A free man whose career had been destroyed. A free man whose name had become synonymous in the Missouri public mind with something that he had never been finally convicted of, but that virtually everyone believed him to have done. He could not practice medicine. Not because the law had taken his license. The legal situation was too unresolved for that formal sanction, but because no one would come to him as a patient. Because the reputation that a physician's practice is built upon had been burned to the ground in the most public possible way and would never be rebuilt. Because the name Bennett Clark Hyde now meant something specific and terrible to the people of Kansas City, and no amount of legal maneuvering could change what it meant. He was, in a sense that the law had not yet formally produced, but that his circumstances had already practically imposed, a man who had lost everything. He began to drink. This was reported by people who encountered him in the years after the trials, people who described a man who was visibly diminished from the composed, carefully presented figure who had sat in the courtroom. The composure had been the armor, and the armor had been designed for a specific kind of battle, and now that the battle had shifted into a different terrain, not the formal terrain of the courtroom where performance and precision were the tools, but the informal terrain of ordinary daily life, where reputation and trust and the goodwill of other people were the currency. The armor did not fit anymore. And without it, what was underneath was not what the armor had suggested. Frances was watching this. Frances had been watching her husband for years with the complicated attention of a woman who loves someone and simultaneously cannot fully trust what she sees in them. And what she saw in the years after the conviction and the reversal and the retrials was a man who was disintegrating, whose internal structure was failing, whose ability to maintain the surface that he had always maintained was declining with each month that passed. There came a point, a specific point, though the exact moment is not recoverable from the historical record, when Frances made a decision. When she looked at what her life had become and what the man she had married had cost her, not just in the loss of her uncle and her nephew and the devastation of her family, but in the destruction of her own life, her own reputation, her own sense of safety and trust in the world, and she decided that she was done. She divorced him. The divorce was not a surprise to anyone who had been paying attention. It was, in fact, remarkable that it had taken as long as it did. Remarkable that Frances had maintained the form of the marriage through the investigations and the trials and the retrials and all the public agony that had accompanied them. But when it came It came with a finality that felt definitive in a way that the legal proceedings never quite had. The law had been uncertain about Bennett Clark Hyde. The law had convicted him and then unconvicted him, had tried him and retried him, and produced results that were ambiguous and contested and unresolved. But Frances was not the law. Frances was a woman who had access to a kind of knowledge about her husband that the law could not subpoena, and whatever that knowledge told her, it was enough. She left. She took what was hers by right of the inheritance she had received as Thomas Hunton Swope's niece, and she rebuilt her life with the particular quiet determination of a woman who has survived something that should have destroyed her and has decided that survival is enough, that it is in fact more than enough, that it is a kind of triumph even if it does not look like one from the outside. Hyde was alone. The charges against him were eventually, after years of legal proceedings that had produced no final, sustainable conviction, dismissed. The state of Missouri did not formally acquit him. The charges were not resolved by a finding of innocence. They were simply dropped, in the exhausted, anticlimactic way that cases sometimes end when the legal system has depleted its resources and its patience, and has concluded that the path to a final sustainable conviction has become too expensive and too uncertain to continue pursuing. Legally, Bennett Clark Hyde was a free man. Legally, he had never been finally convicted of anything. Legally, there was no formal finding that he had murdered 3 members of his wife's family or attempted to murder several others. The law, in its particular and limited way, had declined to produce the definitive accounting that the events in the Swope mansion seemed to demand. But legally free and actually free are not the same thing. And Bennett Clark Hyde discovered this with a thoroughness that the law's formal inability to convict him could not ameliorate. He moved. He tried to start again in a new place, in the way that people who have destroyed their lives in one location sometimes imagine that a change of geography will change the nature of their circumstances. He went to a small town. He tried to practice medicine again, because medicine was the only profession he had, the only set of skills he possessed that could generate an income. And for a brief time, in a place where his name was not yet known, he found a few patients willing to see him. Then his name became known. Then the stories arrived, as stories always arrive in small communities, carried by people who had read the newspapers or who had heard from people who had read the newspapers, and the small, careful professional life he had begun to rebuild collapsed again. The patients stopped coming. The practice closed. Hyde moved again. He was chasing something that could not be caught. He was trying to become anonymous in a country that had watched his trial in newspapers from coast to coast, in a time before the concept of rehabilitated public reputation existed in any meaningful way, in circumstances that had made his name a kind of shorthand for something that people who had never met him nonetheless felt they understood completely. He lived another 2.5 decades. He died in 1934, more than 20 years after the events in the Swope mansion, in circumstances that were modest and solitary and very far from the glittering orbit of wealth and influence that he had spent his life trying to enter. He was not mourned publicly. The newspapers that covered his death noted his passing with the brief, factual dispassion of journalists recording the end of a story rather than the death of a person. He was buried. He left no legacy of any kind that the public record preserves. The children he might have had, the career he might have built, the life he might have lived had he been a different kind of man. All of that was gone, consumed in the autumn and winter of 1909 in a mansion in Kansas City where the fires had burned and the silver had been polished and everything had looked, from the outside, like exactly what it was supposed to be. The Swope family continued. It was diminished and changed and permanently scarred by what had happened to it, but it continued in the way that families do, because families have a kind of institutional momentum that individual catastrophes slow but rarely stop entirely. The children of the nieces and nephews grew up in the shadow of the story, in the particular complicated shadow of a family tragedy that had also been a national news event, and they carried that shadow with them the way people carry the weight of their family's history, without always being fully conscious of it, but never entirely free of it either. Swope Park remained. The 1,400 acres that Colonel Thomas Hunton Swope had donated to the city of Kansas City in the gesture that had defined his public legacy remained exactly as they had been, green and permanent, and visited by ordinary people who knew the park's name, but may or may not have known the story of the man whose name it bore, or the story of what had happened to that man in the autumn of his life, when someone he trusted had decided that his fortune was more valuable than his remaining years. The park endures. It endures in the way that acts of genuine generosity tend to endure, outlasting the complicated human circumstances that surrounded them, surviving the revelation of everything ugly and violent that the human beings around them were capable of, remaining simply and stubbornly itself. Green in summer, gold and red in autumn, white in the Missouri winters, visited by children and families and old people and young people who spread blankets on the grass and look up at the sky and breathe the particular air of a place that was given to them by someone who understood, in some fundamental way, that there are things more important than money. Colonel Swope had understood that. He had understood it well enough to give away 1,400 acres of land that was worth millions, to say to the city that had made him wealthy, "Here, this is yours. This is my gift to you, and to your children, and to everyone who comes after you." He had understood that the legacy of a life is not measured in the fortune it accumulates, but in the things it leaves behind that matter to people who never knew you. What he had not understood, in the particular blindness of a man who had spent his life dealing with real estate and financial abstractions, was the specific danger that his fortune represented to the people closest to him. He had not understood that the very wealth he had spent his life building had made him a target in his own household. Had not understood that the man sitting at his table, the man his niece had married, the man who brought him medicine and spoke to him in the measured, professional tones of a caring physician, had done the arithmetic of that fortune and had arrived at conclusions that should have been unthinkable, but were not. The colonel had trusted. That is the thing that stays with you, when you have spent enough time with this story and turned it over enough times in your mind. He had trusted in the way that old people trust the people who take care of them, in the way that patients trust their physicians, in the way that families trust the members they have chosen to welcome into their circle. He had trusted, and that trust had been the instrument of his death, and there is something in that fact that is both heartbreaking and deeply, persistently human. Because trust is not a weakness. Trust is what makes it possible to live in community with other people. Trust is what makes families possible and care possible, and the whole beautiful, complicated enterprise of human interdependence possible. The fact that trust can be exploited does not make it wrong to extend it. The fact that Bennett Hyde existed does not mean that Colonel Swope should have lived his final years in suspicion and isolation. The lesson of this story is not that we should trust less. The lesson of this story is about what we lose when someone violates the thing that makes human life bearable, and about the particular ugliness of a mind that looks at love and care and family and sees in them only a mechanism to be exploited. The Kansas City that had watched the trial and debated the verdict and been outraged by the reversal eventually moved on, as cities always do. New stories arrived. New scandals and tragedies and triumphs demanded the attention that the Swope case had commanded. The courtroom where Hyde was tried found other defendants. The newspapers that had filled their front pages with the details of the investigation and the testimony turned those pages over to other events, other people, other dramas. But the case did not disappear from the consciousness of the people who had lived through it. It did not disappear from the consciousness of the legal community, which debated its procedural lessons for decades. It did not disappear from the medical community, which used it in discussions about physician ethics and the particular dangers of trust in the patient-physician relationship. It did not disappear from the women's community, which had followed Frances Hyde's impossible situation with the particular attentiveness of women who understood, at some visceral level, the position of a woman married to a man who is not what he presented himself to be. And it did not disappear from the collective memory of Kansas City itself. It persisted, the way the most significant local stories persist, as a reference point, a touchstone, something that people invoked when they were trying to understand other things, when they were trying to make sense of betrayal or greed, or the specific horror of violence disguised as care. The story was told and retold. It was written about and analyzed and debated. It became one of those cases that true crime enthusiasts discover and then cannot let go of, because it contains within it all the elements that make a case impossible to fully resolve in the mind. The evidence that seems conclusive. The legal outcome that refuses to be conclusive. The central figure who maintains his composure to the end and takes whatever he knows with him when he dies. The family that survives but is never the same. The city that watches and cannot look away. It contains, too, the particular quality of unfinished justice that haunts the people who study it. The chemistry was there. The witnesses were there. The motive was there, massive and undeniable, written in the language of millions of dollars and a will that had been altered by death in ways that consistently benefited one person. And yet the law, in its particular and limited way, had been unable to produce a final, sustained accounting. Was Bennett Clark Hyde guilty? The question is not difficult to answer if you look at the totality of what the historical record contains. The pattern is too consistent. The evidence is too specific. The behavior is too precisely aligned with the outcomes that each death produced. The deliberate, methodical quality of it, the obtaining of the typhoid cultures, the administration of capsules in private moments, the Thanksgiving gathering with its carefully distributed water, the capsule crushed under a boot in the snow, has the texture of planning rather than coincidence. But guilty and legally convicted are not the same thing. And in the American legal system, which is built on the principle that the failure to convict beyond a reasonable doubt is preferable to the conviction of an innocent person, Hyde's legal status remained, at the end of his life, formally unresolved. The colonel had said, with the clarity of a dying man, "I wish I hadn't taken that damned medicine." He had known. He had known in the instant that his body began its terrible response to what had been given to him. And in knowing, and in finding the words to say it even as the convulsions came, he had left behind the most human and most haunting piece of testimony in the entire case. Not a laboratory report, not a legal brief, not a nurse's careful account of what she had observed. Just an old man's voice, rising through whatever was happening to him, reaching for the one thing that might still matter. The truth. He wanted to say the truth before he lost the ability to say anything at all. And in those few words, in the grammar of a man who is 80 years old and dying and wants someone to know what happened to him, he gave the world something that no amount of legal maneuvering could entirely erase. He said what had been done to him. He said it clearly. He said it in a voice that everyone in that room would hear for the rest of their lives. In a voice that traveled from a bedroom in a Kansas City mansion in October of 1909 all the way to this moment. All the way to wherever you are right now, lying in the dark with your blanket pulled close, listening to a story that is 115 years old and still not finished, still not entirely resolved, still carrying within it the weight of what was done and the weight of what was not, ultimately, fully answered for. Take a breath. You are safe where you are. The world outside is quiet. The winter that fell on Kansas City in 1909 has thawed and returned and thawed again more times than anyone now living can remember. The park that bears Colonel Swope's name is still there, the grass still green, the paths still welcoming, the gift he gave his city still intact, still visited, still maturing. The dead are at rest. Whatever peace was available to them, they have it. And the story continues. Because there is more. There are people we have not yet fully met, threads we have not yet fully followed, corners of this case that the daylight has not yet fully reached. We are not done yet. Not by a long way. Stay with us. There is a particular kind of woman that history tends to overlook. Not because she is unimportant. Often she is the most important person in the story, but because her importance operates in a register that the official record does not always know how to capture. She is not the villain. She is not the victim, at least not in the straightforward way that the law defines victimhood. She is not the detective or the prosecutor or the witness whose testimony turns the case. She is something harder to categorize and therefore harder to remember. She is the woman in the middle. The woman around whom everything turns without anyone quite acknowledging that she is the axis. Frances Swope Hyde was that woman. She had been born into wealth and into the particular expectations that wealth imposes on women of a certain era and a certain social position. She was expected to be gracious and composed and appropriately educated and eventually appropriately married, and to manage her household and her social obligations with the quiet efficiency that well-bred women of her time were trained to deliver so seamlessly that nobody would think to call it work. She was expected to be an ornament and an organizer and a presence. And in all of these capacities, she had performed exactly as expected. She was, by every account of people who knew her before the autumn of 1909, a steady and sensible and fundamentally decent person, a woman who took her responsibilities seriously and who cared genuinely about the people around her. And then she had fallen in love with Bennett Clark Hyde, or had trusted him, or had been convinced by him, or had believed, in the particular way that intelligent women sometimes believe things about men who are telling them very convincing stories, that what he was presenting was what he actually was. The distinction matters, but it is a distinction that only Frances could have fully made, and Frances never spoke publicly about the interior of her marriage in a way that made her private understanding entirely clear. What she left behind was behavior, the sequence of decisions and actions that constitute a life lived under extraordinary pressure. And from that behavior, the patient observer can construct something that approximates the truth of her experience, even if it cannot be the full truth. She had married him in secret in 1905. This tells you something. It tells you that she understood her family would not approve, which means she understood at some level that there were reasons not to approve, which means she had made a conscious decision to proceed despite those reasons. Whether those reasons were simply the social objections of a family that found Hyde insufficiently established, or whether there was something more specific and more troubling that she was already choosing to look past, is impossible to know from the outside. But the secrecy itself speaks to a kind of courage, or a kind of recklessness, or some combination of both, that is worth noting in a woman who was otherwise described as prudent and conventional. Her mother had said, the moment she found out, "He is after the money." Frances had defended him. She had stood between her husband and her mother with the particular fierce loyalty of a woman who has committed herself to someone and intends to honor that commitment regardless of the cost. She had said, in words or in silence, that her mother was wrong, that the family's suspicion was unfair, that Hyde was a good man and a skilled physician, and that the family's resistance to him was rooted in snobbery and in the particular arrogance of wealthy families who believe that anyone seeking to marry into their circle must have an ulterior motive. She had believed this, or she had told herself she believed this, which is sometimes the same thing and sometimes not. And through the years between 1905 and 1909, she had continued to believe it, or to tell herself she did, while the evidence that might have challenged that belief accumulated quietly around her. The grave robbing allegations, the suspension from his position as police surgeon, the prior relationships with wealthy women that preceded his courtship of Frances, the way he spoke about money, not obsessively, not obviously, but with a particular attentiveness that she may have registered and stored in some part of her mind that she did not visit very often. These were the things she had chosen not to fully see. And she had chosen not to see them because seeing them would have required her to undo something that was already done, to admit something that admission would make terrible, to step out of the life she had built and into an uncertainty that she was not ready to face. Then the autumn of 1909 arrived, and the certainty she had been maintaining collapsed, and the uncertainty she had been avoiding became the only reality available. What did Frances know, and when did she know it? This is the question that hovered over the entire case, spoken and unspoken, in newspaper editorials, and in the quiet conversations of the Swope family, and in the minds of the 12 men who sat in the jury box and looked at Frances Hyde sitting in the gallery and tried to read her face. It is the question that history cannot fully answer, because the answer lived entirely inside Frances, and Frances never gave it out completely. What the record shows is this: Frances defended her husband through the investigation and through the first trial. She sat in the courtroom every day. She was present for Pearl Keller's testimony, and for the chemist's testimony, and for the financial testimony that laid out, in precise and damning detail, exactly what her husband had stood to gain from the deaths of 3 members of her family. She sat through all of it with the composed, unreadable expression of a woman who has decided that whatever she knows or suspects, she will not let it show on her face in a room full of reporters and spectators, and people who are looking at her with the particular hungry attention of an audience that wants a reaction. She did not break down. She did not cover her face with her hands. She did not weep publicly or rage publicly or perform any of the emotional responses that would have been entirely understandable in a woman sitting through a trial in which her husband was accused of murdering her uncle. She sat. She watched. She listened. And on her face, the careful observers who were watching her noted something that they described in various ways, as dignity, as denial, as the expression of a woman who has gone somewhere inside herself where the noise outside cannot reach. After the verdict, after Hyde was taken away to serve the life sentence that the court had imposed, Frances continued. She continued in the particular sense of simply persisting, of getting up in the morning and doing the things that days require, of managing her household and her relationships, and her position in a social world that was now looking at her with the complicated attention of people who are not entirely sure what to make of her. She was, after all, the wife of a convicted murderer, the niece of one of his victims, the sister of another victim's family member. She occupied a position of such profound contradiction that the ordinary social scripts simply did not apply. There was no established way to be Frances Hyde in 1910. There was no model for how a woman in her position was supposed to conduct herself, no community of similar women whose example she could follow, no advice column or social convention that addressed her specific circumstances. She had to invent it. She had to find, by trial and error and the sheer determination of someone who has no other option, a way to live inside a situation that had no precedent and no map. The retrials helped in one perverse and specific way. They kept the legal situation unresolved, which meant that Frances's position remained technically that of a defendant's wife rather than a convicted killer's wife, and that distinction gave her a small but real measure of social latitude. A wife who stands by her husband through a wrongful conviction, or through what might be a wrongful conviction, in a case where the Supreme Court has found procedural errors, is a sympathetic figure. A wife who stands by a convicted killer after all legal recourse has been exhausted is a different kind of figure entirely. Frances benefited, in a narrow and painful way, from the legal ambiguity that infuriated everyone else involved in the case. But the retrials also prolonged her exposure. They required her to remain in proximity to a situation that she needed to move away from. They kept the story alive in the newspapers at precisely the moments when it might otherwise have begun to fade. They made her name inseparable from a narrative that she had not chosen and could not control, and that was defining her in the public mind in ways that had nothing to do with who she actually was. There were conversations. There were private conversations between Frances and her family, particularly with her mother and her sister Margaret, that were reported in fragments in the accounts of people who were present for some of them. Margaret, who had received a capsule from Hyde's hand and who had survived because her body had expelled it violently, was not inclined toward patience or diplomacy on the subject of her sister's husband. Margaret had nearly died. Margaret had lain on a sickroom floor in convulsions while Hyde stood nearby, and Margaret had made up her mind about what that meant, and she was not the kind of woman who softened her conclusions out of consideration for a family member's emotional comfort. Frances, Margaret said, in one account that was preserved and later reported, "You know what he did." It was not a question. Frances did not answer immediately. The pause that followed that statement, the pause that the person reporting the conversation later described as the longest pause they had ever witnessed between two people who loved each other, was itself an answer of a kind. It was the pause of a woman who has been asked to say out loud the thing she has been carrying in silence, the thing she has been pressing down and covering over and building other things on top of, and who is feeling the weight of it pressing back. "I know," Frances said finally, "that he is my husband." It was the answer of a woman who is choosing loyalty over truth, or who is choosing not to choose, which is its own kind of choosing. It was also, if you listen to it carefully, an answer that does not say what Margaret had asked. Margaret had asked whether Frances knew what Hyde had done. Frances answered with what Hyde was to her, which is a very precise kind of non-answer, the kind that tells you that the person delivering it is living in the space between knowing and not knowing, that they are in the place where the evidence is sufficient but the acknowledgement is not yet possible. There came a point where the acknowledgement became possible, where whatever Frances had been holding in that space broke through the surface and demanded to be named. We do not know exactly when that point arrived. We do not know whether it was a single moment, a conversation, a document, a piece of evidence newly revealed, or whether it was a gradual accumulation, the slow pressure of years of living alongside an unacknowledged truth until the structure maintaining the silence finally gave way. What we know is what she did. She divorced him. The divorce was granted after the retrials had produced their inconclusive results. It was granted quietly, without the public drama that might have been expected given the public nature of everything else connected to the case. Frances's attorneys managed it with a discretion that suggested they understood how much attention it would attract, and were working actively to minimize that attention. The legal proceedings were brief. The settlement was private. And when it was done, Francis Swope Hyde became Francis Swope again, and began the careful, quiet work of reconstructing a life that had been interrupted in 1909 and had not, in any fully meaningful sense, resumed since. She was not a young woman by this point. The years of the investigation and the trials and the retrials had aged her in the way that prolonged stress ages people, not visibly, not dramatically, but deeply, in the interior structures of a person's energy and resilience and capacity for lightness. She was thinner than she had been. She was quieter than she had been. The steadiness that had always characterized her had taken on a different quality. Not the steadiness of someone who has not been tested, but the steadiness of someone who has been tested past what she thought were her limits, and has discovered that her limits were further out than she knew. She moved. She found a new home in a part of the city where the associations were less oppressive, where she could walk to the market and sit in a garden and exist in the ordinary rhythms of daily life, without every corner reminding her of something she was trying to move past. She reconnected with family members who had been estranged during the years when her loyalty to Hyde had placed her in opposition to them. She reconnected with her mother, carefully, in the particular careful way of women who have hurt each other and who understand that the hurt was real and that the healing will take time and that both things can be true simultaneously. Her mother received her. This matters. Maggie Swope, who had said from the beginning that Hyde was after the money, who had been correct in a way that was as terrible as it was vindicated, who had watched her daughter defend the man responsible for her brother's death. Maggie received Francis back into the warmth of the family without, as far as the record shows, any extended period of recrimination or punishment. She understood what Francis had been through. She understood it as a mother understands the impossible positions her children sometimes find themselves in, with the particular grace of a woman who loves someone enough to meet them where they are rather than where she thinks they should be. Francis and her mother sat together. They drank tea or coffee in the way of women of their era and their class, in a warm room with the ordinary furniture of domestic life around them, and they talked. Not about Hyde, not at first, not directly. They talked about the people they had lost, about the Colonel, about Chrisman, about the particular silence that specific people leave behind them when they are gone, the silence that is shaped like them, and that you keep almost filling with the habit of their presence before the habit catches itself and remembers. They talked about the park, about how much the Colonel had loved Kansas City, about how he had walked those 1,400 acres when they were still raw and undeveloped, when they were the land that nobody else wanted, and had seen in them something that he could give, a gift large enough to outlast him and to mean something to people who would never know his name. Francis had walked there as a child. She had walked there with her uncle, who had pointed out the trees he had planned and the paths that would be laid and the places where families would come to sit in the grass on summer afternoons. She carried those walks with her the way you carry the memories of time spent with people who are gone, not painfully, or not only painfully, but with the particular sweetness of knowing that you had the time you had, and that it was real, and that nothing and no one can take the realness of it from you. She rebuilt, slowly, with the patience of someone who has learned that rebuilding is not a dramatic event, but a daily practice. She rebuilt a life that was smaller than the one she had imagined for herself, and in some ways richer, in the way that lives stripped of pretensions sometimes become richer, in the way that surviving something terrible can clarify what actually matters. She never spoke publicly about her private knowledge of what Hyde had done. She never gave an interview. She never wrote a memoir. She maintained, to the end of her life, the particular dignity of a woman who has decided that her private understanding is hers, and that the public does not have an automatic right to it simply because the public was interested. She had given enough to the public. She had sat in that courtroom and been looked at and speculated about and analyzed, and she had given, in that sitting and in that endurance, more than most people are ever required to give. What she kept was hers. The city that had watched her so closely eventually turned its attention elsewhere, as cities do. New stories, new dramas, new trials and tribulations demanded the column inches and the dinner table conversations that the Swope case had once commanded. Francis became, gradually, a private person again, which was perhaps the best outcome available to her, the outcome she had been working toward through all the years of exposure and scrutiny. She lived a long time. She outlived Hyde by decades. She outlived some of the nurses and physicians and attorneys who had been present at the trial. She outlived some of the jurors. She outlived, In a sense, the story itself, or at least the version of the story that the public had been most interested in, the version centered on the courtroom and the verdict and the reversal. The version of the story she lived with privately. The version that contained her own knowledge and her own reckoning and the particular texture of her daily experience of what had happened. That version she carried to her grave. Intact, unshared, hers. And yet something remains. Something in the outline of her choices, in the sequence of her decisions, in the gradual arc from the secret marriage to the public trial to the private divorce to the quiet rebuilding. Something in all of that tells a story that is worth hearing. It is the story of a woman who was placed by circumstance in an impossible position and who navigated it with more grace than the position deserved. Who loved someone she should not have loved and who paid for that love in ways that were not her fault and that were not fair. Who eventually found the courage to name what she knew. Even if the naming happened in action rather than in words. Even if the divorce was the sentence that contained all the other sentences she never spoke aloud. It is the story of a woman who survived. In a case full of people who did not, that is not a small thing. It is not a small thing to survive what Frances survived. It is not a small thing to come out the other side of something that large and that terrible and to find, in the wreckage, the materials for a life that is still worth living. She found them. She built with them. She lived. And in the park that still bears her uncle's name, in the green and permanent gift that the colonel gave his city, the trees he planted and the paths he imagined and the open sky above it all remain exactly as they were, waiting for anyone who needs them, open to anyone who comes, asking nothing in return except the willingness to simply be present in a place that was made by a generous and complicated and trusting man for that exact purpose. Frances walked there. After everything, she walked there in the quiet mornings when the city was still waking and the light was new and the grief was still there but had become, with time, something she could carry rather than something that carried her. She walked in her uncle's park, and the trees did not know her story, and the grass did not know her name, and the sky above asked no questions that she was not ready to answer. And that was enough. For now, that was enough. There is a kind of courage that nobody writes songs about. It does not announce itself with flags or fanfare or the particular dramatic clarity of a moment that everyone present recognizes as historic. It operates quietly, in the margins of events, in the small daily decisions of ordinary people who are placed by circumstance in situations that require them to see things clearly and hold what they see with great care and weight, with the patience that very few people actually possess, for the moment when what they are holding can do some good. It is the courage of witnesses, the courage of people who know something and who understand, in their bones, that the knowing is only the beginning, that what comes after the knowing is harder than the knowing itself, and who choose to stay anyway. Pearl Keller had that courage. She was a nurse. In 1909, nursing was a profession that existed in a complicated social space, a profession that was simultaneously respected for its essential function and underestimated for the intelligence and observational skill it required. Nurses were expected to be present and attentive and capable and discreet, and the discreet part was emphasized in ways that the other parts were not, because discreet meant that they did not challenge the authority of physicians, did not offer opinions that conflicted with medical diagnoses, did not carry the details of what happened in sick rooms out into the world beyond those rooms. They were witnesses by vocation and silent by convention, and the convention was enforced not by any written rule, but by the invisible architecture of a professional hierarchy that placed physicians at the top and nurses somewhat below, and expected everyone to understand their place within that architecture without being told. Pearl Keller understood her place. She also understood that her place was not the same as her obligation. And when those two things came into conflict, when what her professional position required of her and what her conscience required of her pointed in different directions, she made a choice. She chose her conscience. Not immediately, not with the dramatic decisiveness of a movie heroine, but gradually and carefully, and with the particular kind of resolve that builds itself one small decision at a time until it becomes something that cannot be undone. She had been hired in September of 1909 to care for Colonel Swope following his fall. She arrived at the mansion with her nursing bag and her professional composure and the efficient, warm manner that good nurses develop over years of sitting with sick and frightened people. and she settled into the household rhythms with the practiced ease of someone who has done this many times before in many different households. She had met Bennett Clark Hyde within her first days in the mansion, and she had formed, in those first days, the kind of preliminary impression that experienced nurses form about the physicians they work alongside. An impression that is not yet a judgment, but that has its own texture and its own weight. She noticed, in those early days, that Hyde was attentive in a way that went slightly beyond what the medical situation required. He visited the colonel frequently. He involved himself in decisions that might reasonably have been left to the regular household physician. He was, in the specific manner of someone performing competence rather than simply being competent, very visible. He made sure that people saw him caring for the colonel. He made sure that the colonel knew he was there, that the old man felt tended and attended, that the relationship between patient and physician was being actively and visibly maintained. This is not, on its own, suspicious behavior. Attentive physicians exist. Physicians who are genuinely dedicated to their patients exist. The behavior Pearl Keller was observing in those early September days could have been interpreted as the behavior of a conscientious doctor, and she did interpret it that way, initially, because conscientious doctors were the category available to her, and there was not yet any specific reason to reach for a different category. But she was watching. This was what Pearl Keller did with a thoroughness that most people in her position did not bring to it. She watched. She filed. She retained. She built, in the careful archive of her professional memory, a record of everything she observed in that household that was precise enough and detailed enough to be retrieved intact months later, in a coroner's office and then in a courtroom, with a specificity that would make it almost impossible to dismiss. The first thing that shifted her preliminary impression was the death of Moss Hunton. She had been present. She had watched Hyde bleed the man. She had been in the room when Dr. Twyman gave his instruction, 1 pint, no more, and she had noted Hyde's response to that instruction, which was the response of a man who agrees with a directive he does not intend to follow, the particular smooth, professional acquiescence of someone who has already decided what they are going to do and is simply managing the optics of the disagreement. She had watched Hyde continue after Twyman left. She had watched the blood. She had watched Moss Hunton die. In her professional experience, patients died. This was a fact of the work, an unavoidable and recurring feature of a vocation spent in proximity to human vulnerability. People got sick, and sometimes the sickness was stronger than the medicine, and the person died. She had sat with many people in their final hours, and she had developed the particular equanimity of someone who has made her peace with mortality as a feature of the human condition rather than as a failure or a surprise. She did not respond to death with shock. She responded to it with the quiet, professional composure that the people around her needed from her. But the death of Moss Hunton was not the death of someone whose sickness had been stronger than the medicine. It was the death of someone whose physician had exceeded the boundaries specified by a more senior doctor, who had taken 2 quarts of blood from a man who had been told to give only 1 pint, who had done this in the absence of the physician who had given the instruction and had therefore done it without witness and without accountability. This was not a death that Pearl Keller could file under the ordinary category of medical tragedy. This was a death that sat at the edge of a different category entirely, a category she was not yet ready to name, but that she could feel taking shape at the periphery of her professional understanding. She said nothing. Not yet. Because saying something required her to have something specific to say, something that went beyond a feeling of wrongness and a set of observations that could, individually, be explained away. She did not yet have that. She had pieces. And she understood that pieces, in the absence of a pattern that connected them, were not sufficient to do what she was beginning to understand might need to be done. She kept watching. The death of the colonel, 2 days after Hunton's death, gave her more pieces. She was present for the tablet. She was present for the convulsions. She was present for the colonel's last words. And she was present, crucially, for Hyde's response to what was happening, for the composed, unhurried manner of a man who was not alarmed by what he was witnessing, who did not reach for the telephone to call another physician, who managed the situation with the particular control of someone who already knows how it is going to end. That was the piece that fit. That was the specific observation that connected to the other specific observations in a way that produced, for Pearl Keller, a pattern she could no longer interpret as coincidence. 2 men, both in Hyde's care. both dying following medical interventions by Hyde, both dying in ways that contradicted the official diagnoses Hyde had offered, and Hyde, at both deaths, displaying a composure that read less like the steadiness of an experienced physician and more like the steadiness of a man who is watching something unfold according to a plan he has made. She still said nothing, because she still did not have what she needed to say it effectively. She had her observations and her pattern recognition and the deep conviction of a woman who has spent her professional life learning to read the signs that bodies and circumstances emit when something is wrong. But she did not have evidence. She did not have the specific, verifiable, documentable evidence that the law would require, that a coroner would require, that the family would require before they could act. And so she did the thing that required, in its own quiet way, the most extraordinary courage of all. She stayed. She stayed in that house, in that household, in the daily proximity of a man she had come to believe was a murderer, and she continued to do her job. She continued to care for the patients in her charge. She continued to observe, with the patient, methodical attention of someone who understands that the evidence she does not yet have is still being generated, is still being created by the ongoing behavior of the person she is watching, and that her job is to be present and attentive when it appears. Through the typhoid outbreak, she stayed. Through the weeks in which family member after family member fell ill with a progression and a pattern that did not align with what a natural typhoid outbreak typically looked like, she stayed and she watched and she noted. She noted the capsules, the specific instances when Hyde produced small capsules and administered them to patients in the moments between other medical staff's visits, in the particular private interstices of caregiving when a physician and a patient are briefly alone. She noted which patients received them. She noted what happened to those patients in the hours that followed. She noted Hyde's behavior on the evening that Crispin Swope died. She noted the composure. She noted his departure to the banquet. She noted everything with the precision of a woman who has decided that what she is observing must be preserved exactly as it is, without interpretation and without embellishment, in the precise form of witnessed fact, because witnessed fact is what the law will eventually need, and she intends to give the law exactly that. When the family began to act, when Margaret began to speak to attorneys, when Tom Swope brought the capsule fragments in from the snow, when the decision was made to pursue an investigation, Pearl Keller was ready. She was more than ready. She had been ready for weeks, carrying the precise and detailed account of what she had seen in the careful interior archive she had been building since September, waiting for the moment when someone with the authority to act would create the space in which her testimony could matter. She went to the investigators. She sat down with them in the formal, careful way of a professional woman of her era, and she described, in sequence and in detail, everything she had witnessed since her arrival at the Swope mansion. She described it without dramatization and without emotion and without the particular embellishments that anxious witnesses sometimes add to their accounts in the belief that they are making the story clearer when they are actually making it less reliable. She described exactly what she had seen and exactly when she had seen it and exactly who else had been present, and she distinguished, throughout, between what she had directly observed and what she had inferred, maintaining that distinction with a rigor that would later make her testimony almost impossible to effectively challenge. The investigators who heard her initial account understood immediately what they had. A trained professional observer who had been present throughout the period in question, who had no financial stake in the outcome of the investigation, who had no prior personal conflict with the accused, and who had been maintaining a detailed and precise mental record of everything she had witnessed for weeks before anyone asked her to. This was, in the evidentiary terms of a criminal investigation, something genuinely rare, something genuinely valuable. Pearl Keller was the kind of witness that prosecutors spend careers hoping to find. When she took the stand at trial, the courtroom's attention shifted. There were jurors who later said that Pearl Keller's testimony was the turning point for them, the moment when the accumulation of physical and chemical evidence was given its human frame, when the things that had happened in the Swope mansion were described by someone who had been there and who spoke with the quiet authority of a woman who has nothing to prove and nothing to hide. She was not performing. She was not seeking sympathy. She was not reaching for effect. She was simply telling the jury what she had seen, in the precise and detailed language of professional observation, and the precision itself was its own argument. The defense cross-examined her with the particular intensity they reserved for witnesses they understood were damaging. They questioned her memory. They questioned the accuracy of her perceptions in a situation that was medically complex and emotionally charged. They suggested that she had been influenced by the family's pre-existing suspicions of Hyde, that her account reflected what she had subsequently been told and believed rather than what she had actually observed in real time. She held with the particular steadiness of a woman who knows what she saw and who does not require external validation to maintain that knowledge. She acknowledged the small inconsistencies that existed in her account, the ordinary inconsistencies of honest memory, without apologizing for them, and without allowing the defense to use them to suggest that her entire account was unreliable. She distinguished, again and again, between what she knew and what she believed, between what she had directly witnessed and what she had concluded, with a precision that the defense found difficult to exploit because it left them with very little daylight between her and the truth. The jury believed her. The jury, which deliberated for 3 days before returning its verdict, believed Pearl Keller in the specific and practical sense that their deliberations produced a guilty verdict, which means that the 12 men in that room found her account more credible than the alternative narrative offered by the defense. That is the legal meaning of being believed, and Pearl Keller had earned it. When the conviction was overturned, Pearl Keller was asked to testify again. She agreed. When the case moved through its additional trials and its prolonged legal proceedings, she remained available. She did not withdraw. She did not tire of the process in the way that many witnesses tire of being called back repeatedly to relive experiences they are trying to move past. She understood that what she had witnessed created an obligation, and she honored that obligation with a consistency that did not waver regardless of how many times the legal process demanded it of her. Her life outside the courtroom continued. She worked. She nursed other patients in other households and brought to those situations the same careful, attentive professionalism she had always brought, the same capacity for observation and the same commitment to the people in her care. She was, in the ordinary texture of her daily professional life, exactly what she had always been, a skilled and dedicated nurse who happened, by the accident of circumstance, to have been placed in a position of historic significance. She did not seek recognition for what she had done. This was not false modesty or the performance of humility. It was the behavior of a woman who understood that what she had done was simply what the situation required, that it was the natural extension of her professional commitment to the well-being of the people in her care, that it was, in the most fundamental sense, her job. The colonel had been her patient. Chrisman Swope had been her patient. The family members who fell ill during the typhoid outbreak were, in her professional understanding, her responsibility. She had done what you do when the people in your care are being harmed. She had watched and she had remembered, and she had spoken when speaking could do something. That is not heroism in the dramatic sense. It is something quieter and more durable. It is the kind of character that does not require a crisis to reveal itself, because it is the same character that shows up every day in the small and unglamorous work of caring for people who need to be cared for. The crisis simply made it visible. There were other nurses. There were women who had also observed things in the Swope household during those autumn and winter months of 1909 who also testified to what they had seen. Some of them had observed the capsules. Some of them had observed Hyde's behavior around specific patients at specific times. Some of them had noted the pattern of who got sick and when and following what contact with Hyde. Each of their accounts added something. Each of them contributed to the structure of the prosecution's case in ways that were real and significant. But Pearl Keller was the one who had been there from the beginning. Pearl Keller was the one who had watched Moss Hunton die and had stayed, who had watched the colonel convulse and had stayed, who had moved through the typhoid outbreak with her eyes open and her memory running and had stayed. She was the continuous thread through the entire sequence of events, the single witness who had been present for all of it, from the September fall that brought her to the mansion to the winter evidence that brought the investigators. She was the reason the case had the shape it had. Without her testimony, the physical and chemical evidence would have been harder to frame. The laboratory analyses of tissue samples and capsule fragments would have existed in a context without narrative, without the human account that explained what the chemistry meant in terms of what had actually happened to actual people in actual moments that someone had actually witnessed. Pearl Keller was the narrative. She was the human frame around the science. She was the reason the jury could look at the strychnine in the colonel's liver and understand not just what it meant chemically, but what it meant in terms of a specific old man who had trusted a specific younger man and had taken a tablet from his hand on a specific evening and had convulsed and had spoken the words that everyone in that room would carry for the rest of their lives. Without Pearl Keller, the case was evidence looking for a story. With Pearl Keller, the case was a story that the evidence confirmed. She was not famous. Her name did not become a byword for courage in the way that some witnesses' names do. In the way that the legal history of a case sometimes elevates a particular figure into a kind of permanent cultural memory. She returned to her life and her work and the ordinary daily business of being a nurse in Kansas City in the early 20th century, and she aged and eventually died in the quiet, private way of people whose significance was real but whose profile was low. But in the historical record of the Swope case, her name is there. It is there in the trial transcripts and in the newspaper accounts and in the secondary histories that researchers have written about the case in the decades since. Pearl Keller is there, on the stand, in the specific and detailed language of her testimony, describing what she saw with the precision of someone who understood that precision was her gift to the truth. And the truth, even when the law was unable to fully honor it. Even when the conviction was overturned and the charges were dropped and the man she had watched move through that household walked away legally free, the truth did not disappear. It persisted in the record, in the transcripts, in the accounts she gave, in the accounts that other people gave corroborating hers, in the tissue samples and the capsule fragments and the laboratory analyses, in the pattern that everyone who looked at the evidence clearly enough could see. The truth persisted. And Pearl Keller had helped to make sure it would. She had stayed in that house when she could have left. She had watched when it would have been easier not to watch. She had spoken when speaking was uncomfortable and uncertain and professionally risky. She had testified again and again, through every iteration of the legal proceedings, with the same careful precision and the same quiet refusal to embellish or to exaggerate or to make the story larger than what she had actually seen. She had done her job. In a case full of people who had failed to do theirs, who had failed to ask the right questions at the right moments, who had failed to look carefully at what was happening around them, who had failed to act on what they suspected until the acting was already very late. Pearl Keller had done her job with a completeness and a dedication that the case did not deserve, but that the truth required. And somewhere in that, there is something worth holding on to. Something about the ordinary, unglamorous, daily practice of being the kind of person who pays attention, who notices, who remembers, who speaks. It is not nothing to be that person. It is, in fact, in a world where the alternative is very easy and very common, quite a remarkable thing. Pearl Keller was that person. And the colonel, who had trusted the wrong person and had paid for it with everything he had left, deserved at least to have someone like her in the room. At least he had that. There is a moment in every great trial where the human drama pauses and the science takes the stage, and the courtroom, which has been running on emotion and narrative and the particular electricity of human testimony, has to shift registers entirely. The jurors who have been leaning forward to catch the expressions on witnesses' faces and listening for the tremor in a voice that might indicate concealed knowledge, those same jurors now have to sit back and become students. They have to follow an argument that operates in a different language entirely, a language of molecular weights and chemical reactions, and the specific behavior of organic compounds in biological tissue, a language that most of them have never spoken and that they are being asked not merely to understand but to evaluate, to weigh one expert's version of it against another expert's version and to determine, with their collective non-specialist judgment, which version is more credible. This is one of the hardest things a jury is ever asked to do. And in the trial of Bennett Clark Hyde in the spring of 1910, it was the thing that the outcome of the case, at its deepest level, depended upon. Because the physical evidence was everything. The human testimony was powerful and credible, and it shaped the narrative in ways that mattered enormously. But the human testimony alone would not have been sufficient. The human testimony described behavior. It described a pattern of presence and absence, of capsules administered in private moments, of a physician who stayed calm when calm was the wrong response, and who left for a banquet on the night a young man died in convulsions. These were damning things. These were things that told a story, but they were not proof. They were not the specific, verifiable, scientifically grounded proof that a murder charge requires. The proof that says not merely that something wrong appears to have happened, but that a specific compound was introduced into a specific body and that the introduction of that compound is what caused the death. That proof lived in the laboratories. It lived in the tissue samples and the capsule fragments and the vomit collected from a young woman who had survived because her body had expelled the thing that had been given to her. It lived in the instruments and the chemical processes and the professional expertise of the men who had examined those samples and who were now standing in a courtroom trying to translate their findings into language that 12 ordinary citizens could follow and evaluate and ultimately use to make a decision that would determine whether a man spent the rest of his life in prison. Strychnine was the primary poison at issue. It had been found in quantities that the prosecution's experts described as representing nearly double the fatal dose for an adult man, in the liver tissue of Colonel Thomas Hunton Swope. The liver, as the body's primary organ of chemical processing, receives everything that enters the bloodstream and works to metabolize it, to break it down into compounds that can be excreted or used. When a poison enters the body, the liver is often the first organ to receive the full concentration of it. And when death occurs quickly enough that the liver has not had time to fully metabolize the compound, that compound remains in the liver tissue in a form that forensic chemists can isolate and identify, sometimes months or even years after the death itself. This is what had happened with the colonel's liver. The strychnine had been administered in a quantity large enough that the colonel's death had been relatively rapid enough that the liver had not had sufficient time to fully process the compound before the body's vital functions ceased. And so the strychnine remained, waiting in the tissue with a patience that its administrator had not anticipated, waiting for the moment when someone would come looking for it with the right tools and the right knowledge and the will to understand what they found. The prosecution's primary expert witness on the question of strychnine was a man of considerable professional standing, a toxicologist whose credentials included both academic appointments and extensive experience in forensic analysis. He took the stand with the particular authority of someone who has spent a professional lifetime developing expertise in a specific technical field and who is very comfortable explaining that expertise to non-specialists, because explaining it to non-specialists is a significant part of what his career has required of him. He described strychnine in terms the jury could follow. He described it as an alkaloid compound, derived from the seeds of the Strychnus nux vomica tree, a plant native to India and Southeast Asia that had been known since antiquity for both its medicinal and its lethal properties. In small doses, strychnine had been used medicinally throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries as a tonic, a stimulant, a treatment for various conditions including constipation and certain forms of paralysis. It appeared in patent medicines and in the pharmacopoeias of that era as a legitimate pharmaceutical compound, which meant that it was not difficult to obtain and that a physician would have entirely unremarkable access to it. In larger doses, it killed. Its mechanism of action was specific and terrible. It blocked the glycine receptors in the spinal cord, the receptors responsible for inhibiting muscle contraction, and the result of that blockage was the uncontrolled, violent contraction of all the voluntary muscles of the body simultaneously. The convulsions that resulted were characteristic and unmistakable. The back arched, the limbs contracted, the face contorted. The spasms came in waves, each one stronger than the last, until the respiratory muscles were seized and breathing became impossible and death followed from asphyxiation. The entire process could unfold within minutes of ingestion of a sufficient dose, which explained the speed with which the colonel had deteriorated following the tablet Hyde had given him. The expert described the specific tests used to identify strychnine in biological tissue. He described the color reactions that strychnine produces when exposed to certain chemical reagents, the specific purple color that develops when strychnine is treated with sulfuric acid and potassium dichromate, a reaction that is distinctive enough to serve as a reliable identification test. He described the crystallization patterns that strychnine produces when isolated from tissue and allowed to form crystals, patterns that were as specific and identifiable as a fingerprint. He described the quantity found in the colonel's liver and the calculation that converted that quantity into the equivalent dose that would have been administered, and he presented that calculation to the jury in the precise and confident terms of a man who has done this work many times and who is not uncertain about his conclusions. The jury listened. Some of them took notes. Some of them nodded in the slightly tentative way of people who are following an argument without being entirely sure they could reproduce it if asked to. But the overall impression conveyed by the expert's testimony was clear enough. A specific poison had been found in a specific body, in a quantity that exceeded the lethal dose, and the expert could explain precisely how he knew this and precisely what it meant. Then the defense's chemistry experts took the stand. The defense had understood, from the beginning of the case, that the chemistry was its greatest challenge. The physical evidence, the tissue samples, the capsule fragments, the laboratory analyses, was the part of the prosecution's case that was most difficult to dismiss with alternative narrative. You could suggest that witnesses had misremembered or had been influenced by pre-existing suspicions. You could suggest that the financial motive was less clear-cut than the prosecution portrayed. You could suggest that the pattern of deaths, while admittedly troubling, was the kind of pattern that sometimes emerges from genuine medical tragedy rather than deliberate murder. But it was much harder to suggest that the strychnine in the colonel's liver was anything other than strychnine, because strychnine is what the chemistry said it was. Harder, but not impossible. The defense had found the argument, and it was not a frivolous one. It was grounded in real scientific uncertainty, in the genuine limitations of forensic chemistry as it existed in 1910, in the authentic complexity of isolating and identifying specific compounds from biological tissue that had been buried in the ground for weeks before anyone thought to examine it. The defense's primary chemistry expert was himself a credentialed professional, a man whose academic qualifications were comparable to those of the prosecution's expert and whose courtroom manner conveyed the same kind of technical authority. He acknowledged, because he had to acknowledge it, that the tissue samples had tested positive for strychnine under the standard chemical tests. He acknowledged that the color reactions and the crystallization patterns that the prosecution's expert had described were consistent with the presence of strychnine. What he challenged was the interpretation of those findings, and specifically the certainty with which the prosecution's expert had attributed the strychnine to deliberate poisoning rather than to some other source. He raised the question of ptomaines. Ptomaines were compounds produced by the decomposition of biological tissue, compounds that had been studied and characterized in the decades preceding the Swope case, and that were known to sometimes produce chemical reactions that mimicked those of true alkaloid poisons under certain testing conditions. The science of distinguishing ptomaines from true alkaloids was, in 1910, still developing, and there were documented cases in which forensic analysts had identified what they believed to be alkaloid poisons in decomposed tissue, and had subsequently been shown to have been detecting ptomaine compounds instead. Could the strychnine identified in the colonel's liver, the defense expert suggested, have been a ptomaine compound that had mimicked strychnine's chemical signature under the testing conditions used? Could the decomposition of the tissue during the weeks between the colonel's burial and his exhumation have produced compounds that had interfered with or confounded the analytical results? These were genuine scientific questions. They were not invented by the defense purely for litigation purposes. They reflected real uncertainty in the forensic science of the era, real debates that were happening in the scientific literature and in the professional community of forensic chemists about the reliability of alkaloid identification in decomposed biological tissue. The defense was not fabricating a controversy. It was identifying a genuine one and deploying it in the context of a criminal trial where the standard of proof was beyond reasonable doubt and where genuine scientific uncertainty, if it could be established, was the equivalent of a key that could open the door to acquittal. The prosecution's expert returned to the stand to rebut. He had been waiting for this argument, and he had prepared for it with the thoroughness of someone who understood that it was coming. He walked the jury through the specific distinctions between ptomaine reactions and true alkaloid reactions under the tests he had employed. He described the additional verification steps he had taken specifically because of the known limitations of the standard tests, the additional chemical analyses and physical examinations of the isolated compounds that he had performed in order to rule out ptomaine interference. He was confident without being dismissive, authoritative without being contemptuous of the defense expert's concerns, precise in a way that communicated genuine mastery of the subject. The jury sat with the competing expert testimonies and tried to evaluate them. This is the impossible task that courts regularly impose on lay people. The task of adjudicating between competing technical expert opinions in fields where they have no independent expertise and no basis for evaluation beyond the apparent authority and credibility of the experts themselves. The prosecution's expert was slightly more senior. The prosecution's expert had performed additional verification steps. The prosecution's expert had been, in the overall quality of his presentation, slightly more convincing. These were the kinds of marginal assessments that jurors make when they are doing the best they can with the tools available to them. And in this case, the marginal assessment broke in the prosecution's favor. But the strychnine was only one part of the chemical story. There was also the cyanide. And the cyanide raised its own complex and contested scientific questions that played out in the courtroom with a drama that the newspapers covering the trial found irresistible and that the jury found genuinely difficult. The cyanide had been found, you will remember, in the capsule fragments that Tom Swope had retrieved from the snow beneath the street lamp, where he had watched Hyde crush something under his boot. The smell had been the first identification, the sharp, almond-like odor that cyanide compounds tend to produce, and that people who have been trained to recognize it can identify reliably. The laboratory confirmation had come from the chemical analysis of the fragments, which had tested positive for potassium cyanide. The defense offered what they called the cockroach theory. Potassium cyanide was used, in that era, as a household pesticide, a compound applied in various forms to kill cockroaches and other vermin. A capsule containing potassium cyanide might therefore, the defense argued, be a pest control device rather than a murder weapon. Hyde might have been crushing such a device in the snow for any number of innocent reasons, none of which needed to have anything to do with the administration of poison to a patient. The prosecution responded that the specific form of the capsule fragments was not consistent with a commercial pest control product, that the size and composition of the fragments matched more closely the pharmaceutical capsules that physicians use to administer medications, and that the presence of such a capsule in Hyde's possession at that specific time and in that specific place was not consistent with pest control activity. The defense offered the embalming fluid theory for the cyanide found in the tissue samples. This was perhaps their most technically sophisticated argument, and it deserves careful attention. The embalming fluid used in that era typically contained formaldehyde and various other compounds. Under certain conditions, these compounds could interact with the tissues and the naturally occurring substances in them to produce cyanide-containing byproducts. The defense's chemistry expert described this reaction pathway in technical detail, citing published scientific literature that documented the occurrence of such reactions and arguing that the cyanide detected in the Swope tissue samples might have originated in the embalming process rather than in deliberate poisoning. It was a credible enough argument that the prosecution could not dismiss it outright. What they could do, and what they did, was challenge the specific conditions under which the reaction the defense described typically occurred, and demonstrate that those conditions did not align with the specific circumstances of the Swope autopsies. The quantities of cyanide compounds found in the tissue samples were, the prosecution's expert argued, far greater than what the embalming fluid reaction pathway could reasonably have produced. The distribution of those compounds within the tissue was inconsistent with what would be expected from a post-mortem chemical reaction and more consistent with what would be expected from pre-mortem exposure to a significant dose of cyanide. The jury listened to all of this. They listened to days of technical testimony, to experts and counter-experts, to qualification and rebuttal, and the particular kind of intellectual combat that scientific disagreement produces when it is staged in a courtroom under adversarial rules of engagement. They listened and they tried to understand and they took notes and they asked, through the judge, clarifying questions that revealed both their genuine engagement with the material and the limits of their ability to evaluate it independently. And through all of the chemistry, through all the molecular weights and reaction pathways and questions about decomposition products, they kept coming back to the things that the chemistry could not explain away. The pattern of who died, and when, and following what contact with Hyde. The pattern of how the deaths aligned with the financial stakes. The pattern of Hyde's behavior at each death, the composure, the refusal to summon additional physicians, the departure to the banquet. The pattern of the capsules observed by multiple independent nurses in multiple private moments. The pattern that the chemistry confirmed rather than created, that gave the human testimony its scientific foundation and gave the scientific evidence its human meaning. The defense expert on typhoid fever was the final major scientific witness. He was called to address the typhoid outbreak specifically, to provide the alternative explanation that natural disease rather than deliberate contamination had produced the cases that swept through the Swope household in November and December of 1909. He described typhoid fever's natural epidemiology in the careful, technical terms of a physician who genuinely understood the disease, and he argued that the outbreak in the Swope household was consistent with a natural occurrence of the kind that had been observed in many households of that era. He argued that the pattern of infection was not so specifically targeted as to require deliberate introduction. He argued that contaminated water supplies and infected food and the role of flies as mechanical vectors were sufficient to explain everything that had occurred. The prosecution came back at him with Dr. Stewart. Dr. Stewart, who had provided Hyde with the typhoid cultures, whose testimony established that Hyde had obtained live Salmonella typhi before the outbreak began, whose account of the request Hyde had made, and the professional context in which it was made, and the research justification Hyde had offered, sat in the courtroom like an immovable object against which the defense's natural epidemiology argument could not help but break. Because the defense's typhoid expert was describing what could theoretically have produced the outbreak, the prosecution was describing what had actually happened in the specific case. A physician had obtained the bacteria, and then the bacteria had appeared in the household where that physician practiced. The gap between theoretical possibility and specific circumstance was the gap that the prosecution exploited with devastating effectiveness, and it was a gap that the defense's expert, however technically competent, was not able to close. The science of 1910 was not the science of today. The forensic chemistry available to the investigators and the prosecution was imprecise by contemporary standards, subject to uncertainties and limitations that a modern forensic laboratory would have resolved with tools and techniques that were simply not available in that era. The tests were real and the results were real, and the experts who performed them were genuinely skilled professionals doing their best work with the best methods of their time. But they were working at the edge of what their discipline could reliably produce, and the defense understood this and used it as effectively as they could. What the science was sufficient to do, even given its limitations, was establish a pattern of chemical findings that was consistent with deliberate poisoning and inconsistent with the official medical diagnoses that Hyde had provided. It could not achieve the absolute certainty of a modern forensic analysis, but it could, and did, achieve the level of certainty that the prosecution needed, sufficient certainty, combined with everything else the case contained, to persuade 12 men beyond a reasonable doubt that what had happened in the Swope mansion was not a series of tragic natural events, but a series of deliberate acts by a man who had decided that a fortune was worth more than the lives of the people who stood between him and it. The chemistry told the story of the body. Pearl Keller told the story of the witness. The financial records told the story of the motive. Tom Swope told the story of the snow and the street lamp. And Dr. Stewart told the story of the bacteria obtained before the bacteria appeared. Together, they told the story of what had happened in the autumn and winter of 1909 in a mansion in Kansas City, where the fires were warm and the silver was polished, and the doctor who had married into the family moved through the rooms with the patient, methodical deliberateness of a man who had made his calculations and was seeing them through. The jury took 3 days to evaluate all of it. 3 days to sit with everything and turn it over and examine it from every angle that 12 different people bring to an examination of the same set of facts. 3 days of the particular difficult work of collective decision-making about something that enormous and that consequential. And then they came back. Guilty. The science had spoken. The witnesses had spoken. The pattern had spoken. And 12 ordinary citizens, asked to translate all of it into the binary language of the law, had found that the translation produced one word and one word only. Guilty. The word landed in the courtroom, and it echoed, and it settled. And the families of the dead, sitting in their section of the gallery, heard it and felt it in the particular complicated way of people who have been waiting for something for a very long time, and who find, when it finally arrives, that it contains both the satisfaction of justice and the recognition that justice, however necessary, does not restore what was lost. The Colonel was still dead. Chrisman was still dead. Moss Hunton was still dead. The science had explained how. The law had attributed the how to a specific who. And the reckoning that followed was both exactly what it needed to be and not nearly enough. It is never enough. That is the thing about murder cases that the law cannot change, no matter how careful the investigation or how convincing the evidence or how clear the verdict. The verdict addresses what the law can address. The grief addresses something else. And the two live alongside each other, the verdict and the grief, in the lives of the people who survive, in the long aftermath of violence that the courtroom cannot reach. The courtroom had done what it could. The science had done what it could. And in the silence after the verdict, in the particular silence that follows the completion of a process that has consumed everything it could consume, the people in that room began the slow return to ordinary life, carrying with them everything they had learned and everything they could not change. There is something that happens to a city when it discovers that the monster did not come from outside. When it discovers that the violence it is processing was not the work of a stranger who slipped in through an unlocked door and disappeared back into the anonymous dark, but the work of someone who had been sitting at dinner tables and shaking hands at civic events and walking the same boulevards as everyone else. Unremarkable, familiar, utterly indistinguishable from the people around him until the moment when the evidence accumulated beyond the point of denial and the truth became unavoidable. That discovery does something particular to a community's sense of itself. It disturbs something foundational. It asks a question that communities are never fully prepared to answer, which is, how did we not know? How did someone capable of this live among us without our knowing? And what does it mean about us, about our capacity for collective perception, that we did not see it? Kansas City in the winter of 1909 and the spring of 1910 was asking those questions. It was asking them in the newspapers, which had been following the Swope case with an intensity that reflected both the genuine public interest in the story and the understanding of editors and publishers that the story was the kind of story that moved papers and kept readers coming back. It was asking them in the parlors and dining rooms and churches of the city's middle and upper classes, who had known the Swope family, or known people who knew them, or attended the same events, or read about Colonel Swope's park donation in the local press, and felt a proprietary pride in his generosity and a proportionate horror at what had apparently been done to him. And it was asking them in the simpler, more direct conversations of ordinary people who had no connection to the Swopes at all, but who understood, in the instinctive way of people who live in a community and feel the events of that community as personal, that what had happened in the Swope mansion was not just a private family tragedy, but something that reached out and touched the shared life of the city. The newspapers were the primary medium through which Kansas City processed the story. In 1909 and 1910, before radio and decades before television, newspapers were the nervous system of American civic life, the infrastructure through which information moved, and through which public opinion was shaped, and through which events were given their narrative form. The Kansas City papers had been covering the Swope story since the early days of the investigation, and they had been covering it with a thoroughness that reflected their understanding of its significance. Reporters had been present at the coroner's inquest. Reporters had been in the courtroom every day of the trial. Reporters had interviewed family members and neighbors and medical experts and legal authorities, and they had filed daily dispatches that told the story of the investigation and the trial in the serial, episodic manner that newspapers of that era were very good at. The manner that kept readers returning each morning to find out what had happened next in a story that seemed to grow more extraordinary with each development. The coverage was not neutral. Newspaper coverage in 1910 was not the carefully calibrated. Both sides presented objectivity that American journalism would develop as a professional standard over the following decades. The papers had opinions, and they expressed them, editorially and sometimes in the texture of their reporting, and the opinion of the Kansas City press on the subject of Bennett Clark Hyde was not particularly ambiguous. The man was guilty. The evidence was clear. The trial was a formality that the law required, but that everyone who had been paying attention already knew the outcome of. This was the general tenor of the coverage, and it reflected the general tenor of public opinion in the city as a whole. There were dissenting voices. The dissenting voices tended to be found in the legal community, where the procedural questions that would eventually animate the Supreme Court's reversal were being debated among attorneys and judges who understood the technical requirements of criminal proceedings in ways that journalists and the general public did not. These voices argued, in the measured language of professional legal discourse, that the strength of the public's conviction about Hyde's guilt was itself a problem, that the pressure of overwhelming public opinion on a criminal proceeding was a threat to the fairness of that proceeding regardless of whether the defendant was actually guilty. They argued that the procedural protections that the law imposed on criminal trials existed precisely for situations like this one, situations in which the evidence seemed overwhelming and the public verdict seemed obvious, because those were the situations in which the temptation to cut procedural corners was greatest and the consequences of doing so were most serious. These arguments were largely ignored by a public that was not interested in procedural nuance when there was a murderer to be convicted. They were largely ignored by newspapers that understood their readership's appetite for the story of guilt confirmed rather than the story of legal technicality explored. And they were largely ignored by the broader civic conversation that had formed around the Swope case, and that had reached its conclusions and was not particularly inclined to revisit them. They were not, however, ignored by the Missouri Supreme Court. And the Missouri Supreme Court's eventual decision to overturn the conviction was, among other things, a rebuke to the pressure that public opinion had been allowed to exert on the proceedings. It was the law asserting its independence from the court of public opinion, asserting that the standards it imposed on criminal proceedings were not negotiable regardless of how certain everyone was about the defendant's guilt. This was the right thing for the law to do. It was also the thing that produced the most profound public outrage, because the public had not been following the case in order to have a lesson in procedural jurisprudence. The public had been following the case in order to see justice done, and the reversal of the conviction looked, from where the public was standing, like justice undone. The newspapers reflected this outrage with a thoroughness that was itself instructive about the relationship between press and public in that era. Editorial after editorial condemned the Supreme Court's decision not on legal grounds. Few of the editorial writers had the legal background to assess the decision on those grounds, but on moral grounds. The decision was wrong because Hyde was guilty. Hyde was guilty because the evidence said so, and no amount of legal technicality could change what the evidence said. This was the argument, and it was made with the full-throated conviction of institutions that believed themselves to be the voice of the people and that understood the people to be on their side. The reporters who had covered the trial found themselves in the unusual position of continuing to cover a story that had officially ended but had not actually resolved. They covered the retrials. They covered the hung juries. They covered the additional proceedings with a weariness that occasionally showed through the professional surfaces of their copy, the weariness of journalists who have been on the same story for years and who are beginning to understand that the story may not produce the ending that everyone has been expecting. They covered the eventual dismissal of the charges with a mixture of outrage and resignation that reflected the mixed emotions of a city that had been hoping for a different outcome and had gradually, over years of legal frustration, come to understand that the different outcome was not going to arrive. But the coverage of the case was not only about the legal proceedings. The newspapers had also been telling the story of the Swope family itself, the story of grief and betrayal, and the particular horror of discovering that a threat had been living inside the family circle. And that story had resonated with readers in ways that went well beyond their interest in the specific legal question of Hyde's guilt or innocence. Readers had responded to the Colonel, to the portrait the papers had painted of a self-made man who had built a fortune and given a park to his city and who had died, if the evidence was to be believed, because someone he trusted had decided that his fortune was more valuable than his life. There was something in that portrait that touched the anxieties and the values of a readership that was itself largely made up of people who worked hard and built things and trusted the people close to them and hoped that trust would not be betrayed. The Colonel had become, in the newspaper coverage of the case, a kind of civic symbol. Not a perfect man. The papers were not hagiographic about him. They acknowledged his eccentricities and his complicated relationship with his family, but a figure who represented something that Kansas City valued about itself. The self-made Westerner. The man who looked at land that everyone else considered worthless and saw in it something real and valuable. The man who gave something permanent and generous to his city rather than hoarding what he had accumulated. His murder, if it was a murder, was therefore not just a private crime against a private person. It was an attack on something that the city felt it had a stake in. This was the emotional logic that drove the public's engagement with the case. This was the reason that courtroom galleries were full every day of the trial. This was the reason that the newspapers could count on their coverage of the Swope case to move papers and generate reader response in ways that other stories did not. The case had touched something real in the city's sense of itself, had activated a kind of civic grief and civic outrage that the legal proceedings gave a formal channel for, but that existed independently of and prior to those proceedings. The social class dimensions of the story also generated significant reader interest, though they were rarely discussed explicitly in the newspaper coverage, because explicit class analysis was not the mode of American journalism in 1910. But they were present throughout. The Swopes were old money, or something close enough to old money to function that way in a city that was not quite old enough to have the real thing. They moved in the upper tier of Kansas City society. Their names appeared in the society pages. Their philanthropic activities were covered in the press. They were the kind of family that the city's middle class read about with a mixture of admiration and curiosity and the particular feeling of proximity to glamour that comes from living in a city small enough that even the very wealthy are not entirely remote. Hyde was something different. Hyde was a man who had married into that world rather than been born into it, who had arrived at the edges of old money through a marriage that the family had initially resisted and that had been surrounded by questions from the beginning. This narrative, the outsider who enters the charmed circle through marriage and then destroys what he was supposed to protect, was not unfamiliar to readers who had encountered it in novels and in the morality tales that shaped the cultural imagination of that era. Hyde fit a recognizable archetype. He was the interloper, the imposter, the man whose surface was polished and whose credentials appeared legitimate and whose manner was professional and correct, but whose interior was something entirely different, something that the people who should have seen it had somehow failed to detect until it was too late. This archetype was satisfying to readers in the specific way that archetypes are satisfying, which is to say that it provided a framework for understanding events that were otherwise difficult to process. If Hyde was simply an evil man who had concealed his nature behind a professional surface, then the horror of what had happened was comprehensible, even if it remained deeply disturbing. If he was a monster in disguise, then the failure to detect him was explicable, because monsters in disguise are by definition difficult to detect. The alternative, which was that he was an ordinary man who had made choices that ordinary men sometimes make when money and opportunity and the gradual erosion of moral constraint converge in a particular way, was considerably more disturbing. Because that alternative raised the question not of how you identify the monster among you, but of how you understand the conditions that produce the monster, and that was a question the newspapers and their readers were not, in 1910, particularly equipped or inclined to engage with. The coverage of Frances was more complicated, and it evolved in interesting ways over the course of the investigation and the trials. Initially, the press had treated her with a sympathy that reflected the archetype of the deceived wife, the woman who had trusted too much and had paid the price for that trust. She was portrayed as a victim, alongside her uncle and her nephew, of Hyde's cold-blooded calculation. The fact that she was defending her husband did not initially disrupt this portrayal, because wives defending their husbands, however guilty, was a well-established social script that the reading public understood and for which it had a ready framework of interpretation. As the case went on, and as the evidence against Hyde accumulated and became more difficult to dismiss, the sympathy in the coverage of Frances became more complicated. Questions began to appear, at first obliquely and then more directly, about what Frances had known and when she had known it. The question of spousal knowledge is one that criminal cases involving domestic murder regularly generate and rarely resolve, because the interior of a marriage is the space that is least accessible to the outside world, where the most significant events occur without witnesses and where the truth is known, if it is known at all, only to the people inside the marriage itself. There were readers who believed that Frances must have known, that the pattern of deaths and illnesses was too clear, too consistent, too directly connected to her husband's actions for anyone living in the same house with him not to have recognized it. There were readers who believed this and who expressed that belief in letters to newspapers and in conversations and in the general murmur of public opinion that ran alongside the formal legal proceedings. These readers found it difficult to extend full sympathy to a woman who, they felt, had chosen loyalty to a killer over justice for her own family. There were other readers who understood the position Frances was in with the particular empathy of women who had lived inside marriages and who knew, from the inside, how the intimacy and the dependency and the love and the fear that a marriage can contain can make it genuinely impossible to see clearly the person you are most committed to. These readers extended to Frances the full sympathy of people who understood what it means to be wrong about someone in a way that has catastrophic consequences, who understood that the wrong can be genuine and not merely convenient, who understood that self-deception in love is not the same as complicity in murder. Both readings existed in the newspapers and in the public conversation, and neither one definitively prevailed, because the question of what Frances knew was never definitively answered. It remained open, suspended in the ambiguity of private knowledge that the public record could not penetrate, and it remained one of the most discussed and least resolved aspects of a case that contained many aspects that were discussed and unresolved. The medical profession's response to the case was its own separate thread in the city's processing of what had happened. Physicians in Kansas City and across Missouri were watching the case with the professional attention of people who understood that it was not only a criminal matter, but a matter that touched their entire profession at a foundational level. The patient-physician relationship is built on trust, on the willingness of a patient to place themselves in the hands of a physician and to accept that what the physician does with that trust is guided by the obligation to do no harm. The Swope case, if Hyde was guilty of what the evidence suggested, was a profound violation of that foundational trust. And the medical profession was acutely aware of what that violation meant, not just for the specific patients who had been harmed, but for the general willingness of patients everywhere to trust the people who were taking care of them. There were physicians who said publicly that the Swope case demonstrated the need for stronger oversight of the medical profession, stronger mechanisms for identifying and removing practitioners whose behavior fell below the standards of the Hippocratic tradition. There were physicians who said, more quietly and in more private settings, that the Swope case demonstrated something about the specific dangers of allowing financial interests to become entangled with medical practice, about the particular corruption that can occur when a physician stands to benefit financially from the death of a patient. These conversations were not unique to the Swope case. The tension between medicine as a calling and medicine as a business was a well-established feature of the professional landscape, but the Swope case gave them a specific, vivid, impossible-to-dismiss illustration. The women of Kansas City followed the case with a particular intensity that the newspapers noted and that reflected the specific relevance of the case's themes to women's daily experience. Women, in 1909 and 1910, were the primary caregivers in most households. They were the people who sat with sick family members and managed the practical dimensions of illness, and called the physician and trusted the physician's instructions and administered the medicines the physician prescribed. They were, in other words, the people who occupied the position of trust that the Swope case had shown could be so catastrophically violated. And they followed the trial with the attention of people for whom it was not merely an interesting news story, but a kind of professional education in the risks of the role they were required to play. Pearl Keller's testimony resonated with women readers in ways that the testimony of the chemistry experts and the financial witnesses did not. Pearl Keller was a woman doing a woman's work, doing it in the specific and demanding context of a household that turned out to contain something terrible, and responding to that context with a courage and a clarity that women readers recognized and admired. She was not a heroic figure in the dramatic, flag-waving sense. She was a working woman who had done her job well in difficult circumstances, and that was exactly the kind of heroism that women in 1910 were most familiar with and most prepared to honor. The Kansas City that emerged from the Swope case was in some ways changed by it. Not dramatically, not in the ways that historians record as turning points in a city's development, but in the quieter ways that significant events changed the texture of a community's self-understanding. The city was a little more careful, a little more attentive to the questions that money raises about the people who want it and what they are willing to do to get it. A little more aware that the respectable surface of a person's life is not always a reliable guide to what that person is actually doing. The park continued. The park, which was the Colonel's enduring gift to the city, continued to be what he had intended it to be, a public space, open and green and welcoming, a democratic counterpoint to the private wealth and the private grievances that had produced so much of the story that surrounded its donor's name. People walked in it and picnicked in it and let their children run across the grass. And gradually the specific details of the Swope murder case faded from the forefront of the city's awareness into the background hum of local history. But the story was there. It was there in the library archives and the courthouse records and the old newspaper files. It was there in the family memories of the people who were descended from the Swopes and their contemporaries. It was there in the legal texts that cited the case for various procedural propositions. And it was there, in the specific way that true stories with unresolved endings tend to persist, in the back of the mind of anyone who had once known the full outlines of it, and who found, years later, that the outlines had never quite faded. A city had watched a man be tried for murder and convicted, and then legally freed. It had formed its opinion and maintained its opinion, and watched the law's inability to sustain that opinion with the frustrated helplessness of a community that believes it knows the truth and cannot make the truth stick. And it had continued anyway. It had absorbed the experience and filed it and gone on with the ordinary business of being a city, which is always the ordinary business of continuing. The colonel's name remained on the park. Whatever had been done to him had not erased what he had done for the city. The two things coexisted, as they tend to coexist in the complicated accounting of historical memory, where a person's legacy is composed of everything they were and everything that was done to them and everything that happened in their name, all of it inseparable, all of it part of the permanent record. Kansas City remembered the Swope case the way cities remember the things that disturbed them most deeply, which is to say imperfectly and partially, and with a selectiveness that emphasizes the parts of the story that are most useful for the purposes of the present moment. The details faded. The broad outlines persisted. The colonel's name on the park persisted. And somewhere in the archive, if you knew where to look and had the patience to look there, the full story waited. It was there. It had always been there. And the people who found it, in whatever era they found it, tended to find in it the same things that the people of 1909 had found in it, which is to say a story about trust and greed, and the particular horror of violence committed in the guise of care, a story about what happens when the people who are supposed to protect us decide instead to harm us, a story about the imperfect but necessary machinery of justice and its encounters with human ingenuity and human darkness. The story was Kansas City's. It was also everyone's, because the things it was about, trust, betrayal, money, family, the failure of the people around us to see what is happening right in front of them. Those things belong to no single city or era. They are as old as human community and as current as this morning. And they will continue to be current as long as there are people who love and trust and can be deceived by those they love and trust. The colonel had known, at the end, that something had gone terribly wrong. He had said so, clearly, in the words that echo through the record of this case like a bell that will not stop ringing. He had wanted the truth to be known. He had reached for it with his last coherent breath and had sent it out into the room where people who would later testify to it were standing and listening and remembering. The truth had been known. The city had known it. The courtroom had spoken it. The law had struggled with it and had ultimately, in its procedural and technical way, been unable to fully account for it. But it was still the truth. And the truth, in this story as in all stories, is the thing that persists longest of all. There is something that houses know. Not in the way that people know things, not with consciousness or memory in any form that science can measure or philosophy can fully account for, but in the way that physical spaces absorb the events that occur within them and retain some quality of those events in their walls and their floors and the particular atmosphere of their rooms that sensitive people sometimes feel when they enter a space where something significant has happened. This is not mysticism. It is something closer to the recognition that a house is not merely a structure but a container, a vessel that holds the lives of the people who move through it, and that the lives of those people, their grief and their joy and their fear and their love and the specific, concentrated intensity of their most significant moments, leave something behind them in the physical world. Something that is not quite visible, but that is not quite invisible either. The Swope mansion had absorbed a great deal by the winter of 1909. It had absorbed decades of the colonel's solitary occupancy, the particular atmosphere of a bachelor's household managed with efficiency, but not warmth. The rooms that were elegant without being intimate. the spaces that had been designed for the display of wealth and the entertainment of guests rather than for the daily texture of family life. The Colonel had lived there the way certain self-made men live in their houses, as though the house is a statement rather than a home, a declaration of arrival rather than a place of belonging. He had moved through its rooms with the quiet, contained dignity of a man who is entirely comfortable with his own company and who does not require the softening effects of domestic warmth to feel at ease in his own space. And then the family had arrived. Not all at once, not in any single dramatic reorganization of the household's character, but gradually, over the years when the Colonel's age had begun to require more assistance and more company and the presence of family members who could manage the daily requirements of a large household that an aging man was no longer fully equipped to manage alone. The family had come in the way that families come to the houses of aging relatives, with a combination of genuine affection and practical necessity and the complicated emotional arithmetic of people who are both deeply fond of someone and also, inevitably, aware that the someone will not live forever and that what comes after their death will be shaped in part by the quality of the relationship that is being maintained now. The house had changed when the family arrived. The rooms that had been quiet filled with the sounds of people who are living together in the particular close, complex proximity of a family household. Children arrived, as children tend to arrive in the households of the women of the Swope family, with the disruptive, life-affirming energy of new people who have not yet learned to be quiet or careful or restrained by the weight of the history that the older people around them are carrying. There were meals together, the particular ritual of shared meals that is one of the primary ways that families constitute themselves as families, the daily performance of belonging that happens over food, and in the specific choreography of people who know each other's habits and preferences and the particular ways they hold their forks. There was conversation and disagreement and the low-level hum of multiple lives proceeding simultaneously in a shared space. And through all of it, Bennett Clark Hyde had moved. He had moved through those rooms with a quality that the people who later tried to describe it found difficult to characterize precisely. It was not unfriendliness. He was not the kind of person who made others uncomfortable with overt coldness or hostility. He was professionally charming, the kind of charming that physicians develop when they understand that patients respond better to warmth than to clinical distance, and he deployed that charm in the Swope household with the consistency of someone for whom it was a professional tool rather than a natural expression of feeling. He smiled at the right moments. He asked the right questions. He remembered the details of other people's lives and referred to them at appropriate intervals, which is one of the most effective social techniques available, the technique of demonstrating that you were paying attention, that the other person matters enough to be remembered. The family had received this charm with varying degrees of credulity. Maggie, the Colonel's sister and Francis's mother, had received at least. She had been watching Hyde from the beginning with the particular skepticism of a woman who has lived long enough to understand that charm and character are not the same thing, and that the most effective social performers are often the people whose inner lives are most completely hidden from the people around them. She had said he was after the money. She had said it, and she had meant it, and she had been right, and the months and years that followed the autumn of 1909 did nothing but confirm the accuracy of her reading. But in the rooms of the mansion, before the autumn of 1909, the charm had been the surface reality. Hyde had sat at the dinner table and passed the bread and made conversation about medicine and current events and the particular topics that well-educated men and women of that era discussed in mixed company. And he had done all of this with such consistent professionalism that the resistance of the family members who most distrusted him had been difficult to fully act on. Because acting on suspicion requires being able to point to something specific, and the charm produced nothing specific to point to. The rooms themselves were grand in the manner of wealthy Midwestern households of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. There was a parlor of the kind that parlors were then, formal and slightly stiff, furnished with the particular upholstered heaviness of Victorian taste, a room for receiving guests, and for the specific performances of social life that required a setting more ceremonious than the kitchen or the sitting room, but less private than the bedrooms above. There was a dining room where the family gathered for the meals that were simultaneously ordinary and fraught. The meals where the passing of dishes and the clinking of silverware provided a comfortable cover for the silences that existed between people who were not saying everything they were thinking. There were the sick rooms. in a household that contained an aging patriarch and that, in the autumn of 1909, was hit by a succession of illnesses both genuine and induced. Certain rooms had been repurposed for the specific requirements of nursing care. Beds were moved and furniture rearranged, and the paraphernalia of medical attendants. The medicine bottles and the basins and the clean linen stacked within reach, and the chairs drawn close to the bedside for the long hours of watching, had transformed rooms that had previously been part of the general living space of the household into the more specific, more serious space of the sick room, which has its own atmosphere distinct from any other domestic space, the atmosphere of heightened attention and lowered voices, and the particular quality of time that passes differently when someone you love is ill, and every hour feels both longer and more precious than ordinary hours. In those sick rooms, Hyde had done what he had done. He had stood at bedsides with the professional composure that everyone who observed him noted. He had administered medicine in the professional manner of a physician attending to a patient, the manner that implies expertise and care, and the particular authority of someone who knows what they are doing and why. He had moved with confidence and purpose. He had spoken in the measured, reassuring tones of a man who is in control of the situation and who wants the people around him to understand that they can trust him with it. He had done all of this in rooms where real human beings were lying in real vulnerability, where the specific horror of serious illness, the loss of bodily autonomy, the dependence on the care of others, the frightening closeness to the fact of mortality, had stripped away the ordinary defenses that healthy people use to maintain their sense of safety and control. He had moved through rooms where people were at their most open, their most trusting, their most completely given over to the belief that the person caring for them intended their well-being. And in that openness, in that specific and terrible vulnerability, he had done the things that the laboratories and the witnesses and the pattern of deaths and illnesses and the capsule fragments in the snow all pointed to. The house held all of this. The house had been present for every moment of it, the way houses are present for everything that happens within them, without judgment and without recourse, simply containing what occurs in its rooms and absorbing it in the way that physical spaces absorb the events they witness. After the arrests and the investigations and the trials, the question of what to do with the mansion became, for the Swope family, a practical problem that was also a profoundly emotional one. The house was real property, and it had real value, the kind of substantial financial value that wealthy families cannot simply ignore regardless of the emotional weight attached to it. But it was also the place where the Colonel had died, where Chrisman had died, where multiple family members had been made gravely ill, where the autumn of 1909 had unfolded in all its terrible specificity. It was the place where the trusted physician had stood at bedsides with his professional composure and had administered what the evidence suggested were lethal doses of strychnine. It was the place where Pearl Keller had watched and remembered, where Tom Swope had gone out into the snow and found the capsule fragments beneath the street lamp, where the ordinary domestic life of a wealthy Midwestern family had been transformed by the actions of one person into something that would be discussed and debated and written about for more than a century. The family dealt with the house the way families deal with places that have become impossible to live in without constant reminder of what happened there, which is to say they eventually stopped living in it. The transition was not immediate or dramatic. People did not simply walk out one day and not return. Life in the household continued in some form through the investigations and the early months of the legal proceedings, because life continues even in the most extreme circumstances, because the ordinary requirements of daily existence do not pause for grief or horror, because people still need to eat and sleep and wake up in the morning regardless of what the rooms they are waking up in contain in the way of memory and association. But gradually, as the legal proceedings moved forward and the family situation clarified and the question of Hyde's guilt was transferred from the private sphere of family knowledge to the public sphere of the courtroom, the mansion became less a home and more a crime scene. Less a place where people lived and more a place where something had happened, and that transformation in its identity made it increasingly difficult for it to function as the former. A house where something has happened is not the same as a house where nothing has happened. This is not superstition. It is simply the recognition that human beings are deeply and unavoidably affected by the associations that a physical space accumulates, that we cannot fully separate our experience of a place from our knowledge of what that place has contained. The house passed through various iterations of ownership and use in the years after the case. The specific details of those transitions are less important than their general character, which was the character of a property that carried its history with it in ways that prospective occupants found difficult to fully ignore, and that therefore never quite returned to the ordinary status of simply being a house where someone lived. It remained, in the collective memory of Kansas City, the Swope mansion, defined by what had happened within it rather than by its architectural qualities or its location or any of the other characteristics by which properties are normally identified and valued. This is a kind of afterlife that certain places acquire, an afterlife that has nothing to do with the supernatural and everything to do with the deep human tendency to remember places through their most significant events. The house on Elm Street in Dallas where President Kennedy dressed on the morning of November 22, 1963. The rooming house in Memphis where James Earl Ray fired the shot that killed Martin Luther King. The farmhouse in rural Kansas where the Clutter family was murdered in 1959. These places are not merely addresses. They are part of the geography of American memory, locations where history became personal in ways that reverberate long past the specific dates attached to them. The Swope Mansion was that kind of place on a local scale. It was the address that Kansas City people knew, the address that appeared in newspaper accounts, and that people pointed out when driving past, the address that carried within it the compressed history of what had happened there and what had followed. It was the place where Colonel Swope had been poisoned, if you believe the evidence. It was the place where Chrisman had died and Moss Hunton had died, and where multiple family members had been made gravely ill. It was the place where Pearl Keller had watched and Hyde had moved, and the ordinary domestic life of a wealthy family had been invaded and destroyed by a violence so quiet and so deliberate that it had taken months for the people closest to it to find the language to name it. The physical structure of the mansion itself was, in the way of substantial houses of that era, built to last. It was not the kind of construction that the 20th century's shifting real estate fashions would quickly render obsolete. It had the bones of something permanent, the thick walls and the solid floors, and the architectural ambition of a house that was built to stand for generations. And it did stand. It stood through the investigations and the trials and the retrials and the long decades that followed, changing hands and changing uses and accumulating the layers of paint and renovation and adaptation that all old houses accumulate, while remaining fundamentally itself beneath those layers. There was something almost defiant about its persistence, something in the way it continued to stand and to contain and to be there, year after year, while the events that had occurred within it receded further and further into history, that suggested the physical world's particular indifference to the human dramas that occur within it. The house did not know what had happened in it. The house did not judge. The house simply persisted, as houses do when they are built well and maintained with reasonable care, through everything that the years brought and took away. But the people who walked through its rooms in the years and decades after 1909, the people who were aware of its history, those people brought their knowledge with them, and their knowledge changed their experience of the space in ways that were real and unavoidable. You cannot stand in a room where you know a person was poisoned and feel nothing different from what you would feel in a room where nothing like that had ever happened. The knowledge is with you. It is part of how you see the room, how you breathe the air in it, how you understand the quality of light that falls through its windows. You are standing in a room that was also another room, the room of an October evening in 1909, and the two rooms coexist in your experience in a way that you cannot entirely separate. The specific rooms where the deaths had occurred became the rooms that people wanted most to see and least to inhabit. This is a consistent pattern in the history of places associated with violent death, and it reflects something real about how human beings relate to mortality and to the physical spaces in which mortality occurs. We are drawn to those spaces by the same impulse that draws us to true crime stories and to the study of historical atrocity, the impulse to understand, to bear witness, to bring ourselves close enough to something terrible to feel that we have not entirely looked away from it. And we are repelled by those spaces by the equally real impulse of self-preservation, the recognition that some kinds of proximity are too costly, that there are things that can be known at a distance that cannot be fully survived at close range. The sick room where the colonel had lain, the room where he had taken the tablet from Hyde's hand, The room where his voice had found those words. "I wish I hadn't taken that damned medicine," and sent them out into the air where they would be preserved in the memory of everyone present and eventually in the permanent record of the case. That room was a specific physical space with specific dimensions and specific windows and a specific view of the world outside, and it had also become something more than a physical space. It had become the location of a moment in time that had consequences extending far beyond its walls, a moment that had set in motion investigations and trials and reversals, and the slow, painful destruction of multiple lives, a moment that contained within it the full weight of what trust can lead to when the person you trust has decided to betray it. The house survived the 20th century. It survived the transformation of Kansas City from the rapidly growing Midwestern metropolis of 1909 into the modern American city that it became, with its highways and its suburbs, and its new commercial districts, and the continuous renovation of its architectural history that all living cities undergo. It survived through a period when the specific events it had witnessed had receded from active memory into historical record, when the people who had known the Swopes personally were gone, and the case existed only in archives and in the accounts of researchers who came to those archives looking for the specific texture of a story that the official record preserved but could not fully animate. And in those archives, in the newspaper files and the court transcripts and the testimony preserved in the careful language of legal documents, the mansion was present too. Every account of what had happened in its rooms was also an account of those rooms themselves, of the specific physical space in which the events had occurred, of the way the house had contained and witnessed everything that passed within it. The archives were the house's memory, the external record of what its walls could not speak but had absorbed. If you were to walk through the rooms today, with the full knowledge of what they had contained, you would walk through a place that felt simultaneously ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary because houses are houses, because the physical facts of walls and floors and windows and doors do not change their nature based on what has occurred within them. Extraordinary because you would know. You would carry your knowledge with you into every room, and it would change the quality of your attention, would make you look more carefully and breathe more slowly and feel, in some part of yourself that is below language, the weight of what you were standing inside. That is the gift and the burden of knowing history. The gift is the depth it adds to ordinary experience. The way it makes a house into a story, and a room into a moment in time, and a door into a threshold that once mattered in ways that most doors never do. The burden is the weight of it, the impossibility of not knowing once you know, the way the knowledge stays with you and colors everything it touches. The Colonel had walked through those rooms when they were simply his rooms. When they were the rooms of a man who had built his fortune and given his park, and was living out his final years in the quiet dignity of an old age that he had earned. He had walked through them without knowing what they would become, without knowing that the man who sat at his table would one day be accused of poisoning him in one of them, without knowing that his final words would be recorded and preserved and quoted in courtrooms and newspapers, and eventually in a story told to people who were not yet born when he died. He had walked through them as himself, as Thomas Hunton Swope, who had come to Kansas City in 1860 with money in his pocket and vision in his eyes, and the particular courage of someone who looks at what other people see as worthless and recognizes in it the seed of something real. He had walked through them as a man who had lived a full life, who had made his mark on his city in ways that would outlast him, who had been, in the final accounting, a good man in the ways that matter most. That is what the rooms contained, underneath everything else. Underneath the investigations and the autopsies and the expert testimony and the legal proceedings and the reversals and the retrials. Underneath all of the terrible machinery that the autumn of 1909 had set in motion, underneath all of it, the rooms contained him. They contained the life he had lived in them, the ordinary and extraordinary life of an extraordinary and ordinary man who had trusted in the way that good people trust and had been betrayed in the way that the best people sometimes are. The house knew that too. In whatever way houses know things, it knew that too. And if you listen, in the particular silence that old houses have, the silence that is not the absence of sound but the presence of something accumulated and persistent and real, if you listen carefully enough in the specific rooms of the Swope mansion, you can almost hear it. Almost hear the life that was lived there before the autumn of 1909. Almost hear the particular quality of an old man's voice, still finding its words, still reaching for the truth even as the truth was becoming the last thing he would ever reach for. Almost hear him. And then the silence again. And the house, persisting. There is a distinction that the law makes, and that ordinary people find deeply uncomfortable. A distinction that sits at the heart of the American legal system, and that produces, in cases like the Swope case, outcomes that feel like failures even when they are, in the specific technical sense that the law intends, exactly what the system is designed to produce. The distinction is between guilt and conviction, between what actually happened and what can be proven to have happened in a courtroom according to the specific rules that govern what evidence is admissible and how it must be obtained and presented, and what standard of certainty must be met before the law will say that a person has been established as responsible for a crime. These two things, guilt and conviction, are supposed to align. The entire enterprise of criminal law is built on the premise that they can be made to align, that the truth of what happened can be captured and represented in the formal proceedings of a courtroom with sufficient accuracy that the verdict produced by those proceedings reflects something real about the world, something that corresponds to actual events involving actual people making actual choices with actual consequences. The system is not perfect. It has never claimed to be perfect. What it claims is that it is the best available mechanism for making this alignment happen, and that the procedural rules it imposes, however frustrating they sometimes are in specific cases, exist to protect the integrity of the alignment over the long run. The Missouri Supreme Court's reversal of the Hyde conviction was a moment when the distinction between guilt and conviction became visible in a way that the public found almost unbearable. The justices were not saying Hyde was innocent. They were saying that the process by which he had been found guilty had not conformed to the requirements that the law imposed on that process, and that a verdict produced by a flawed process could not be sustained regardless of how well supported the underlying conclusion might be. They were saying, in the precise and technical language of appellate jurisprudence, that the rules matter even when the outcome produced by following them is deeply unsatisfying, and that the alternative to following the rules even when following them is hard is a system in which the rules only matter when they produce the outcomes that the public and the prosecution and the judge and the jury all happen to want, which is to say a system in which the rules effectively do not matter at all. This is the argument for procedural rules in criminal law, and it is a compelling argument, and most people who think carefully about it, and who are not personally invested in a particular outcome find it persuasive. The problem is that most people are personally invested in particular outcomes, most of the time, and the abstract argument for procedural integrity is very difficult to hold on to when the specific outcome that the procedures have produced is the release of a man who poisoned 3 members of his wife's family. The specific procedural errors that the Missouri Supreme Court identified in the Hyde trial were several. They were not trivial errors, in the sense that they were not the kind of minor technical slips that appellate courts routinely overlook under the doctrine of harmless error. They were errors that went to the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, errors that the court determined had materially affected the jury's ability to evaluate the evidence with the impartiality that the law required. One of the central issues was the admission of evidence from multiple deaths in a trial that was nominally about a single death. Hyde had been tried primarily for the murder of Colonel Swope, but the prosecution had introduced extensive evidence about the deaths of Chrisman Swope and Moss Hunton, and about the illnesses of the family members who had survived the typhoid outbreak. The theory was that this evidence was relevant to establishing a pattern, to demonstrating that what had happened to the colonel was not an isolated event, but part of a systematic course of conduct that was impossible to explain by any hypothesis other than deliberate poisoning. The pattern evidence was powerful. It was, in many respects, the spine of the prosecution's case, the thing that transformed the individual pieces of evidence from merely suggestive to collectively conclusive. Without the pattern, the strychnine in the colonel's liver was a disturbing finding, but not necessarily a proof of murder. With the pattern, it became part of a sequence of events that had only one coherent explanation. But the admission of pattern evidence in criminal trials is governed by rules that exist for important reasons. The rules reflect the recognition that evidence of a defendant's prior bad acts can have an overwhelming and potentially distorting effect on a jury's deliberations, that it can lead jurors to conclude that the defendant is a bad person generally, and therefore must be guilty of the specific act charged, rather than evaluating the evidence for the specific act on its own merits. The rules are designed to prevent convictions that are based on character rather than conduct, on what kind of person the defendant appears to be rather than on what the evidence demonstrates they actually did on a specific occasion. The Supreme Court found that the admission of the pattern evidence in the Hyde trial had not been handled in a way that fully satisfied these requirements, that the jury had been allowed to consider evidence about other deaths and other illnesses in a manner that had not been sufficiently cabined by instructions that would have enabled them to use the evidence only for its legitimate purpose. This was a real concern. It was grounded in genuine legal principles that had been developed over decades of appellate decisions addressing exactly this kind of problem. And the court's conclusion that the error was significant enough to warrant reversal was not an arbitrary or capricious one. But the reversal meant that a new trial was required. And the new trial, when it was held, ran into difficulties of its own. The practical challenges of retrying a case like the Hyde case were considerable. Witnesses who had been available for the first trial were less available for the second. Memories that had been relatively fresh in the spring of 1910 were less fresh by the time the retrial proceedings got fully underway. Some witnesses had moved. Some had become ill. Some were simply less willing to go through the experience again, to return to the stand and relive what they had observed and been part of and had tried, in the interval between the trials, to put some emotional distance from. The evidence was also more complicated to present the second time, because the defense had now seen the prosecution's entire case and had had months to prepare its responses to every element of it. The chemistry experts who would testify for the defense had had time to refine their arguments, to address the specific vulnerabilities that cross-examination had exposed in the first trial, to develop more sophisticated versions of the embalming fluid theory and the ptomaine theory and the other alternative explanations that they had advanced. The defense attorneys had had time to identify the specific weaknesses in the prosecution's case and to develop more effective strategies for exploiting those weaknesses before the jury. The first retrial produced a hung jury, 12 people who could not reach a unanimous verdict. This outcome was, in a practical sense, neither a conviction nor an acquittal. It was simply the failure of the process to produce a result, the failure of 12 people to find sufficient agreement about what the evidence established to deliver the verdict that the law required. It meant that the case would have to be tried again. The second retrial produced another hung jury. Again, 12 people. Again, no unanimous verdict. Again, the failure of the process to produce resolution. The pattern of hung juries was not random. It reflected the genuine complexity of the case and the genuine difficulty of the evidentiary questions it raised. But it also reflected something about the changed context in which the retrials were occurring, changed in ways that made conviction harder to achieve than it had been in the first trial. The public's attention, which had been intensely focused on the case during the investigation and the first trial, had begun to diffuse over the months and years of legal proceedings. The emotional immediacy of the events of 1909 had faded somewhat with the passage of time. The jurors in the retrials were people who were coming to the evidence without the same level of pre-existing emotional engagement that had characterized the public at the time of the first trial, and that different baseline affected how they processed what they heard and saw in the courtroom. There was also the question of money. The Hyde defense was expensive to mount, and it was mounted with a thoroughness that reflected the resources available to it. Expert witnesses cost money. Experienced defense attorneys cost money. The extended legal proceedings, stretching over years and through multiple trials, represented a financial commitment that most defendants could not sustain and that the Hyde defense sustained, in part, because the Swope fortune itself provided the resources through Francis's inheritance and whatever claims Hyde maintained through the marital relationship. This was one of the profound ironies of the case. The fortune that Hyde had allegedly murdered to obtain was, in part, funding the legal defense that was preventing him from being permanently convicted of obtaining it through murder. The money was simultaneously the motive for the crime and the mechanism of the defense against the charge, and this circularity was one of the aspects of the case that most infuriated the people following it, because it seemed to demonstrate, with particular clarity, the ways in which the legal system's outcomes are shaped by resources that have nothing to do with the truth of what happened. The prosecution, meanwhile, was not without its own constraints. The resources of the state are not unlimited, in a case that has already been tried once and reversed and retried twice without producing a final verdict begins, at some point, to compete with other demands on the prosecutorial budget. There comes a point in any extended legal proceeding where the authorities responsible for bringing it must evaluate whether continuing to pursue it serves the interests of justice or whether it has become a matter of institutional momentum, the continuation of a process because stopping it feels like an acknowledgement of defeat rather than because continuing it serves any purpose that stopping would not. The charges against Hyde were eventually dismissed. This happened not with any formal declaration of innocence, not with any judicial finding that the evidence had been insufficient or that Hyde had been wrongly accused. It happened in the quiet, administrative way that cases sometimes end when the institutional will to pursue them has been exhausted, when the prosecutors responsible for the case have concluded that the likelihood of obtaining a final, sustainable conviction does not justify the continued expenditure of resources required to pursue it. The dismissal was reported in the newspapers with a brevity that was itself a kind of comment on the state of public engagement with the case by the time it occurred. The elaborate, breathless coverage of the investigation and the first trial had contracted, over the years of retrials and hung juries, into something much more minimal. The story was still there, but it had lost the urgency that had characterized its early coverage, the sense that its outcome was going to tell something important about justice and about what kind of city and country this was. By the time the charges were dismissed, the story had become a kind of long-running disappointment, a procedural saga that had never delivered the clean resolution that everyone had been expecting, and the newspapers covered its conclusion with the same exhausted resignation that most people connected to the case were feeling. Hyde was legally free. He had never been finally convicted. He had spent time in custody following the first verdict, but that custody had ended with the reversal, and the retrials and their hung juries had not produced a new period of incarceration. He was a free man in the specific legal sense of that term, a man against whom no valid conviction existed and against whom no pending charges remained. What he was not free from was the consequence of what he had done, in the broader sense of consequence that extends beyond the formal sanctions of the law. He was not free from his reputation, which had been destroyed so completely and so publicly that it could not be repaired by any legal outcome, however favorable. He was not free from the knowledge of what he had done, assuming he possessed that knowledge in any form that a human conscience would recognize. He was not free from the particular kind of social death that public accusation of this magnitude produces, the death of the self that exists in other people's perception, the self that can walk into a room and be seen as a physician and a husband and a member of a community rather than as the man who poisoned his wife's uncle. The legal system had done what it could, or rather, the legal system had done what its procedural requirements and its institutional constraints had allowed it to do, which was not the same thing as doing what justice required, but which was the best available approximation of what a system designed to protect against certain kinds of errors can produce when it is operating in good faith according to its own rules. Whether those rules were adequate to the task of producing justice in the specific circumstances of the Hyde case is a question that the people most affected by those circumstances answered differently, and whose answer depended in large part on which specific failure you were most concerned about. If you were most concerned about the failure to convict a man who had poisoned 3 people, the rules had failed by preventing a sustainable conviction. If you were most concerned about the failure to protect defendants against the distorting effects of prejudicial evidence and prosecutorial overreach, the rules had succeeded by insisting on standards even when insisting was hard. Both concerns were real. Both failures were real. And the Hyde case sits permanently in the space between them, a case that demonstrates, with exceptional clarity, the price that a system committed to procedural integrity pays for that commitment and the alternative price that would be paid by a system that was not. The attorneys who had argued the case on both sides were changed by it. This is almost always true of people who are deeply involved in major criminal cases, and the Hyde case was major enough to have changed everyone it touched. The prosecution attorneys carried the particular weight of a case that they believed they had proven and that the legal system had nonetheless failed to sustain. This is one of the heaviest burdens available to a prosecutor, heavier in some ways than losing a case on the merits, because losing on the merits means the other side made a better argument. while losing on procedure means that the truth you established was set aside for reasons that have nothing to do with whether the truth was true. James Reed, who had led the prosecution with such skill and conviction, went on to a distinguished legal and political career that was shaped in part by what he had learned from the Hyde case. The case had taught him things about the relationship between truth and proof, about the gap that can exist between what everyone knows and what can be legally established, about the specific vulnerabilities in the system that allow that gap to be exploited by skilled and well-resourced defense teams. These were lessons that informed his subsequent work and that made him a more sophisticated and more realistic practitioner of the law than he had been before the case began. The defense attorneys carried their own particular weight. They had done their job. They had defended their client with the full professional commitment that the law required and that their professional ethics demanded. They had identified the procedural flaws in the first trial and had brought them to the attention of the Supreme Court. They had mounted effective defenses in the retrials. They had, in the formal legal sense, succeeded. And yet the success sat oddly with them, or so the accounts of people who knew them suggest, because they were men who understood the evidence as well as anyone and who knew, in the private spaces of their professional judgment, what that evidence indicated. Winning a case is not always a simple pleasure. Sometimes winning a case is the most complicated professional experience a lawyer can have. The jurors from the first trial, the 12 men who had deliberated for 3 days and returned the guilty verdict that was subsequently overturned, were perhaps the people who felt the reversal most acutely. They had done what they were asked to do. They had listened and evaluated and debated and reached a conclusion that they believed was supported by the evidence. And then the Supreme Court had told them that the process in which they had participated had been flawed, and that their verdict, however sincerely reached, could not stand. This is a particular kind of experience that has no fully adequate response, because the jurors had not made the procedural errors that led to the reversal, and yet the reversal undid what they had produced, and there was no mechanism for the system to acknowledge their sincere effort while simultaneously correcting the process that had produced it. One of the jurors, the one who had later told the newspaper that Hyde's own testimony had convinced him, was asked about the reversal in an interview conducted some time after the Supreme Court's decision. He said that he understood the legal reasoning. He said that he could follow the argument for why the procedural rules mattered and why the court had done what it did. And then he said, quietly, and with the resigned clarity of a man who has made his peace with an outcome he does not fully accept, that understanding something and being satisfied by it are not the same thing. He was right. They are not the same thing. In the Hyde case, perhaps more than any other case in Kansas City's legal history, demonstrated the distance between those two things with a precision that left everyone who had been involved in it changed in some permanent way by the demonstration. The law had spoken. It had spoken multiple times, in multiple registers, in the contradictory and recursive way that law sometimes speaks when a case is complicated enough to expose the genuine tensions within the legal system rather than simply testing its capacity to handle clear-cut situations. The first verdict had spoken. The reversal had spoken. The hung juries had spoken, or had declined to speak, which is its own kind of statement. The dismissal of charges had spoken, in the quiet, administrative voice of institutional exhaustion. And through all of it, underneath all of it, the truth had remained what it was. The strychnine in the colonel's liver had remained what it was. The cyanide in the capsule fragments had remained what it was. The pattern of deaths and illnesses that followed, so precisely the pattern of Hyde's access and Hyde's interventions had remained what it was. Pearl Keller's testimony had remained what it was. Tom Swope's account of the street lamp had remained what it was. Dr. Stewart's account of the typhoid cultures had remained what it was. All of it had remained. The law had moved around it and through it and had ultimately been unable to fully account for it. But the truth itself had not moved, had not changed, had not become less true because the law had failed to permanently enshrine it in a verdict. The truth of what happened in the Swope mansion in the autumn and winter of 1909 was not a legal truth. It was not the kind of truth that required a verdict to be true. It was the kind of truth that exists in the physical world, in the chemistry of tissue and the testimony of witnesses, and the cold logic of a pattern that has only one coherent explanation. It was the kind of truth that was there before the law looked at it, and was still there after the law had finished with it, unchanged by the legal system's inability to produce a final, sustainable accounting. And the people who had lived through it, who had been in those rooms and had seen what Pearl Keller saw and had smelled what Tom Swope smelled in the snow beneath the street lamp, those people carried the truth with them in the way that witnesses carry things. Not as an abstraction, not as a legal proposition, but as a lived reality, as something they had been present for, and that therefore belonged to them in a way that no subsequent legal proceeding could take away or diminish. They knew what they knew. The law had done what the law could do. And the distance between those two things was the permanent, unresolved, deeply human legacy of the Swope case. A legacy that endures. A legacy that brings people back to the story, generation after generation. Because the questions it raises are not the kind of questions that get answered once and stay answered. They are the questions that return whenever justice and the law diverge. Whenever truth and proof fail to align. Whenever the machinery built to protect us from false conviction fails, in the same motion, to produce true conviction. Whenever a man who poisoned 3 people walks out of a courtroom legally free. Those questions are with us still. They were with us before the Swope case, and they will be with us long after the last person who reads this account of it is gone. They are among the most persistent and the most difficult questions that a society organized around the rule of law is required to keep asking itself, without ever fully answering, in the ongoing project of trying to build something that deserves to be called justice. The Hyde case had no clean ending. It had only the ending that the law was able to produce, which was not clean and was not fully satisfying and was not, in the deepest sense, adequate to what had been done in those rooms in the autumn and winter of 1909. But it was what the law could give. And the law, for all its failures in this case, was still the best available alternative to a world in which no one was accountable to anything beyond their own calculation of what they could get away with. The Colonel had deserved better. He had deserved the full accounting that the law had attempted and ultimately failed to deliver. He had deserved justice in the complete sense of that word, not merely the procedural gesture toward justice that the legal proceedings had produced. He had given his city a park. He had trusted his family. He had been, in the most fundamental sense, a good man whose goodness had been used against him. He had deserved better than what he got. That is the sentence that the Hyde case leaves you with. Simple and insufficient and permanent. He had deserved better. There is a particular kind of grief that does not come with a clean beginning or a clean end. A grief that does not follow the ordinary arc of loss and mourning and gradual acceptance that the people around you expect grief to follow. It is the grief that arrives when the loss you are mourning was not an accident and not a natural event, and not the kind of thing that can be explained by the ordinary workings of a world in which people get sick and age and die in the course of living their lives. It is the grief that arrives when someone took something from you deliberately, when the loss was a choice, someone else's choice, made in the cold privacy of a calculating mind, and the thing that was chosen to be taken was a person you loved. That grief does not follow the expected arc. It does not move through its stages and arrive at acceptance in the time that ordinary grief requires. It circles. It returns. It sits in unexpected places, waiting for you in the middle of meals and in the early hours of the morning and in the specific quality of a season that was also the season when it happened. And it does not diminish with time in the way that other griefs diminish. It simply changes shape, becomes more familiar without becoming less heavy, becomes something you have learned to carry rather than something that has become easier to carry. The Swope family carried this grief. They carried it individually, and they carried it collectively, and the particular shape their carrying took was shaped by everything that the case had done to them. Not only the deaths themselves, but the investigation and the trials and the retrials and the reversals. The years of public exposure and the repeated requirement to revisit in formal legal settings what they had experienced in the personal and private settings of their own household. They had been made, by the specifics of the case, to perform their grief publicly in a way that most grieving families are never required to perform it, to bring it into courtrooms and coroners' offices and newspaper accounts, and to have it examined and evaluated and sometimes questioned in ways that had the quality of violation even when they were legally necessary. And then, when the legal proceedings were finally exhausted and the charges were dismissed and the case was officially over, they had been left with the grief and the anger and the unresolved sense of injustice that the outcome had produced, and they had been left with those things without any of the institutional support that the ongoing legal proceedings had, in some strange way, provided. Because as long as the case was active, as long as there was a next trial and a next hearing and a next proceeding to prepare for, there was a structure. There was something to do with the feelings, some channel for the energy of outrage and determination that the unresolved situation demanded. When the case ended without resolution, that structure disappeared, and the feelings remained, and the families had to find their own channels for them. Maggie Swope, who had been the family's most clear-eyed and most consistently accurate observer throughout the entire saga, was by the time the case concluded an old woman. She had been old enough at the beginning of it, but the years of the investigation and the trials had aged her in the specific way that prolonged stress ages people who are already old, had taken something from her reserves that was not replenishable, had used up resources of energy and resilience that she did not have the years ahead of her to rebuild. She had been right about Hyde from the beginning, had said so clearly, and had been dismissed, and had watched the consequences of her dismissal unfold with the particular anguish of someone who has given a warning that was not heeded. She never said, "In any account that survives, I told you so." This is remarkable, given how completely and how catastrophically she had been right. Most people, in her position, would have said it, at least once, at least in the specific privacy of a moment with the family members who had most thoroughly rejected her initial assessment. But Maggie Swope did not say it. She did not, apparently, find any comfort in the vindication of her judgment. What she found instead was the ongoing grief of a woman who had watched her brother die, who had watched her grandson die, who had watched her daughter spend years in an impossible position, and who had watched the man responsible for all of it walk away from the formal accounting that the law had attempted to impose. The fact that she had been right about him did not make any of those things less terrible. The rightness of her initial warning was cold comfort in the face of what the failure to heed it had cost. She died having never seen the justice she had believed the case deserved. This was the specific shape of her grief's ending, the specific form in which it resolved, which is to say that it did not resolve. It ended with her death, as all things do, but not with resolution. Not with the satisfaction of having watched the law finally and permanently account for what had been done. She carried the unresolved grief to the end, and the end came before the resolution did. Margaret was different. Margaret was the sister who had received the capsule and survived it. The sister whose vomit had been collected and analyzed, and whose physical survival had produced some of the most important evidence in the case. Margaret was a woman whose relationship to the events of 1909 was shaped by a fact that Maggie and Francis did not share, which was the fact that she was alive by a margin that might have been very different. She had been given what the laboratory analysis suggested was a lethal dose of strychnine. She had survived because her body had expelled it before it could fully do what it was designed to do. She was alive because of a biological accident, because of the specific and unpredictable response of her individual body to the compound that had been administered, and she understood this with a clarity that colored everything she felt about the case and about Hyde. Margaret had no ambiguity. Where Francis had navigated the terrible space between loyalty and truth, where other family members had sometimes struggled to fully commit to the conclusion that the evidence pointed toward, because fully committing meant accepting something almost too monstrous to accept about a person who had sat at their table, Margaret had no such struggle. She had taken the capsule from Hyde's hand. She had convulsed on a sickroom floor. She had survived by the narrowest of margins. And she knew, with the specific certainty of someone who has been directly and personally subjected to violence, exactly what had been intended for her, and exactly who had intended it. She was the most openly and consistently vocal member of the family about her conviction that Hyde was guilty, and about her outrage at the legal system's failure to permanently confirm that conviction. She spoke to newspapers in the periods when the family's communications with the press were not being managed by attorneys. She made clear, in terms that were as direct as any public statement made by any family member throughout the entire case, that she understood what had happened and who was responsible for it, and that she found the outcome of the legal proceedings a profound failure of justice. She did not couch this in the diplomatic language that other family members preferred. She said what she believed, clearly and with the particular force of someone who has a personal and physical stake in being believed. Her directness was both a strength and a source of tension within the family. The other family members, navigating the complicated social terrain of a family that had been publicly exposed and publicly examined, and publicly judged in ways that left everyone's reputation somewhat complicated, were sometimes more cautious about public statements than Margaret's temperament inclined her to be. There were conversations, in the particular register of family conversations about difficult subjects, in which the appropriate level of public engagement with the case was negotiated, in which the tension between the desire to speak the truth clearly and the desire to allow some degree of privacy and normalcy to return to their lives was worked through in the imperfect, ongoing way of families who disagree about important things, but who love each other and must continue to inhabit the same family. Margaret generally prevailed in her preference for directness, at least in her own public communications, because Margaret was the kind of person whose preferences tended to prevail on questions of this nature, who had the specific combination of conviction and force of personality that makes it difficult to talk someone into a position they do not hold. And in some ways her directness served the family well, because it kept the record clear. It prevented the kind of gradual ambiguity that can develop around a case like this, where the passage of time and the weariness of all parties can produce a softening of the historical record that ultimately serves the interests of the person who committed the acts rather than the people who were harmed by them. Frances, meanwhile, was engaged in the quieter and more interior work of rebuilding. Her rebuilding was not the rebuilding of someone who was recovering from a simple loss, not the ordinary work of grief and recovery that follows bereavement or the end of a marriage. It was the rebuilding of someone who had to reconstruct not only her daily life, but her understanding of herself, her understanding of her own judgment and her own perceptions, and her own capacity to know another person. The discovery that the man she had married was not what she had believed him to be is always a devastating experience. But when the gap between the person you believed you knew and the person they actually were is as enormous as the gap in Frances's case, when the alternative reality includes murder and systematic poisoning and the cold calculation of when and how to kill the people closest to you for financial gain, the reconstruction of self-trust that recovery requires is an almost impossibly large undertaking. Frances undertook it anyway. She had no choice, in the sense that the only alternative to undertaking it was not recovering, which was not an alternative she was willing to accept. She was a Swope, and Swopes were not people who stayed down. The family had demonstrated, generation after generation, the specific Midwestern fortitude of people who face difficulty and continue, who absorb loss and rebuild, who do not allow the worst things that happen to them to permanently define the shape of their lives. Frances had inherited this quality along with everything else she had inherited, and she brought it to the work of reconstruction with a determination that the people close to her both admired and found sometimes heartbreaking to witness, because determination in the face of this much pain has the quality of courage and the quality of necessity simultaneously. And it is difficult to watch someone be both brave and desperate at the same time without feeling the full weight of what they are carrying. She found, in the years after the divorce and the dismissal of the charges, a kind of life that was meaningful to her. It was a smaller life, in the social and material sense, than the one she had envisioned when she was young and wealthy and the niece of the most prominent philanthropist in Kansas City. It was a life with less surface glamour and less public presence, and less of the elaborate social machinery that had characterized her family's existence at its most expansive. But it had an authenticity that the earlier life, in retrospect, had sometimes lacked. The social performances of wealthy Midwestern life, the carefully managed presentations of a family that was expected to embody certain values and certain appearances, the specific kind of showing up that was required of people in the Swope's position in their community, all of that had been burned away by what had happened, and what remained was something more honest, more fully herself, more genuinely connected to what she actually valued rather than to what her position required her to appear to value. She developed relationships in the post-trial years that were characterized by the specific quality of intimacy that becomes possible when you have been through something that strips away pretense. People who have survived something devastating together, or who have supported each other through devastation, often find that the relationship that emerges from that experience has a depth and an honesty that ordinary friendships rarely achieve. Because the ordinary social negotiations that keep most relationships at a comfortable distance from the truth of what people are actually feeling have been made unnecessary by the crisis that has already revealed everything. Frances found those relationships. She cultivated them with the care of someone who understands their value because she understands, from experience, what their absence feels like. The children of the Swope family, the next generation that came up in the shadow of the case, had their own particular experience of its legacy. They were the people who grew up knowing the story not as news, but as family history, not as something they had witnessed, but as something they had been told and retold in the specific ways that families tell their most significant stories, with the particular combination of factual precision and emotional emphasis that family narratives develop over repeated telling. They knew who the Colonel was and what he had given the city. They knew who Hyde was and what he had done. They knew who Pearl Keller was and what she had observed and how she had spoken. They knew the story of the snow and the street lamp and the capsule fragments and the smell of cyanide. They knew all of it in the intimate, familial way of people who have inherited a story rather than witnessed it. And they carried it into a world that did not always know what to do with them because of it. There were social situations in which the Swope name opened doors, because the Colonel's legacy was genuine and lasting, and the park that bore his name was a civic institution that generated its own kind of reflected status. And there were social situations in which the Swope name complicated things, in which the case was close enough in memory that new acquaintances who recognized the name associated it immediately with the trial and the murders and the reversals, and the young Swopes had to navigate those associations with whatever combination of pride and discretion the specific situation required. They managed it. They managed it the way that families manage the complicated legacies that history hands them, which is to say imperfectly but persistently, finding the ways to claim the parts of the story that deserve to be claimed and to set aside the parts that deserve to be set aside, to honor the Colonel without being defined by what had been done to him, to acknowledge the case without allowing it to permanently determine the limits of what their own lives could contain. The youngest generation, the great-nieces and great-nephews who were born into a family in which the case was already history rather than current event, had the most distance from it, and perhaps the clearest view. They could see it as a complete story, with a beginning and an end and all of its elements in their proper relationship to each other, rather than as an ongoing crisis that was still unfolding and still demanding responses that nobody quite knew how to make. For them, the case was something that had happened to their family in the past, something that explained certain things about the family's character and certain things about the family's history, something that was part of who they were without being the whole of who they were. This is how family trauma works, when it works well. It becomes part of the story rather than the whole of the story. It shapes, but does not solely determine. It leaves marks that are real and permanent, and that the people who bear them learn to acknowledge and to integrate into a self-understanding that is larger than the trauma, that contains the trauma rather than being contained by it. This is not easy. It is, in fact, one of the most difficult things that human beings are asked to do. But it is possible, and the Swope family, in its various iterations across the decades following 1909, demonstrated that it was possible with the patient, unglamorous, persistent dedication that genuine recovery requires. The specific individuals who had been most directly affected, the ones who had sat in those sick rooms and had stood in that courtroom and had received those capsules and had carried those testimonies, eventually moved into the background of the family's story in the natural way that generations move into the background as new generations come forward. Maggie died. Margaret died. Frances died. The nurses and the attorneys and the physicians and the jurors died, one by one, and then all of them, in the ordinary progression of time that eventually claims everyone who was present for any specific historical moment and leaves the moment itself behind, preserved in the record but no longer inhabited by the people who created it. What remained was the record, the court transcripts, the newspaper accounts, the laboratory analyses, the autopsy reports, the capsule fragments that Tom Swope had retrieved from the snow, which had been entered into evidence and had remained in some form in the legal record long after the case itself was concluded. The testimony of Pearl Keller, preserved in the formal language of court proceedings with the specific detail and the specific precision that she had brought to every account she gave of what she had witnessed. And the park, always the park, the 1,400 acres that Colonel Swope had given to his city, that remained open and green and visited through everything that had happened and everything that had followed, that bore his name into a future that he could not have imagined from the vantage point of 1896 when he made the donation. A future of automobiles and highways, and a completely transformed cityscape. A future in which almost nothing of the city he had known was still recognizable except the park itself, which was still there, still essentially as he had imagined it, still serving the purpose he had imagined for it. Children played in it. Families spread blankets on its grass. Old couples walked its paths on summer evenings with the slow, companionable pace of people who have been walking together for so long that they have developed a shared rhythm they do not have to think about. Young people sat under its trees with books and with each other, in the specific combinations of solitude and companionship that parks make possible. Dogs ran across its open spaces with the particular uncomplicated joy that dogs bring to the experience of open space. Joy that asks no questions and requires no justification and is simply and completely itself. The park did not know its own history. It did not know what had been done to the man whose name it bore, or what had followed that doing, or what the legal system had attempted and failed to produce in response. It was simply there, in the way that good gifts are simply there, available and open and asking nothing in return, serving the purpose it was given to serve without concerning itself with the complicated human story that surrounded its origins. It was, in this, the most fitting possible memorial. Not a statue or a plaque or a formal monument that required you to stop and look at it and read something about a person who was no longer present, but a living, breathing, ongoing place that asked you to simply be in it, to walk through it and breathe its air and let your children run across its grass and feel, in the specific, wordless way that parks make you feel it, the generosity of the person who made the gift that made this possible. The Colonel had understood something that the events surrounding his death had temporarily obscured but had not permanently diminished, which is that the most lasting thing a person can leave behind is not the memory of their suffering or the record of what was done to them, but the evidence of what they chose to do with the life they had. He had chosen to give something to his city. He had chosen to look at 1,400 acres of land and see in it not the fortune it would generate, but the place it could be, the public, democratic, open place where everyone was welcome and everyone was equal, and the grass and the trees and the sky were simply there for anyone who needed them. That choice endured. That choice was still producing its intended effect more than a century later. And whatever had been done to him in the autumn of 1909, whatever terrible and unaccountable thing had been done to him in his own bedroom by a man he had no reason not to trust, it had not erased that choice. It had not taken back the gift. It had not undone the good that the good act had set in motion in the world. The Swope family had survived. They had survived the deaths and the trials and the reversals and the long, exhausting aftermath of a case that had consumed years of their collective life without producing the clean resolution they had needed. They had survived Francis's impossible position and Margaret's outrage and Maggie's grief, and the children's complicated inheritance of a story they had not chosen but had nonetheless been given. They had survived it all in the imperfect, partial, persistent way that families survive things, which is not triumph, but is also not defeat. They had continued, and continuing, in the face of everything that had been done to them and everything that the law had failed to do for them, was its own kind of answer to what had happened. Not a complete answer, not a satisfying answer, but an answer nonetheless. The Colonel would have recognized it. The man who had looked at worthless land and seen in it something worth betting everything on. The man who had held his investments through the years when everyone else called them worthless and had waited with the patience of someone who understands that value sometimes takes time to be recognized. That man would have recognized the specific kind of stubbornness that continuing requires and would have understood it as something worth respecting. His family continued. His park remained. His name endured. And in the end, whatever else had been taken from him, those things had not been. There is a question that every serious student of this case eventually arrives at. A question that sits beneath all the other questions, beneath the chemistry and the legal proceedings and the family drama and the civic response, beneath all of the external elements of the story that can be examined and documented and analyzed with the tools of historical research. It is the question that is hardest to answer because it is the question that goes furthest inside, that requires not the examination of physical evidence or legal records, but the examination of a human interior that was never made available for examination, that was protected behind a surface so carefully maintained and so consistently presented that the people who were closest to it for years never fully penetrated it. The question is this: who was Bennett Clark Hyde, really, in the private architecture of his own mind? What did he tell himself about what he was doing? What did he feel, or fail to feel, in the moments when he stood at bedsides and administered what the evidence suggests were lethal doses of poison to people who trusted him completely? What was the interior experience of a man who could watch a convulsing patient and maintain the composed, professional expression that Keller observed and could not name, who could attend a banquet on the evening of a young man's death and make conversation and appear, to everyone present, to be entirely at ease? These are questions that the historical record cannot fully answer, because the historical record captures behavior and not experience, captures what a person does and says in the world, but not what they feel or think or tell themselves in the privacy of their own consciousness. Hyde never confessed. He never gave an account of his interior experience of the events in the Swope mansion. He never wrote a memoir or gave an interview in which he described what it was like to be inside his own mind during the autumn and winter of 1909. What we have is the surface, the behavior, the pattern of choices and actions and carefully maintained presentations, and from that surface we must infer, carefully and with appropriate humility about the limits of inference, what the interior might have contained. The pattern of Hyde's behavior, across the full span of what the evidence describes, has certain consistent qualities that are worth examining carefully. The first and most striking is the patience. Whatever Hyde was doing in the Swope household, he was doing it slowly and with a deliberateness that was not hurried, not desperate, not characterized by the kind of reckless urgency that tends to produce mistakes and exposure. He had been married to Frances for 4 years before the autumn of 1909. For years of building his position in the household, for years of making himself indispensable, for years of learning the family's finances and its dynamics, and its vulnerabilities, and the specific relationships between the various members, and the colonel, and the will, and the question of how the fortune would eventually be distributed. 4 years is a long time to wait. 4 years is a long time to maintain a surface while pursuing an interior agenda that is entirely at odds with the surface being presented. This patience is not the quality of a person who is acting on impulse or on the hot, volatile emotional energy that drives most violence. It is the quality of a person who has a plan and who is willing to implement it over whatever time is required, who has made the calculation and who trusts the calculation enough to wait for the right moment rather than creating a moment that is less than right. It is, in this specific sense, the patience of a professional. The patience of someone who brings to the pursuit of a goal the same methodical, systematic approach that their professional training has taught them to bring to the diagnosis and treatment of illness. This is one of the most disturbing aspects of the Hyde case, and one of the aspects that makes it enduringly compelling to people who study it. The skills that made Hyde dangerous were not separate from his professional skills. They were the same skills, applied in a different context. The physician's training in anatomy and physiology and pharmacology, the knowledge of how the body works and what substances will produce what effects in what doses, the professional calm that is required to function effectively in medical emergencies, the practiced manner that conveys competence and reassurance to patients who are frightened and vulnerable. All of these were the tools of his profession, and all of them, if the evidence is to be believed, were also the tools of his crimes. This convergence is what makes the betrayal in the Swope case so total. When a person is harmed by someone they had no reason to trust, the harm is terrible, but it is comprehensible within the ordinary framework of a world in which dangers exist and must be guarded against. But when a person is harmed by someone whose entire professional identity is constructed around the obligation to protect them from harm, when the trust that was extended precisely because it was the appropriate response to a physician's presentation of himself, the harm has a quality that goes beyond the ordinary category of violence. It is a violation of something foundational, a violation of the framework within which the trust was offered. The psychological literature on physicians who harm patients, which is a small but real body of research, tends to identify certain patterns in the backgrounds and personalities of the people who fall into this category. They tend to be people for whom the exercise of control is more motivating than the exercise of care. They tend to be people whose professional performance is compelling and whose interior emotional life is significantly less developed than their external social functioning might suggest. They tend to be people who have a grandiose understanding of their own intelligence and their own entitlement, and who have, over time, developed a worldview in which other people function primarily as means to their own ends rather than as ends in themselves. And they tend to be people whose capacity for empathy, whatever it may appear to be in professional contexts where a performance of empathy is professionally required, is significantly limited in its genuine depth and range. Hyde, from the outside, fit many of these patterns. The composure was too perfect. The professional performance was too consistent. The ability to maintain the surface under the kind of extreme pressure that the investigation and the trials represented, to sit in a courtroom and testify and be cross-examined without the surface cracking in ways that would have been entirely normal and entirely understandable, suggested an interior architecture that was significantly different from the interior architecture of ordinary people. Ordinary people crack under that kind of pressure, not because they are weak, but because they are human, because the weight of exposure and the fear of consequence and the guilt of action break through the ordinary social surfaces that people maintain in daily life. Hyde's surface held with a consistency that was itself a kind of evidence about what was underneath it. The Baptist preacher's sun dimension of his background is interesting and has been noted by various people who have studied the case over the years, not because it is determinative or because it provides a simple causal explanation for what he became, but because it speaks to a particular kind of early formation that sometimes produces people whose relationship to moral authority and moral constraint is complicated in specific ways. The children of very strictly religious households sometimes develop, in the space between the public morality that is performed for the community and the private interior that is never fully shared with anyone, a capacity for compartmentalization that serves them well in some contexts and catastrophically in others. The ability to hold two entirely different frameworks simultaneously, to present one face to the world while inhabiting a completely different interior reality, is a skill that some people develop as a survival mechanism in environments where the interior reality is not safe to reveal, and it is a skill that has obvious applications in contexts where concealment is the primary requirement. This is speculation. It is the kind of speculation that any honest discussion of a historical figure's psychology must acknowledge as speculation, because we cannot know what Hyde's early life felt like from the inside, cannot know what specific experiences or relationships or failures of relationship shaped the person he became. What we can know is what he did and how he did it, and from that we can infer, with appropriate caution, something about the kind of person who is capable of doing it. The grave robbing allegations from his early career are part of the picture, not because they prove anything specific about his character in the retrospective light of what he later allegedly did, but because they suggest a relationship to the bodies of the dead that was different from the relationship that most people, including most physicians, have to mortality and to the physical remains of human life. The medical profession of that era had a complicated relationship with the supply of cadavers for educational purposes, and many of the people who operated in the gray areas of that commerce were not monsters, but were simply people responding to an institutional need with the pragmatic opportunism that gray markets tend to produce. But the specific allegations against Hyde, and the specific context in which they arose, suggest something that went slightly beyond pragmatic opportunism. Suggests someone for whom the ordinary inhibitions that most people feel about certain kinds of transgression were less operative than they are for most people. The prior relationships with wealthy women, the relationships that the family had noted before the secret marriage to Francis, are also part of the picture. They suggest a pattern of seeking proximity to wealth through personal relationships, a pattern of identifying and pursuing access to financial resources through the kind of intimate connection that bypasses the ordinary mechanisms of earning and saving and building. This is not unique to Hyde. There are many people who seek partners with financial resources and who are motivated, in part, by those resources. The question is one of degree and of what the person is willing to do to secure and maintain the access they seek. Most people who are attracted to wealth in a partner stop well short of murder. The distance between Hyde and most people is not the desire for financial security or or even for significant wealth. The distance is in what he was apparently willing to do to obtain it. Inside the courtroom, during the trial, observers who studied Hyde carefully over the weeks of proceedings reported something that they found difficult to describe. He was present. He was attentive. He appeared to follow the testimony and the arguments with the focused intelligence of a person who is genuinely engaged with what is happening. But there was, beneath the engagement, something that did not respond the way a person who is genuinely innocent responds to testimony describing terrible things they are accused of doing. An innocent person confronted with testimony describing their alleged crimes typically shows something: discomfort, outrage, distress, the physical manifestations of a person who is hearing lies told about them in a public forum and who feels the injustice of it in their body. Hyde did not show these things in the way that observers expected. He showed instead the composed, evaluative attention of someone who is assessing the testimony not for its emotional truth, but for its strategic implications. This was the observation that one juror had described when he talked about the fraction of a second between a question and an answer during cross-examination. The expression of a man who is choosing what to say rather than remembering what happened. It was the observation that Pearl Keller had made about his face in the minutes after the colonel died. The expression she could not name in the moment, but that she knew was wrong. It was the consistent observation of multiple people who had reason to observe Hyde closely over extended periods of time, and it described something that the psychological literature now has better language for than the people of 1909 had available to them. What they were observing was the absence of what psychologists now call authentic affect, the natural, involuntary emotional responses that most people cannot fully control and that leak through even the most careful social presentation. When ordinary people are frightened, they show fear. When they are guilty, they show guilt, or they show the heightened, effortful control of someone who is actively suppressing guilt, and the suppression is itself visible. When they are confronted with the consequences of what they have done to other people, they show something in response to that confrontation, some recognition of the human reality of the harm, even if that recognition is buried under denial and rationalization. Hyde showed none of this, or showed it so minimally and so briefly that trained observers who were specifically looking for it could only glimpse it in fractions of seconds between questions and answers during cross-examination. The absence of authentic affect was not proof of guilt in any formal legal sense, but it was profoundly informative about the kind of person Hyde was, about the interior architecture that his professional surface was concealing, and about why what the evidence suggested he had done was possible for him to do in the way it appeared to have been done. There is a category of person that the psychological literature describes as having a significantly diminished capacity for empathy, combined with a sophisticated ability to simulate the social behaviors that empathy normally produces. These are people who can perform warmth and care and professional dedication convincingly enough to deceive the people around them for extended periods, sometimes for their entire lives, but who do not feel what they appear to feel, who do not experience the interior state that the performance is designed to represent. For such a person, the performance is not experienced as false, because the ordinary interior referent for truth in emotional presentation, the actual feeling that most people are trying to represent when they express emotion, is simply absent. The performance is what they have instead of the feeling, and the performance is all that they experience themselves as doing. If Hyde was such a person, and the consistent quality of his behavioral presentation across years of extreme pressure suggests that he may have been, then the question of what he told himself about what he was doing has a specific kind of answer. He probably did not experience it as murder, not in the way that most people use that word, with its weight of moral horror and its recognition of the specific, irreplaceable humanity of the person being harmed. He probably experienced it as a problem being solved, as an obstacle being removed, as a calculation being executed. The people who died were, in the framework of his interior reality, not primarily people, but primarily impediments or resources, figures in a financial calculation whose deaths move the calculation toward a desired outcome. This does not make what he did less terrible. It makes it more terrible in a specific way, because it removes from the story the dimension of moral struggle that we sometimes use to make sense of violence. We understand, imperfectly but genuinely, the violence that comes from passion, from desperation, from the specific madness of a moment in which the ordinary constraints on behavior break down under overwhelming emotional pressure. We have frameworks for that kind of violence, however inadequate those frameworks ultimately are. What we have much more difficulty with is the violence that comes from calculation, from the cold, patient, methodical implementation of a plan that has been made in full consciousness and full possession of all one's faculties. The violence that does not break the person committing it, because the person committing it is not broken by the ordinary moral weights that most people carry. Hyde was not broken by what he did. This was perhaps the most chilling thing about him. The thing that his composure through the trials and his behavior on the evening of Chrisman's death and his continued professional functioning through the investigation most clearly demonstrated. Most people who commit violence, even people who are not fundamentally different from Hyde in their psychological makeup, are broken by it in some way, are changed by the experience of having done something that crosses the fundamental line of human behavior. Hyde appeared to be unchanged, appeared to move through the aftermath of what he had done with the same composed, calculating attentiveness that had characterized his approach to everything else. Appeared, in short, to be the same person after as before, because what he had done had not required him to cross any interior line that he experienced as a line. The drinking that came in the years after the trials, the visible diminishment that people who encountered him in later years described, might be read as evidence against this assessment, might be read as the belated manifestation of a guilt and a grief that had been suppressed through the trials, and that eventually found its way to the surface. This is a possible reading. It is also possible to read the diminishment as something entirely different, as the consequence not of guilt but of loss. What Hyde had lost in the aftermath of the case was not freedom, not in any legal sense. What he had lost was the surface that had been his primary mechanism for operating in the world, the professional identity and the social standing and the access to the circles of wealth and influence that had been both his goal and his primary source of whatever satisfaction he experienced. The destruction of that surface was the destruction of the primary structure of his life, and the diminishment that followed may have been the consequence of losing the thing that organized his existence rather than of feeling the full weight of what he had done to obtain it. There is no way to know. There is genuinely no way to know what was happening inside Bennett Clark Hyde in the years after the trials. What he thought about in the early hours of the morning in whatever modest room he occupied in whatever new location he had moved to in his ongoing attempt to escape the consequence of his name. There is no way to know whether he heard, in those hours, the colonel's voice saying, "I wish I hadn't taken that damned medicine." There is no way to know whether he saw, in those hours, the faces of the people he had sat beside in their final extremity, the people who had trusted him and who had died trusting him. There is no way to know whether those images, if they came, produced anything that resembled what most people would call remorse. What we do know is that the life he lived after the case was a diminished life, that the things he had wanted, the wealth and the status and the belonging to the circles of privilege that the Swope connection had promised, were permanently gone. That the professional identity that had been both his cover and his credential had been destroyed in the most public possible way. That the wife he had married, whatever his feelings about her had actually been, had left him. That he died alone and unremarked in circumstances that bore no resemblance to the circumstances he had spent his adult life trying to engineer. Whether this constituted justice is a question that each person who looks at it must answer for themselves. The law had declined to produce a formal accounting. What life had produced instead was a kind of informal one. The specific consequence of having destroyed everything around you in the pursuit of something that you ultimately never obtained. The consequence of having spent your careful, patient, methodical intelligence on a project that failed so completely that the failure consumed everything you had built alongside the project itself. He had wanted the Swope fortune. He had not gotten it. Not in any meaningful sense. Not in the sense of actually possessing and enjoying the wealth that had been his object. He had gotten instead the destruction of his career and his marriage and his reputation and ultimately his ability to practice the only profession he had ever had. He had gotten a series of trials and a period of incarceration and decades of social death in a country that had watched his trial in newspapers from coast to coast. He had gotten a life that contracted year by year into something smaller and more isolated and more diminished, in a process that had the quality of a long, slow consequence rather than a sudden punishment. The colonel had said, "I wish I hadn't taken that damn medicine." The words had gone out into the room and been remembered and preserved and repeated until they had traveled all the way here, to this moment, to wherever you are as you listen to this story in the dark. The Colonel had wanted the truth to be known. He had reached for it with the last coherent words available to him, and he had sent it out into the world in the form of a sentence that would be quoted for more than a century. Hyde had taken the medicine from him, had given him a different medicine, and had taken from him the one he was reaching for, had taken from him the remaining years of a life that had been well lived and well spent, and that had given something permanent and generous to the city that had made the Colonel what he was. And the Colonel had still managed, in his final moments, to say something true, had managed to leave behind, in the specific and haunting form of a dying man's words, the clearest possible indication of what had been done to him, had managed to give the investigators and the prosecutors and the jury and the world the one piece of testimony that no laboratory analysis could produce and no legal reversal could erase. He had said it. He had known. And he had made sure, in the way that determined people make sure of things even under the most extreme conditions, that someone else would know it too. That is the final thing to understand about Colonel Thomas Hunton Swope. That even in the moment of his dying, even with whatever was happening to his body and his consciousness in those final terrible minutes, he had found a way to be himself, had found a way to do the thing that he had always done, which was to see clearly and to act on what he saw. He had looked at what was happening to him with the direct, unsentimental gaze of a man who had spent his life looking at things clearly, and he had named it. Simply, directly, without drama, and without the elaborate circumlocutions that other people might have employed. I wish I hadn't taken that damn medicine. He was right. He was absolutely right. And the truth of what he said has outlasted everything that was done to prevent it from being the truth. It always does. Every great crime case is also a portrait of its era. The specific events, the specific people, the specific choices made in specific rooms on specific evenings, all of those are real and particular and irreducible to anything larger than themselves. But they are also embedded in a time and a place, in the specific social and economic and cultural conditions that made them possible, that shaped the context in which they occurred, and that determined what meanings they carried for the people who witnessed them and the people who came after. To fully understand the Swope case is to understand something about the America of 1909, about the specific forces and pressures and values and anxieties that were operating in that country at that moment, and about how those forces shaped both what happened in the Swope mansion and how the world outside the mansion received and processed and ultimately remembered what happened there. The America of 1909 was an America in transition. It was an America that had just emerged from the Gilded Age, from the era of the great robber barons, and the spectacular accumulation of private wealth on a scale that the country had never seen before, and that had produced, alongside the wealth itself, a set of social and political tensions that were reshaping the country's understanding of itself and its values. The progressive era was underway. The muckrakers were writing. The reform movements were gathering momentum. There was, in the air of 1909, a particular quality of moral energy directed at the question of what great wealth does to the people who accumulate it and to the society that contains them, a question that Theodore Roosevelt had given a sharp national edge by using the presidency as a platform for challenging the concentration of economic power that the Gilded Age had produced. Thomas Hunton Swope was, in certain respects, a figure from the earlier era, the era of the self-made man whose story was straightforwardly admirable in the American mythological tradition. He had come west with vision and determination and had made his fortune through the combination of intelligence and patience and the willingness to bet on something that everyone else considered worthless. This was the story that Americans of his generation and the generation after told about themselves and about the country, the story of opportunity and individual enterprise and the specific rewards that the free market system offered to those who understood it well enough to use it. The Colonel embodied that story in a form that was easy to admire, because he had also done the thing that the story was supposed to produce, but that it only sometimes actually produced, which was to give something back. The park was the giving back. The park was the Colonel doing with his fortune what the mythological tradition said you were supposed to do with it, which was to transform private wealth into public good. Bennett Clark Hyde represented something different. He represented the shadow side of the same era's relationship to wealth, the shadow that the gleaming narrative of individual enterprise and meritocratic success always cast, but that the official story preferred not to examine too closely. He represented the person who looked at the accumulation of wealth not as a result of one's own efforts and intelligence applied to legitimate opportunity, but as an objective to be achieved by whatever means were most efficient and least costly to the person pursuing it. He represented the calculation that the ethos of the Gilded Age could produce when it was stripped of whatever moral framework was supposed to constrain it, the calculation that said wealth is the goal and the path to wealth is determined by what works rather than by what is right. This was not an uncommon calculation in the America of 1909. It was, in fact, the calculation that much of the critique of the Gilded Age was directed against, the critique that said the concentration of wealth in the hands of the few had been achieved not through the heroic individual enterprise of the mythology, but through monopoly and manipulation and the specific ruthlessness of people who had decided that the goal justified whatever means were required to achieve it. The robber barons were accused, with varying degrees of accuracy and fairness, of a version of the same calculation that Hyde appeared to have applied in the Swope mansion. The scale was different. The methods were different. The specific context was different. But the underlying logic, the logic of a person who has decided that wealth is the primary object and that the constraints on how it is obtained are negotiable, had a family resemblance. Hyde was not a robber baron. He was not operating at the scale of a Standard Oil or a Carnegie Steel. He was operating in the intimate, domestic scale of a family, using the tools of personal relationship rather than the tools of industrial capitalism. But the moral structure of what he was doing, if the evidence is to be believed, was not entirely different from the moral structure of the larger economic story that the progressive era was trying to hold accountable. It was the story of someone who had decided that the rules that constrained most people did not constrain him, that the ordinary moral requirements of human community were applicable to everyone except the person with enough intelligence and enough calculation to exempt themselves from them. The medical context of the case was also deeply embedded in the specific conditions of 1909. American medicine in the first decade of the 20th century was in a period of profound transformation. The scientific revolution in medicine that had begun in the latter half of the 19th century, with the germ theory of disease and the development of antiseptic technique and the beginning of what would become modern pharmacology, was reshaping the profession from the inside, producing a medicine that was genuinely more powerful than its predecessor and that was, as a consequence, generating a trust in the physician that the medicine of the previous era had not always warranted and that the medicine of the new era was only beginning to fully deserve. This was the specific moment when the patient-physician relationship was being reconfigured around a new understanding of what physicians knew and could do, around the recognition that the scientific medicine of the new era had real efficacy and that the physician's interventions could produce real outcomes that would not have happened without them. This was the moment when the social authority of the physician was at perhaps its historical apex, when the combination of genuine scientific knowledge and the cultural prestige of science was producing a figure of almost unquestioned social authority, a person whose judgment about matters of health and illness was deferred to in ways that the physicians of an earlier era would have found extraordinary. Hyde had operated in this context. He had benefited from it. The trust that the colonel and the other family members placed in him was not naive or foolish in the context of 1909. It was the appropriate response to the social construction of the physician that era had produced. You trusted the doctor because the doctor represented science and science represented truth, and truth was the basis for effective action in the world. This was the logic that the culture of 1909 offered to the people who encountered physicians, and it was a logic that served most of the people who used it well most of the time, because most physicians were not Bennett Clark Hyde. But it was also a logic that created the specific vulnerability that Hyde had exploited, the specific opening in the family's defenses through which he had moved with such patient and such terrible effectiveness. The case had implications for the medical profession that went beyond the specific circumstances of the Swope family. It raised questions about oversight and accountability that the profession was not yet fully equipped to address. In 1909, the systems for monitoring physician behavior and for investigating and responding to allegations of misconduct were significantly less developed than they would later become. There was no comprehensive state licensing board with the authority and the infrastructure to investigate allegations like those made against Hyde and to respond to them with the kind of systematic rigor that the situation demanded. There was no established protocol for the kind of forensic medical investigation that the Swope case required. The people who eventually conducted the autopsies and analyzed the tissue samples were doing work that was at the cutting edge of what forensic medicine could do in that era, and the limitations of that cutting edge were part of what made the case so difficult to prosecute successfully. The case contributed, in the specific way that high-profile cases contribute to the development of the fields they implicate, to the eventual development of more robust systems for forensic investigation and for medical oversight. It was one of several cases in the early 20th century that demonstrated the need for better forensic chemistry, better protocols for the investigation of suspicious deaths, better mechanisms for holding physicians accountable when their conduct warranted accountability. The specific techniques and institutional structures that developed in response to these needs took decades to fully mature, but the cases that made the need visible, the cases like the Swope case that showed the world what happened in the absence of adequate systems, were part of what drove the development. The role of women in the case, and the ways in which the case intersected with the specific situation of women in 1909, is another dimension of its historical significance that deserves attention. The world of 1909 was a world in which women did not vote, in which women's legal and economic standing was significantly constrained by a system that treated them primarily as wives and mothers rather than as independent agents with full civil standing. The women in the Swope case, Pearl Keller and Frances and Margaret and Maggie, were operating within these constraints and pushing against them in ways that were both visible and invisible, that were sometimes acknowledged and sometimes not. Pearl Keller was a working woman in a profession that was itself one of the few arenas in which women of her era could exercise professional authority and expertise. She had training and skill and professional judgment, and the case gave those things an arena in which they could be fully deployed, in which they could matter in ways that went beyond the ordinary daily work of nursing patients through illness. Her testimony was taken seriously. Her professional observations were treated as credible and important. This was not automatic or inevitable in 1909, and the fact that it happened, that a nurse's account of what she had seen was central to the prosecution's case and was treated by the court with the seriousness it deserved, was itself a small but real moment in the longer history of women's professional authority being recognized and respected. Frances and Margaret were women navigating the specific constraints of their position in a wealthy family in 1909, constraints that gave them significant social standing and material security, but that limited their direct agency in ways that shaped everything about how they could respond to what was happening around them. They could not, in any simple sense, simply act. They could not go directly to the authorities in the way that a male member of the family might have been expected to do. They had to work through the available channels, through attorneys, and through the male family members who had more direct standing to bring formal complaints, through the social and institutional mechanisms that 1909 provided to women who needed to be heard without having the formal standing to demand to be heard. They managed it. They found ways to be effective within the constraints. Margaret in particular found ways to be heard with a directness and a force that the constraints of her era and her position did not fully authorize, but that her temperament demanded, and that the specifics of her situation, having nearly died at the hands of the man she was accusing, gave her the moral authority to insist upon. She spoke. She was listened to, and what she said mattered. The legal dimension of the case's historical significance is perhaps the most thoroughly documented, because lawyers and legal historians have been writing about the Hyde case for decades, and because the specific procedural issues it raised were significant enough to generate their own body of commentary and analysis. The case is cited in legal scholarship for the evidentiary questions it raised about the admission of prior bad acts and pattern evidence in criminal trials, questions that were not resolved by the Hyde case itself, but that were brought into sharper focus by it, and that continued to be worked through by courts and legal scholars in the decades that followed. The specific tension between the probative value of pattern evidence and the prejudicial effect of that evidence on a jury's ability to evaluate a specific charge on its specific merits is a tension that criminal law has never fully resolved, and that continues to generate case law and commentary. The Hyde case was an early and exceptionally dramatic illustration of the tension, and it demonstrated, with the specific force of a case in which the pattern evidence was very powerful and very probative, and also very likely to have overwhelmed the jury's ability to evaluate any single charge in isolation, exactly why the tension exists and why it is not easy to resolve. The case also contributed to the history of forensic toxicology, which was in 1909 a young science with real capability and real limitations. A science that was capable of identifying certain poisons in biological tissue under certain conditions, but that was vulnerable to challenges from defense experts who understood the limitations of the available techniques and who were willing and able to deploy those limitations in adversarial legal settings. The challenges that Hyde's defense mounted to the prosecution's toxicological evidence were not frivolous. They were grounded in genuine scientific uncertainty. And the inability of the prosecution's experts to fully answer those challenges in ways that the jury found completely convincing was part of what made the case so difficult and so ultimately unresolved. In the decades following the case, forensic toxicology developed the tools and the techniques that would have made a prosecution like the Hyde prosecution significantly stronger. The development of more sophisticated chromatographic techniques for identifying specific compounds in biological samples, the development of better methods for distinguishing between true alkaloid poisons and the decomposition products that can mimic them, the development of better protocols for the collection and preservation of evidence that would prevent the kind of contamination and degradation that gave the defense its opening in the Hyde case. All of these advances would have changed the evidentiary landscape of the case substantially. Not enough, perhaps, to have guaranteed conviction. The legal questions about the admission of pattern evidence would still have existed, but enough to have significantly reduced the scientific uncertainty that the defense was able to exploit. This is one of the ongoing lessons of historical crime cases, the lesson that the adequacy of the justice a law enforcement and legal system can deliver is constrained by the state of the relevant sciences at the time. That evidence which is insufficient under the forensic methods of one era might be conclusive under the methods of another, and that the difference between justice and its absence is sometimes not a difference in the truth of what happened, but in the tools available to demonstrate that truth in a form that the law will accept. The Swope case was a case that the truth outran the available tools for demonstrating it. The truth was there. It was in the tissue and in the capsule fragments, and in the pattern of events, and in the testimony of witnesses. But the tools for translating that truth into the kind of formal, legally admissible, judicially sustainable proof that the law required were not fully adequate to the task, and the gap between what the truth was and what the law could formally establish was the gap into which Hyde ultimately escaped. The broader cultural significance of the case, its significance as a story rather than as a legal or scientific event, is harder to measure but perhaps more enduring. The Swope case has been remembered and retold not primarily because of its contributions to forensic chemistry or to evidentiary law, important as those contributions were, but because it contains, in its specific human details, something that speaks to concerns and fears and values that are not limited to any particular era. The fear of being harmed by the people who are supposed to protect us. The question of what we owe each other in relationships of trust. The problem of distinguishing genuine care from its performance. The difficulty of seeing clearly the people we love or rely on. The imperfection of the systems we build to protect us from harm and to account for harm when it occurs. These are not issues that belong to 1909. They are issues that belong to every era in which human beings live together and try to build the social and institutional structures that make living together possible. The Colonel had lived in his era with the particular confidence of a man who had succeeded in his era on his era's terms, who had applied his era's virtues, its patience and its vision and its willingness to bet on the future, to the specific opportunities his era provided, and had made something real and lasting from them. He had built a fortune and given a park and trusted in the ordinary goodness of human beings even at the end of his life, when the ordinary goodness had been profoundly betrayed. He had been right to trust in ordinary human goodness, because ordinary human goodness is real. Pearl Keller was real. Tom Swope was real. Margaret was real. James Reed was real. The 12 jurors who spent 3 days trying to do the right thing were real. The investigators who spent months carefully building a case were real. The ordinary human goodness that the Colonel trusted in was real and was present in the case. present in every person who chose truth over convenience and justice over comfort. What was also real was the other thing. The thing that exists alongside ordinary human goodness in every era and every community. The capacity for the specific kind of darkness that the Hyde case represented, the darkness that uses the tools of goodness and trust and professional authority to accomplish ends that are the opposite of everything those tools are supposed to serve. Both things are real. They exist in every era. They existed in Kansas City in 1909, and they exist wherever you are right now. In whatever city or town or home you are in as you listen to this story in the dark. The goodness and the darkness both. The Colonel and Hyde both. Pearl Keller and the man she was watching both. What we do with that knowledge, how we choose to organize our lives and our communities and our institutions in the face of that knowledge, is the ongoing project of human civilization. It is the project that the legal system is one part of, the project that the medical profession's ethics are another part of, the project that journalism and research and the telling of stories like this one are another part. We tell these stories because they are true and because the truth matters. Because the Colonel said I wish I hadn't taken that damn medicine, and because that sentence deserves to be heard by people who can hear it as more than a historical artifact, who can hear it as what it actually was, which was a human being reaching for the truth in the last moments available to him, and insisting that the truth be known. We are listening. We have been listening for 115 years. We will keep listening. Because the truth that he reached for is still the truth, and the listening is still the right response to it. Settle in. You are still with us. The story is not yet finished. There is still more to tell. There is a particular kind of case that refuses to stay in its own time. Most criminal cases, even serious ones, even the ones that generated enormous attention in their moment, eventually settle into the past with a completeness that allows them to be filed and archived and referenced without being revisited in any living, urgent way. They become historical facts. They become footnotes in legal treatises or entries in encyclopedias of crime or brief paragraphs in the regional histories of the cities where they occurred. They become part of the settled record rather than part of the ongoing conversation. They are done with, in the specific sense that the questions they raised were answered or were abandoned, and in either case are no longer generating new inquiry. The Swope case never fully became that kind of case. It never fully settled into the past in the way that cases settle when they are done with. It kept returning, in different eras and from different angles and with different emphases, kept being rediscovered by researchers and writers and students of law and medicine and social history who found in it something that their own era needed to examine. And each rediscovery brought new perspectives that illuminated aspects of the case that previous generations had either not noticed or had not had the conceptual tools to fully articulate, and each new illumination revealed something about both the case itself and about the era in which the rediscovery was occurring. The first wave of serious retrospective attention to the case came in the decades immediately following its conclusion, in the 1920s and 1930s, when people who had been adult observers of the original events were still alive and still willing to discuss them, and when the case was close enough in time to be remembered as a living event rather than purely as a historical one. Journalists and legal commentators who had followed the original proceedings produced retrospective accounts that drew on their memories of the trial and on conversations with participants who were still available to be consulted. These accounts had the particular texture of living memory, the specific sensory detail, and the emotional immediacy that comes from accounts given by people who were actually there, who remember not just the facts of what happened, but the way the courtroom felt on a specific morning and the specific quality of silence that followed a particular piece of testimony. These early retrospective accounts tended to focus primarily on the legal dimensions of the case, on the procedural issues that the Supreme Court had identified, and on the broader questions about evidentiary rules and the rights of defendants that the case had raised. They were written primarily for audiences with a professional or serious amateur interest in the law, and they treated the case as a significant episode in the development of Missouri criminal procedure rather than as a human drama with broader cultural significance. They were thorough and careful and professionally competent, and they preserved important aspects of the case that might otherwise have been lost, but they left other aspects largely unexamined, aspects that later researchers would find equally significant. The second wave of attention came in the middle decades of the 20th century, as the first generation of true crime writing as a popular genre was establishing itself, as writers and editors were discovering that there was a large and genuinely interested audience for carefully researched, narratively presented accounts of significant historical criminal cases. The Swope case attracted this attention because it had all the elements that the true crime genre, in its serious forms, requires. It had a compelling central figure in the Colonel. It had a villain of extraordinary patience and coldness. It had a cast of supporting characters whose individual stories were interesting and whose collective story was remarkable. It had physical evidence and scientific testimony and courtroom drama and legal reversal and the particular combination of resolution and irresolution that makes a case enduringly interesting rather than simply disturbing. The true crime writers who turned their attention to the case in the mid-20th century approached it with a different set of tools and a different set of priorities than the legal commentators who had preceded them. They were interested in the human story, in the texture of daily life in the Swope household before and during and after the events of 1909, in the specific personalities of the people involved and the ways those personalities shaped the events, in the emotional and psychological dimensions of what had happened that the formal legal record captured only partially and obliquely. They conducted interviews where interviews were still possible, with people who had known the Swopes, with elderly Kansas City residents who had been children or young adults during the trial and who remembered something of the atmosphere that the case had created in the city, with legal historians and local historians who had been researching the period for other purposes and who had come across material relevant to the case. What these writers found, when they looked at the case with the tools of narrative journalism rather than the tools of legal analysis, was a story that was richer and more human and more complicated than the legal record alone had suggested. They found Frances, not the Frances of the courtroom, the composed and unreadable woman in the gallery, but the Frances of the years before and after, the Frances who had made a secret marriage and had defended an impossible husband and had ultimately found the courage to acknowledge, in the only way available to her, what she knew. They found Maggie, whose voice and whose early, accurate warning had been largely absent from the legal record, but whose presence in the human story of the case was enormous. They found Pearl Keller, not just as a witness, but as a person, a professional woman navigating the specific demands of her position in a period when women's professional authority was deeply constrained, and who had managed to exercise that authority in ways that mattered profoundly. The mid-century accounts also paid more attention than the earlier legal commentaries had paid to the social and class dimensions of the case, to the specific ways in which wealth and its pursuit had shaped the story from beginning to end. The progressive era critique of Gilded Age accumulation, which had been the cultural backdrop against which the case had originally unfolded, was now itself history, and the writers of the mid-20th century could see it more clearly than the people of 1909 had been able to see it, could see the ways in which Hyde's story was embedded in a specific set of cultural values and anxieties that the case both reflected and interrogated. They could see the Colonel's story in a similar way, could see the specific American mythology that his biography embodied, and the ways in which his death at the hands of someone motivated by greed for what he had built constituted a particular kind of violation of that mythology. The third wave of serious attention to the case came in the later decades of the 20th century, as the academic fields of social history and the history of medicine and the history of law were developing the theoretical tools and the methodological approaches that enabled a different kind of analysis of historical cases. Historians who were working at the intersection of medical history and social history found the Swope case a useful and illuminating case study for several of the questions their fields were most interested in: the history of patient-physician trust and its construction and vulnerability, the development of forensic medicine and the specific challenges that developing forensic sciences faced in adversarial legal settings, the history of nursing as a profession and the specific experiences of nurses navigating the gender and status hierarchies of the early 20th century medical world. Pearl Keller became, in these academic analyses, a more fully realized historical figure than she had been in either the legal commentaries or the popular true crime accounts. Medical historians writing about the history of nursing found in her story a specific and illuminating example of the broader experience of women in the nursing profession in the progressive era, an example of the ways in which professional expertise and professional authority were simultaneously exercised and constrained by the gender dynamics of the institutional settings in which nurses worked. Her ability to observe and to retain and to eventually testify, and the way her testimony was received and used, were examined not just as features of the specific case, but as illustrations of broader patterns in the history of women's professional experience. Legal historians examining the history of evidentiary law found in the procedural history of the Hyde trials a useful and detailed case study for the development of the rules governing the admission of prior acts evidence in criminal trials. The specific errors that the Missouri Supreme Court had identified and the reasoning the court had used in identifying them were placed in the context of the broader development of these rules across American jurisdictions in the early 20th century, and the Hyde case emerged from this analysis as a significant moment in that development, a moment when the tension between probative value and prejudicial effect was worked through in a high-profile case that generated widespread attention and that contributed to the subsequent evolution of the rules in both Missouri and other jurisdictions. The fourth and most recent wave of attention to the case has come in the digital era, in the period when the tools of the internet and the increasing digitization of historical archives have made it possible for researchers and interested members of the public to access the primary sources of the case, the court transcripts and newspaper accounts and local historical records, with the ease that previous generations of researchers had not had. This democratization of access has produced a new kind of engagement with the case, an engagement that comes from a much broader and more diverse range of people than the professional historians and legal commentators and popular true crime writers who had previously been the primary interpreters of the record. True crime as a popular genre has also evolved significantly in the digital era, has moved from the primarily written form of the mid-20th century into the primarily audio and video forms of the podcast and the YouTube channel, and this evolution has brought the Swope case to audiences who might never have encountered it through earlier forms. The case has been discussed on true crime podcasts. It has been the subject of video essays and documentary treatments. It has been written about on websites and blogs, and in the online discussions that gather around historical true crime cases among the large and deeply engaged communities that exist in this space. What these new audiences have brought to the case is not academic expertise, for the most part, but something that is in some ways equally valuable, which is genuine curiosity and genuine emotional engagement with the human story that the case contains. The people who find the Swope case through a podcast or a YouTube video are not primarily interested in the history of evidentiary law or the development of forensic toxicology. They are interested in the people. They are interested in the Colonel and in Francis and in Pearl Keller and in the specific human texture of what happened in that household in the autumn and winter of 1909. And their engagement with the case, their willingness to sit with it and to think about it and to discuss it and to share it with other people who might find it interesting, is part of what keeps the case alive in the collective consciousness in ways that purely academic or professional attention cannot fully accomplish. The questions that new audiences bring to the case are sometimes the same questions that earlier generations brought. The questions about guilt and justice and the adequacy of the legal system's response. And sometimes they are different questions, questions shaped by the specific concerns and frameworks of their own era. Contemporary audiences often bring a stronger focus on the psychological dimensions of the case than earlier audiences did, a focus informed by the significantly more developed understanding of personality disorders and psychopathy that the last several decades of psychological research have produced. They ask questions about Hyde's psychology with a specificity and a sophistication that earlier audiences could not have matched, because the conceptual tools for asking those questions precisely did not fully exist in earlier eras. Contemporary audiences also often bring a stronger focus on Francis, on her experience and her perspective and the specific nature of the impossible position she occupied, a focus informed by the significantly more developed frameworks for understanding intimate partner dynamics, and the specific challenges facing women in relationships with manipulative or dangerous partners that the feminist scholarship and the trauma research of recent decades have produced. Earlier treatments of Francis had tended to ask, sometimes sympathetically and sometimes accusatorially, what she knew and when she knew it. Contemporary treatments are more likely to ask what she experienced and what the specific dynamics of her marriage to Hyde made it possible and impossible for her to perceive and to act on. Questions that reflect a more nuanced understanding of the psychological mechanisms that operate in relationships characterized by deception and manipulation. The case has also attracted renewed attention in the context of broader contemporary conversations about medical ethics and patient safety. Conversations that have been shaped by high-profile cases in recent decades in which physicians have harmed patients, and by the systematic research that those cases have generated into the conditions under which medical professionals commit harm and the institutional and cultural factors that enable such harm to occur and to continue. The Swope case, viewed through this contemporary lens, is not primarily about a single bad actor, but about the specific conditions of the early 20th century medical world that made what Hyde allegedly did possible. Conditions of insufficient oversight and inadequate forensic capability and excessive deference to physician authority that created the specific vulnerabilities he exploited. What the century of retrospective attention to the case has produced, taken together, is something more complete and more nuanced than any single era's engagement with it could have produced on its own. It has produced an account of the case that incorporates legal analysis and medical history and social history and psychological insight and narrative craft and the simple, urgent human interest of people who find themselves genuinely moved by a story about real people who suffered real things in a real place at a real time. It has produced an account that is richer than the sum of its parts, that sees in the specific events of 1909 something that speaks to concerns and questions that did not exist in 1909 and that could not have been addressed by the people who were living through those events. This is what the retrospective study of historical cases produces when it is done well, when the people engaging with the record are genuinely curious and genuinely rigorous and genuinely willing to be changed by what they find. It produces not just a better understanding of the specific case, but a better understanding of the things the specific case is about. The things that transcend its specific historical moment and that are present in every era in which human beings live together and try to understand each other, and sometimes fail and sometimes harm each other, and then must find ways to account for the harm and to continue. The Colonel gave his city a park. The park is still there. And the story of what was done to the man who gave the park is still here, still being told, still generating the attention and the inquiry and the discussion that truth generates when it is significant enough and human enough to outlast the specific moment of its occurrence. It is being told tonight, to you, in the dark, in whatever city or town or home you are in, with whatever blanket you have pulled close against whatever chill the night has brought. You have been with this story for a long time now, and the story has been with you, and something has passed between the story and you in that time that is not nothing. Something that happens when a person gives genuine attention to a genuine account of real events involving real people who lived and trusted and were harmed and fought back and persisted and eventually, in the natural way of all mortal things, ended. Something that happens when you let a story be what it is. Not entertainment, though it is that too. Not distraction, though it is that as well. But something more fundamental. A form of witness, a form of acknowledgement, a form of saying to the dead, I heard you. I was here. I paid attention to what happened to you, and I did not look away. The Colonel had wanted someone to know. He had reached for the truth in his final moments, and he had found it, and he had spoken it, and it had traveled through 115 years of time to reach this moment. This specific dark and quiet moment wherever you are, and you have received it. You have heard him. You have been his witness across all that time. In the only way that the living can be witnesses for the dead, which is by listening and by not forgetting and by letting the weight of what happened be what it actually was, which is enormous and real and fully deserving of the attention you have given it tonight. That is not a small thing. It is, in fact, exactly the right thing. And the story has one more chapter yet. One more chapter that brings everything together, that returns to the park and to the family and to the specific, permanent gift that the Colonel gave his city, and that finds in that gift the final word on what his life meant and what his death did not manage to take from it. We are almost there. Stay with us just a little longer. The story is nearly done, but not quite yet. Not quite yet. There is a particular quality to the end of a long story. Not the abrupt ending, not the dramatic conclusion that arrives with a crash and a resolution and a tying up of everything that had been left open, but the slow, gradual ending of a story that has been long and complicated and has never fully resolved. The kind of ending that arrives not with a declaration, but with a quieting, a settling, a gradual return to stillness after a long period of turbulence. It is the ending that matches the story it belongs to, that has the same texture and the same emotional register as everything that came before it, that does not try to impose a neatness on events that were not neat and a clarity on questions that were not clear. The Swope case has this kind of ending. Not the ending of a verdict that satisfied everyone. Not the ending of a conviction that stood and was served and was completed in the formal way that the law provides for completion. But the ending that real stories have. The ending that is not really an ending at all, but a transition into a different kind of existence. The existence of a story that has moved from the present tense of events being lived into the past tense of events being remembered and carried and eventually told to people who were not there. We have been in that past tense together tonight, you and I. We have traveled back across more than 100 years to a mansion in Kansas City where fires burned in the grates and silver gleamed on the dining table, and a family gathered around an aging patriarch who had given his city something permanent and beautiful, and where something terrible was being prepared in the quiet, methodical privacy of a man whose surface presented nothing that would have told you what his interior contained. We have walked through the rooms. We have sat with the people. We have listened to Pearl Keller describe what she saw with the careful precision of a woman who understood that precision was her gift to the truth, and to Tom Swope describe the night in the snow and the smell rising from the capsule fragments under the lamp, and to the Colonel himself, in the words that traveled through more than a century of time to reach this moment. I wish I hadn't taken that damn medicine. We have heard him. We have carried him with us through this long night. And now we are arriving at the place where every long night eventually arrives, the place of settling and quieting, and the particular peace that comes not from resolution, but from having been fully present with something real. Let us return, at the end, to the park, because the park is where the story ultimately lives. Not in the courtroom transcripts, not in the laboratory analyses, not in the newspaper accounts, not even in the memories of the people who were closest to what happened, and who carried those memories through the rest of their lives. The park is where the story lives in its most permanent and most generous form. The form that the Colonel himself chose for his own legacy when he decided what to do with the 1,400 acres that the city around them had turned from worthless land into something valuable. He could have sold them. At the prices that Kansas City real estate was commanding by the end of the 19th century, those 1,400 acres would have added very substantially to an already enormous fortune. He could have built on them. He could have developed them into the kind of residential or commercial property that would have made his name synonymous with a specific district of the city rather than with an open, public, democratic space available to everyone. He could have held them as a financial asset, as a hedge against uncertainty, as the kind of thing that very wealthy men hold, because holding things is what very wealthy men do. He gave them instead. He looked at the land and he saw in it not what it could generate for him, but what it could be for everyone else. And he made the decision that the everyone else mattered more than the generation. He made the decision that the city mattered more than his balance sheet. He made the decision, in the specific and irreversible way that a gift makes a decision permanent, that the land would belong to the people of Kansas City in perpetuity, that it would be there for them in summer and in winter and in the spring and the fall, that it would be there for their children and their children's children and for everyone who came to the city in the decades and centuries after him. Long after his name was more a park name than a person's name, long after the specific texture of his face and his voice and the particular way he walked were gone from living memory. That decision was made decades before the autumn of 1909. It was made in the full health and the full vigor of a man who had not yet begun to slow down, who was not yet lying in a bed with a hired nurse watching over him, who had not yet met Bennett Clark Hyde or known that there was a Bennett Clark Hyde to meet. It was a decision made from strength and from generosity and from the specific quality of vision that had characterized everything the Colonel had done in his long and productive life, the vision that looks past the immediate and the personal to the permanent and the collective. That decision could not be unmade. What was done to him in October of 1909 was terrible, and it was real, and it cost him the years he had remaining, whatever years those would have been. But it did not reach back and unmake the gift. It did not reclaim the 1,400 acres. It did not turn the park back into the undeveloped land that the Colonel had looked at and seen something larger than its surface. The gift had already been given. The park already existed. And the killing of the man who had given it, however terrible, did not undo what the giving had already set in motion in the world. This is one of the things that genuine generosity accomplishes that other things cannot. It creates a fact in the world that persists independently of the person who created it, that does not require that person's continued presence or continued advocacy or continued protection to remain what it is. The park was real, and it was there, and it was functioning as what the Colonel had intended it to be before the autumn of 1909 arrived. And it continued to be real, and to be there, and to function in that way afterward, regardless of what was done to him, regardless of how the legal proceedings resolved, regardless of whether the man who killed him was ever finally, formally, permanently held to account. The park persisted. It persists tonight, as you lie in the dark listening to this story. Somewhere in Kansas City, the park is dark and quiet at this hour. The way parks are dark and quiet in the middle of the night when the families and the dog walkers and the joggers and the children have all gone home, and the park is simply itself, simply the open, green, generous space that it always is, available for whoever comes and asks nothing of anyone. The trees that the Colonel imagined are there. The paths that families walk on summer afternoons are there. The sky that you can see from the middle of the park's open spaces, the wide Missouri sky that is different from the sky of places where buildings crowd close and crowded out. That sky is there. And Colonel Thomas Hunton Swope is there too, in the way that people are present in the things they made and gave. Not as a ghost, not in any supernatural sense, but in the real and permanent way that a human being is present in an act of genuine generosity that has continued to produce its intended effect long past the life of the person who initiated it. He is present in the choice that the park represents, in the decision that the people of Kansas City matter, that the children of Kansas City deserve a place to run across grass and breathe open air and look up at a wide sky that belongs to them as much as it belongs to anyone. He is present in the ongoing enactment of that decision, in every family that spreads a blanket on the grass, and every child that runs down a hill, and every old couple that walks the paths in the late afternoon light. He gave something real. It is still real. And that is the final word on what his life meant. The word that the autumn of 1909 did not manage to be louder than. Pearl Keller is there too, in a different way. She is present in the record she left, in the testimony she gave, in the precision with which she gave it, and the courage it required to give it in the specific circumstances of 1909. She is present every time a professional person, a nurse or a physician or any other practitioner in a position of proximity to vulnerable people, chooses to speak a difficult truth rather than maintain a comfortable silence. She is present every time the choice between professional loyalty and personal conscience is made in the direction of conscience. She is present every time a woman's professional observation is taken seriously and treated as the credible, expert testimony that it is. She is present in the ongoing work of truth-telling that her own truth-telling contributed to and helped to make possible. Frances is there too, in the quiet resilience of a woman who survived something that should have destroyed her and chose to continue. She is present in the long, patient, unglamorous work of rebuilding that she undertook without fanfare and without the particular dramatic recognition that dramatic survival stories tend to generate, because her survival was not dramatic in the conventional sense. It was the survival of a woman getting up each morning and doing the ordinary and extraordinary work of reconstructing a life that had been violated at its foundations, and doing it with the specific Swope stubbornness that ran through the family like a river, constant and clear and not particularly interested in being acknowledged. And Margaret is there, in the specific courage of a woman who nearly died and who refused to let that nearness be softened into something more comfortable for the people around her, who said what she knew clearly and persistently and without apology, who gave the truth the force of a personal stake because she had one and she knew it, and she was not willing to pretend otherwise. Margaret, who said to her sister, "You know what he did," and who received in response the particular kind of non-answer that is also an answer, and who understood what the non-answer meant and carried that understanding alongside her own certainty for the rest of her life. All of them are there, in the specific and permanent way that people are present in the stories that are told about them, in the accounts that keep their particular humanity alive in the world beyond the span of their own lives. They are present because you have listened. Because you have been here, in the dark, for all of this long night's journey through their story. Because you have not looked away from the difficult parts or rushed through the sad parts or skipped to the ending before the middle had fully delivered what it had to deliver. They are present because you were willing to be their witness. And now we are at the place where the witness releases the story back into the quiet, where the long night's telling finds its resting place, where the voices that have been speaking settle back into the silence they came from, and the story returns to the archive of what happened, and what was remembered, and what was passed forward to people who were not there, but who made themselves present through the particular human willingness to listen. The park is quiet tonight. The Kansas City sky is doing what the Kansas City sky does at this hour, which is simply being the sky, wide and dark, and full of the particular depth that the middle of the night gives to the sky, the depth that makes you feel, if you are lying somewhere and looking up at it, that you are in the presence of something much larger than yourself, and that this is not frightening, but is in fact a kind of comfort. The comfort of being small in a world that is vast, and that does not require you to be large. The Colonel knew that comfort. He had walked his park in the early mornings, in the quiet before the city fully woke, and he had felt what open land does to a person, the specific loosening that happens when you are no longer surrounded by walls and roofs, and the accumulated weight of human construction, when you are simply in a place that breathes and moves and exists independently of anything you have done or need to do. He had felt that, and he had understood it, and he had wanted the people of his city to be able to feel it too. That was the gift. Not just the land, not just the acres and the trees and the paths, but the feeling, the specific, wordless, deeply necessary feeling of being a small person in a large and generous world that has given you a place to simply be. Come and rest in that place tonight. You do not have to go to Kansas City. You do not have to find the park on a map or plan a visit or do anything at all beyond what you are already doing, which is being where you are, in your own small corner of the world, with your own blanket and your own pillow and the particular darkness of your own room around you. Because the Colonel's gift was not only to Kansas City. The spirit of it was larger than that. The spirit of it was the recognition that human beings need open space and breathing room and places that belong to everyone and ask nothing in return. And that recognition does not require 1,400 acres to be real. It requires only the willingness to hold it, to keep it somewhere in your understanding of what matters and what is worth giving and what is worth protecting, the willingness to look at the world sometimes with the Colonel's eyes, the eyes that look at something and see not what it can generate for you, but what it can be for everyone. Breathe in, slow and easy. The air is yours. The story has been told. All of it, or as much of it as can be told. The parts that the record preserves, and the parts that the record implies, and the parts that imagination and empathy, and the particular human capacity for understanding things that cannot be fully documented must fill in. It has been told with as much care, and as much honesty, and as much genuine attention to the people who lived it, as can be brought to a story from across 115 years. There are things we do not know. There are things we will never know, because they lived entirely inside people who are gone, and who took those things with them in the natural way of mortal creatures who carry their full interior life until they carry it no more. We do not know what Frances really believed in the deepest part of herself about the man she married, in the years before the evidence became impossible to deny. We do not know what Hyde told himself in the early hours of the morning in whatever room he occupied in his final years, whether he heard the Colonel's voice in those hours, or whether he was free of it in the way that people without ordinary conscience may be free of the voices that ordinary conscience would summon. We do not know what Pearl Keller felt on the day the charges were dismissed, whether it was grief or anger or the resigned acceptance of someone who has done everything that could be done and is making her peace with the limits of what doing everything could produce. We do not know these things. And the honest thing, the thing that the Colonel's own directness demands of the people who tell his story, is to say so. To not paper over the gaps with comfortable invention. To let the unknowing stand as unknowing, and to find in it not frustration but humility. The specific humility of people who are looking at a world they did not make and people they did not know and events they did not witness, and who understand that their access to all of it is real but limited, genuine but partial. What we know is enough. It is more than enough. It is the strychnine and the cyanide and the capsule fragments in the snow and the Colonel's last words and Pearl Keller's testimony and the pattern that everyone who looked at it clearly enough could see. It is the park and the gift and the 1,400 acres given to a city by a man who understood that some things matter more than the accumulation of what you can hold. It is Frances getting up each morning and rebuilding. It is Margaret saying what she knew. It is Maggie, who was right from the beginning, receiving her daughter back with the grace of a woman who loves more than she needs to be right. It is all of them, present in the record, present in the memory, present tonight in whatever you carry away from this long night's journey into their story. And it is the Colonel, present most of all, present in the park that bears his name, and in the words that traveled through more than a century to reach you here, in the dark, where you are. Present in the specific, irreducible fact of a human being who lived and built and gave and trusted and was betrayed, and who nonetheless, in his final moments, found the truth and sent it out into the world in the plainest possible language. I wish I hadn't taken that damn medicine. He was right. He was completely and absolutely right. And the rightness of what he said has outlasted everything that was done to prevent it from being heard. It has outlasted the cover story and the official diagnosis and the composure of the man who administered the poison and the legal proceedings that failed to finally account for it. It has outlasted 115 years of ordinary time. The time in which the people who were there all died and the city changed beyond recognition and the world became something that the Colonel could not have imagined from the vantage point of his own era. It has outlasted all of it. And it has reached you. Here. Tonight. You heard him. That matters. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, the only form of justice that this case was ultimately able to produce in its full measure, the justice of being remembered and heard and witnessed by the living across the long distance of time, the justice of a truth that refused to be silenced, continuing to be spoken in new voices and received by new ears in every era that cares enough to listen. You cared enough to listen. Thank you for that. On behalf of the Colonel and Pearl Keller and Margaret and Frances and Maggie and Chrisman and Moss Hunton and all the people whose lives were changed forever by what happened in a mansion in Kansas City in the autumn and winter of 1909, thank you for being here tonight and for giving this story the attention it deserves. The park is quiet now. The Colonel is at rest. The night outside your window is doing what the night does at this hour, which is simply being the night, dark and still, and full of the particular peace that comes after a long journey has been completed, after a story has been told and received, and allowed to settle into the quiet where all told stories eventually go. Let your body sink a little deeper into wherever you are. Let your breathing slow to the rhythm of sleep. Let the images from this long night's story fade gently into the background of your consciousness, not disappearing but softening, becoming part of the texture of your rest rather than the foreground of your attention. The Colonel's park, the winter snow, the lamp above the street, Pearl Keller's steady, careful eyes, Frances walking in the morning quiet after everything, the 1,400 acres, green and permanent and open, belonging to everyone, asking nothing in return. Let it all soften. You are safe where you are. The night is quiet. The story is told. And somewhere in Kansas City, in a park that has been there for more than 120 years, and that will be there long after every person alive tonight has had their own turn at the particular mystery of existing, and then not. The trees that the Colonel imagined are standing in the dark, still and patient, and simply there, doing what trees do in the middle of the night when no one is watching, which is exactly what they do in the middle of the day when everyone is watching, which is simply being what they are, which is enough, which has always been enough. Sleep well. The Colonel would have wanted you to. He gave you this place to rest. And if you are still awake, if this story has been your company through the long hours of a night that sleep has not yet claimed, then before you close your eyes, do one small thing for us. Leave a comment below. Tell us where you are watching from. Tell us what time it is where you are, and whether the night outside your window is cold or warm, and whether you are alone or not quite alone, and whatever else you feel like saying into the particular community that gathers in the comment sections of stories told in the dark to people who cannot sleep. We read them. We are grateful for everyone. And if this story has been worth your time, if it has given you something real to carry into your sleep and your morning, then like the video before you close your eyes, and subscribe to Mr. Midnight True Crime Stories so that the next time a night finds you awake and in need of company, we will be here. We will always be here, with another story, another room, another set of real people who lived and suffered and fought back and persisted and ultimately became part of the permanent record of what human beings do to each other and for each other and in spite of each other. The record that is also the record of what we are, in all our complicated and sometimes terrible and sometimes astonishing humanity. We will be here. Good night. Good night from the park. Good night from Kansas City. Good night from the Colonel. Good night.